We're here for the final day of racing from sunny South Florida and Homestead-Miami Speedway at the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg alongside Nick Soriano, and we're going to bring you the closing chapter of an important opening weekend here for the 2026 season. Saturday delivered flat-out 25-minute sprints where drivers attacked from green to checker, and today the format, it's going to shift a little bit. Today's races, they're set for 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first, adding strategy, adding patience, and traffic management to the equation. Knowing when to push, when to protect, will be just as important as outright pace. And for the U.S. Majors competitors here this weekend, these longer races continue the road towards the 2026 National Championship runoffs. And for our South Atlantic Road Racing Championship SARRC drivers, it's a chance to finish strong and carry momentum forward. And the stage is set, the battles await, and the last word of the weekend is about to be written. It's the final day of racing at Homestead, the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. Nick, let's go racing.
Let's go. I am so excited for today. The longer formats get me excited because, like you talked about, times when you have to push, the times when you have to be patient. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and it's not going to be just about who has the best car. The best driver is really going to shine today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked a little bit about these longer format races, Nick, and we're going to have to wait a little while for that. Is the green flag now being displayed by our starter? Because we are going to have 10 minutes of qualifying for each of our 7 race groups today. The grids, the starting order for these feature races today, they're going to be set not just on this very short 10-minute qualifying session, but based also on the fastest lap set during yesterday morning's qualifying sessions and yesterday afternoon's 25-minute sprint races. So we'll see here. This is going to be the last opportunity for our racers to maybe move up the order and have a better chance at a race win. As yesterday, during our sprint races, the race winner, not a big surprise. He always seems to come out of Homestead going into the majors at Sebring a week later as usually the double winner and the favorite. But Brian Schofield was representing PM Racing. Trey Ayers finished second yesterday afternoon. Todd Vanacore finished in third. And much like yesterday, we're waiting for our timing and scoring systems to come up here early in the morning, and we'll give you the timing in just a few moments. But again, I think that group, certainly the folks that we want to look towards, was also, although they were kind of the best of the rest, great fight yesterday between Arvid Albanese. Well, Arvid Albanese had kind of a quiet race yesterday, but Mike Bakanowski, Scott Monroe, Grant, and John Vogel, the father-son team. As a matter of fact, Scott Monroe, driving the 00 Access Company's car, he actually started at tail end Charlie on the field yesterday. He started 25th and ended up finishing in 6th position. It was a great run for him. At one point, he was running 5th.
Yeah, that was a great battle to watch in the kind of the second pack that we saw. The first group was just out there doing their thing, kind of exactly as we expected. But that second group, I think they swapped positions around pretty much every lap. So really excited to see what they end up with. I was surprised to see as many cars out, but I think a lot of people might have spent the night doing some scales, maybe a little balancing, checking out the car. Maybe they've got new tires on. They want to scrub in some stickers. So if they're not going for outright pace this morning, I think there are some good qualities to having a quick qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. And the difference in speed or in lap times between the top 3 drivers and Arvid Albanese in 4th, and then the rest of the field was about 0.4 of a second from 3rd back, and that's a lot of time that these drivers have to find, and some of it I think can be attributed to setup. We saw a lot of drivers, especially early on in the race, having a lot of issues right here, coming off of the oval, going down into the infield, into turns 2 and 3. that we're seeing that perhaps they weren't getting the bite on the nose, getting the car to turn in the way they wanted to. And so, maybe some adjustments there, maybe some rake changes in the case of the Spec Racer Fords, maybe some slight toe changes as well. The Spec Racer Fords, they're very limited, not limited as far as adjustment that can be done, but they're limited as far as what's allowed within the rules, and how much camber they can go with, etc. So, a lot of things to play with to maybe pick up an extra tenth here, an extra tenth there, over the course of a 2.5 mile or 2.3 mile, lap.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I was immediately thinking toe changes. I know on my car when I'm racing, that can really make a huge difference in the rear. If you've got a little bit too much toe out, toe in, if it's pushing or sliding, fairly easy adjustment to do at the track, and can really stabilize the car. So hopefully we see a couple less offs today at turn 2, because it was a little bit of a bloodbath there yesterday. We were doing a lot of landscaping.
Indeed we were. All right, we've got some timing coming in. Hopefully we'll be able to get it up on the screen here in a little bit. But let me run down for you what we're seeing on course right now. Fastest driver at the moment in this session is Trey Ayers with a 130.2. That is still about a tenth off of the fastest times from yesterday. I believe the fastest lap time that we have, I have to go back to the qualifying, but I think Brian Schofield had set the fastest lap time yesterday at a 130.09. So again, we're still a little bit off, but this morning it's Ayers, Vanacore about 0.6 back from there, and then Grant Vogel currently running third fastest in his Carrier air conditioning machine with a 130.892. John Vogel, another 18 thousandths of a second back from there, the father-son duo working together. And much like you see here, Nick, and we kind of expected to see this, that a lot of these drivers trying to use that draft because they're still running about 2/3 of the oval here at Homestead.
Yeah, absolutely. This track can absolutely take advantage of the draft, and no surprises that they're going to try and use that, pick up a couple mile an hour, 4 or 5 mile an hour over 2/3 of a mile and a half oval. That's a lot of space. That's a lot of time to be gained. So no surprises there. In the race yesterday, we did notice, though, that we didn't feel the draft was as strong or as powerful for the passing cars.
Yeah.
It seemed like just a small gap through the infield made it tough for second and third to come back and make a run on that first place car. So I'm curious if things will change today, or if again we'll see that and drivers will really have to be right up behind a car to take advantage of the draft and make that pass.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got about 45 seconds left. Again, these are very short qualifying sessions. We're going to have them for each of our 10 race groups. They will help to set the grid for our races later today. And just to give you a little update on the schedule, or rundown on the schedule, the first races we intend to have roll off right about 10 a.m. this morning. So that's when Spec Racer Ford 3 will be going out for their feature race. Again, 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. Now, that 25-minute sprint race was for Spec Racer Ford, Nick. Wow, it's dark back there. Was 17 laps. So, an extra 5 laps here, possibly, is still a good chunk of the race and could change the strategy up. Now, you mentioned how the draft didn't appear to be very strong here, at least for the Spec Racer Fords. We saw it was a very different story for Spec Miata, for example, later in the day. Wow, look at this group coming off of turn 4. But I think the one person that we saw driving yesterday that the draft seemed to work very well for was our leader, Brian Schofield, who spent a lot of the race. He had a fairly weak start at falling, I think, all the way back to 8th position, and worked his way back up to the lead duo of Ayers and Vanacore. And but he would be able to come off of the hairpin, tucked underneath another car, and be able to pop out right before they hit NASCAR turn 3, what we call turn 9 here on the full road course. and be able to carry that momentum up around the outside and by the time they got to turn one. And I don't know if that was so much the draft as maybe he was just getting the exit of this hairpin here over at turn 8 that much better than everybody else.
Yeah, that's a great question. When we saw him in that lead pack, especially when he made it to the front, it seemed he was able to put a small gap through the infield and then really carry that momentum through the final hairpin, making the draft less effective. So it could be a combination of both, because he certainly worked his way forward very quickly. And I think having a great run plus a draft, that's what it takes for these Spec Racer Fords to really take advantage of the draft here.
Yeah. All right, so checkered flag now out on our very first qualifying session of the morning. Next up, we're going to have small bore production with B-Spec, as well as Super Touring Under will be joining us for this as well. So, Nick, let me run down here to give you an idea where drivers finished up, because we may see a new pole sitter here. I have to go back and look at the times, but yes, for yesterday's race, Todd Vanacore was the pole sitter. He, strangely enough, took the outside row, which really put him on the back foot at the beginning of the race, allowed Trey Ayers to take an early lead. Trey Ayers got down to a 1:29.915, which was faster than any lap time set during yesterday's race. And unfortunately, I don't have. Actually, I can go back, and if you'll bear with me for half a second here, I'm going to try and pull up the lap times from yesterday. The pole time set by Todd Vanacore yesterday, a 1:29.474. So it looks like that's still going to hold. And although Ayers was fastest this morning, Vanacore should be on pole for today's race. I'll bet you he takes the inside lane this time.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good chance. We'll see if there were some lessons learned from yesterday and how that's going to work out.
Exactly. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have that small bore production qualifying session here at the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Nick Soriano. And next up, Nick, our production classes, E production, F production, and H production, also B-Spec and Super Touring Under out here running as well. And I believe those are the only classes that we have running this weekend here in this group. And they are out for their 10-minute qualifying session. And of course, that clock starts as soon as the cars come off the grid. So by the time they actually make it around to start their first flying lap, they've already lost about 2 minutes plus. As we see some of the racers just now coming on to the oval. Yesterday in this race group, we had some big surprises, both in qualifying in the morning as well as during the race, and it affected the same team, Nick. That we had the two crew speed cars, the two Lotus Exiguas of Richard Estacio and Anthony Garacci have issues. Garacci losing a motor, it appeared, during qualifying in the morning after putting in the fifth fastest lap. And then Richard Estacio, who was leading STU, he was actually the pole sitter for yesterday's race and was leading STU, ended up losing a motor about 3/4 of the way through our 25-minute race.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting, especially because both incidents looked almost identical. The way they were just kind of on the banking and then poof, smoke coming out the back, and they rolled into the pit road. So very disappointing. I mean, I'm sure that team was excited to be there. The cars were running great, and a disappointing end to the weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. So yesterday, with Estacio retiring the car early, Jose Osiris Pena took the win in his STU Honda CRX. Peter Shadowin, right there, you can see him in that yellow number 72 Honda CRX, took the win in F production. With Cliff Ira in the blue Honda Del Sol. There he is, the last car in this train, finishing third overall, but about 8 seconds back from Shadowin. Pretty big difference there. In E production, Mark Webber took the win, and that was after I think Tom Burt in his Mazda RX-8 had been leading in E production for a good portion of the race, had to retire that car early as well. And in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt in the silver number 119 Chevy Sonic, who was coming to us right now, and we see him entering turn one. He took the win over. He took the win yesterday over Carson Neal in the Mazda 2, with Stuart Black finishing third, and that was turning out to be a great race yesterday until some of the faster traffic started coming through and split them up. But really a great three-car battle. And matter of fact, I think we had Carson Neal in the YouTube chat at the end of the day. So he seemed to be fairly happy.
He did stop by, and he had a great drive. I think all three of them really did well. It was the traffic that kind of pulled them apart, because for the early running, they were trading back and forth. The draft was working really good for those kind of boxy shape of cars, made a huge difference. And I think today we might see even more traffic. Hopefully everyone is a little more prepared and they can stay a little closer together, because that was very fun to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. Really enjoyed it there. So let's take a look at how things stand right now in qualifying. Peter Shadowin, fastest driver on track at the moment in his F production Honda CRX, that with it was a 133 and change. He just now comes across the line. A 131.859 is the lap time, and that is about 0.8 of a second off of where he finished up yesterday. I'll say that the bogey time, I think at this point, is going to be a 128.333. That was the time that Jose Osiris Pena set in qualifying yesterday. Technically, Richard Estacio still holds the provisional pole time, at 127, 112, but wouldn't expect to see that car make the grid for this morning's race. This group scheduled to go out for their race, their feature race, at 10:55 this morning.
Yeah, the other one I was looking at, and could be my grid sheet that's a little off, but Edwin Soto Quinones is down to a 132.5. And according to my grid sheet, he put in a 141.9. Now, in the race, could have moved forward as well and had a better lap, but this is according to the grid. That's a pretty big jump. I'm going to pull up that to see how he ran yesterday.
I think he yesterday afternoon during the race, I think a 134.8. And in qualifying, he did not qualify well, as you mentioned, a 141.9 in qualifying, but his race pace was quite a bit better. Quinones finished 4th overall during yesterday's race, and second in STU only to Pena, who took the overall win. So a very good run for him.
Yeah, no, I think looking at it, 134.8 in the race and a 141 in qualifying. So I think this time this morning is going to move him. May not move him up the grid, but certainly give him some confidence to put it to them in the second and third place there. Try and get a little closer to the front overall.
That's right, and so Soto Quinones racing the Scuderia Krusty G-Lock Brakes BGB Race Factory Porsche Boxster. That's the greenish. Oh, and it's not greenish. It is green. It's and we had just I think on one of the previous shots saw him coming down the apron and going to the pit lane, and see where did he's taking that car back to the paddock with about 2 minutes left on the clock, and so he's put in, as you said, a 132.5 here during this qualifying session, which is, again, quite a bit faster than he ran yesterday. A 32.5 would put him, looks like probably, I have it down as, I think it would be somewhere right around 5th fastest. But remember, Estacio and Garachi probably not going to make the grid. So he may actually, probably was 6th fastest. So he could find himself starting on the 3rd row as opposed to while he was all the way back on the outside of the 6th row yesterday. So be a heck of a lot easier for him on the start to maybe take it to Pena early on.
Yeah, that'll definitely clear things up. It being at the front of the field just gives you so much more comfort. You're not quite as worried about all the action going on around you in the middle of the field. The front, you can kind of put the blinders on, focus on where you got to go, and put some laps in. So could shake things up this afternoon, or should I say later this morning?
Exactly. Let's take a look and see where we stand in B-Spec, because, again, we had that wonderful race yesterday. Josh Schmidt is down to a 144.566. And that is just a couple ticks faster than he ran yesterday during the race. He was not the fastest racer. Actually, let me verify that. No, because that's an F-Prod car. He was actually the fastest driver on track during yesterday's race. Carson Neal, though, had a qualifying time yesterday of a 144.129, and believe that is going to hold for the B-Spec pole. The checkered flag now being displayed as our racers come across the line. I think that's Ricky Holmstrom in the Chris Taylor Racing Services Mazda 2 that we see taking the checkered flag. And speaking of Chris Taylor Racing Services, that was a interesting start that we had. We had the in-car video from Chris, and sooner than we knew, he had the hood of that car up against his windshield, and we thought, well, maybe he didn't use the hood pins and keep the hood down, but he had some interesting gestures for some of his fellow competitors there early on in the race. We just got word from one of our spies in the paddock that windshield has not been repaired, or that car has not been repaired, so likely won't see Chris out for the race, and didn't see him out for qualifying either. All right, so let's quickly take a look and see where we stand. We'll just break things down by class here, how drivers did in qualifying. Peter Shadowin was your fastest F production racer with a 1:31.85. Cliff Ira, about a second and a half back from there. Chris Copley in his Toyota Paseo, third fastest. In E production, Steve Saney with a 1:34.8 was about 3.5 seconds faster than Tom Burt. Neither driver got close to their lap times from yesterday. Josh Schmidt, as we mentioned a little bit, ran a 1:44.5 here in qualifying, a 5:66. So he knocked a couple tenths off of what he did yesterday, but still not faster than Carson Neal based on 3 qualifying sessions. Neal was the second fastest driver today, by the way. Michael Kuna in his STU high-speed motorsport BMW was your fastest driver on track in this session, a 1:30.879, and quite a bit faster than Soto Quinones, 1.6 seconds faster. So Kuna should be your STU pole sitter today. And so that'll wrap things up for our second qualifying session. Next up is going to be Spec Miata. But first, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. You're ready for that next Tin Top Challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. It's the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. And it's also Gregg Ginsberg and Nick Soriano here on DriversEye Live, bringing you all the action all weekend long. And next up, Spec Miata's 10-minute qualifying session today. And this was a race to watch yesterday, Nick. Great battles at the front of the field. And we were, I think, quite surprised to see who our pole sitter was for yesterday's race, because he had an amazing qualifying session. Jim Drago, after a year and a half off, after a year and a quarter off, after a pretty big wreck at the National Championship runoffs back in 2024, came back with a vengeance and put his E Street Mazda on pole.
Yeah, he did. And all the E Street guys really worked together during qualifying. We saw them coming down pit road and finding track space for them to work together, which is such a staple in Spec Miata, especially during qualifying, to find space, to find your pushing partners, who's going to be in front, who's going to be behind. It is as much strategy as it is driving for Spec Miata qualifying, and they did a great job putting the front three cars as E Street cars.
Yeah, and so we've got drivers out now for their 10-minute qualifying session. It didn't end up, I think, the way, well, again, Drago being the team lead over at E Street Racing, I'm sure he liked what happened. He maybe personally didn't turn out the way he wanted, but his teammate, Preston Pardis, took the win yesterday and took the win from the outside of the front row. Max Stallone from Wheels America Racing finished second. Frankie Barroso finishing in third. And Jim finished just off the podium in fourth. But at the moment, none of those drivers up at the front of the field ran faster than they did in qualifying. And again, the order for today's feature race, as we see number of racers here working together, that Wheels America car, Logan Stretch, looked like also Mark Cephalo there working together. But at the moment, we see the grid falling out pretty much the way it did for yesterday's race, with Drago, at least at the moment, on provisional pole, with Preston Pardis, Nick Bruni, Max Stallone making up the first two rows, Frankie Barroso and Nick Leveroni making up row number 3. But a little bit cooler air this morning. We'll see. Things may change up a little bit here. We'll track some of the lap times as they come, or all the lap times as they come in, and see if there's going to be a change. Where, frankly, we saw yesterday during the 25-minute race, where there was actually a full course caution period early on, as we had, I think, one driver go off on the opening lap. The strategy is definitely, I think, going to be very different today, with an extra 5 laps for these racers to work with, Nick.
I think so, yeah. The one that or the group, I should say, that I'm most interested to see how they perform today is really not the first group or the second group. I think Pardis, Stallone, Barroso, Drago, that front pack that we saw, that was pretty predictable. Even the next group, Logan Stretch, Leverone, Cephalo, and Bruni. But that third group was the one that we talked about a lot. Alex Acosta, Bob Mueller, Bobby Gossett, Cliff Brown, and Christian Meyer. There were 5 of them. And, man, they were going at it. And I'm curious, they ended up about 8 seconds back from the second group. And I'm curious to see how much further back they fall, if they're more patient this time. We saw them trading positions every single lap. And I'm really curious to see if this mindset will change, or if it's going to be 40 minutes of all-out racing.
Well, and of that group that you just mentioned, I think in particular, when you talk about a change in mindset, Alex Acosta, who in that Dayglow orange car that just went by us on these last 2 camera shots, he was in that second group for quite a while and had one lap. And there he is. He's hooked up with defending national champion Nick Bruni right now. He had 1 lap, which was just absolutely disastrous for him. He had issues right here over at turn 2 early on in the lap. And then he had issues at the hairpin over at turn 8, where he ran wide and just did not. He ended up actually off up on the exit of NASCAR Turn 2 and rejoined, and he ended up dropping back like 4 spots to the back of that third, from the second pack to the back of the third pack. Was able to work his way back to leading that third pack. But I wonder how things could have been different for him if, again, perhaps he was maybe a little bit less aggressive and didn't keep trying to push forward and maybe overdrove the car a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's a great point. He was he almost was part of all 3 of the front groups. The first since he started near the front, and then he was with the second group. And like you said, that lap kind of moved him back, but did a good job to stay at the front of that third group. But as we know in Spec Miata, once you lose the draft of the group in front of you, very hard to get back to them. One thing to note, though, I'm looking at the best lap times from yesterday's race. First through 14th all ran 139s, all of them. So anyone in that front group, if they get the right opportunity, if there's maybe a little spin, something like that, anyone in that front 14 has the ability to be at the front of the field and keep the pace. So it's wide open, and if something doesn't go as planned, if the script comes in and it's a little bit more chaotic than yesterday, we could see a completely different front group, all things considered.
Well, I'll tell you right now, is we've got about a minute and a half remaining in the qualifying session. Fastest driver on track is Bobby Gossett in the Salty Dog Racing entry out of, I believe, Charleston, South Carolina. He's got a 139.449 in the books. Right now, that would be good for, I think, 6th fastest over the course of this session, yesterday's qualifying, and yesterday's race. Max Stallone, who, again, finished 2nd yesterday in the number 144 Wheels America car. And also, again, mentioned, I think we said yesterday, Max took the Global MX-5 Cup shootout win and scholarship for 2026. So he's going to be going pro racing quite a bit this year. Stallone finished 2nd in yesterday's race. He's 2nd on track in this session right here, leading that group that we just saw go by. It looks like Stallone and Frankie Barroso teamed up there, trying to move up through the field. That would probably explain why there's only 2 1,000ths of a second difference in their lap times at this point, with Nick Leveroni 3rd fastest. But again, we're not seeing the pace this morning that we saw yesterday.
No, we're not. We haven't quite made it down into the mid 38s where we saw our pole sitters. So not too much of a change, if there's going to be any, coming to us for the grid as of right now. They are running their last flying lap, so things could change. I mean, there's a 3-car train we see on screen right now, so could be worth a couple of tenths being that connected. But it's interesting to see Stallone and Barroso working together after they ran together for so long yesterday. I wonder if they talked in the paddock last night, said, hey, we know Jim and Preston are going to be a problem. They're going to work together. They will completely bail on us to be with each other. Let's really figure out how we connect and run well together. We know it's going to be us versus them. There's no trading partners. Yep. And see if their partnership works out a little bit better today.
And it worked out. I mean, they did a great job. They held station in 3rd and 4th position for a good portion of yesterday's races. The checkered flag now being displayed on the front straight for this group here, so everybody here working their final lap. They hung there and were very, very patient, sitting 3rd and 4th. They would take a look to the inside of Jim Drago every once in a while here, coming down into turn 1. But on the second to last lap, they popped out. They managed to draft by on the outside of both Pardis and Drago, going into to NASCAR turn 3. And perhaps they did it a lap early, because they were able to make it around before they got to the start-finish line. But when they came down in the turn 1, Pardis just came right back underneath both of them, and held them off for the win on the following lap. I mean, it was a masterful drive by Pardis, who we're so used to seeing come from 7th and 8th or 9th back with a couple laps to go. I mean, it shouldn't have been a surprise. To pick off only 2 cars on the last lap, that's nothing for Preston Pardis.
One thing I do want to note, Christian Meyer currently leading the the session right now with a 139.2. Rough qualifying for him yesterday. I don't know if something happened, but his qualifying time was in the 140s. Pretty high 140s, 143, I think, 142. And in the race, got down to a 139.7, now down to a 139.2, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we're going to see him join the kind of the top 10 first 5 rows. Mark Cephalo, Gavin Vaughn look like they've just improved as well. Logan Stretch to a 139.0. So I think we're going to see some familiar faces in the first 5 rows, but they may be reorganized compared to what we were expecting.
All right, so with all of our drivers now having seen the checkered flag, let's take a look here on the last lap. Mark Cephalo with that 139 flat. Just let me see if he moves up any. His fastest time coming into the session, the 139.24. So he does pick up some time. He started yesterday's race on the outside of row 4. He could conceivably move up a row and move up into to 6th position from 8th. But we'll see there. But for the most part, and yeah, great run from Gavin Vaughn. Gavin, the 148 car, he started yesterday's race in 17th position. He turns in a 139.025, almost 9/10 of a second faster than he ran all day yesterday. So he's definitely queued up to maybe move up a couple of spots and start something a little bit further up than row number 8. But that's going to wrap things up for our morning qualifying for Spec Miata. They're going to be heading out on track for their feature race today right after we come back from lunch, right around 12:40 p.m. today. So you'll definitely want to see that. Again, yesterday was an amazing race, and I'm sure today's feature race will be no different. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our Big Bore 10-minute qualifying session here at Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows in Spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Next up, our big bore qualifying session. And Nick, four drivers out of 10 have decided to take part in this session. And I'm wondering if the calculus that they did, and you know, seeing that I can't do simple math in my head, I certainly can't do calculus, is that it would take longer to get like tires and brakes and everything heated up here to put in fast laps than they actually have in the session.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to drive some of these cars that have that big of brakes and tires. So my calculus is a little off too. You know, a slide rule is not quite doing it for me. But you could be onto something here. And I think for the variety of cars that we have per class, I don't know if qualifying is necessary. I think the Spec Corvette guys, looking at the times yesterday, we've got a pretty good idea of who the favorite is going into today.
Right.
And then there's a couple of one-car classes and two-car classes. So let's just figure it out on track. Who needs to worry about where we start?
Exactly. All right. So on track right now is Brian LaCroix, is in the C6 Corvette that all by his lonesome there, just coming out of turn 7, and that's the number 2 machine, the all-Cape machine, BMW Motorsports Burke Chevrolet. And then we've got 2 of our Spec Corvette racers, Cecil Stevens in the number 54 car. That is the black machine coming straight at us. And then Frank Reinhardt in the white number 53. And then we've got Aviram Cohen, who is in the number 84 Touring 1 Aston Martin, who's taken the high line there in the green with yellow mirrored. That is a GT4 car, I believe. And as he crosses the line, he sets the fastest lap time. And, you know, we'll have to see here as it'll be a little bit easier for us to do the math. We may not need a slide rule, but I do have an abacus with me here, Nick, if necessary, to see if LaCroix, or pardon me, if Reinhardt or Stevens move up in the starting order. Yesterday, Cecil Stevens started 3rd in Spec Corvette. He had a fast lap time of 1:29.216, and I'm going to see if he was any faster during the race.
He was not.
He was
1:29.267. So consistent, to say the least.
Exactly. So we'll see if he runs a little bit faster. Reinhardt yesterday, and by the way, Stevens finished 4th in class yesterday, just behind Frank Reinhardt. And I think Stevens had some mechanical issues possibly on the last lap or two, because he had dropped back. The last couple of laps were almost 4 seconds off of his normal pace. And so Reinhardt beat him to the line yesterday, but overall had Reinhardt's fastest lap time yesterday was almost 2 seconds off of what Stevens had managed. So we'll see if they move up. Cohen now with that down to a 1:29.213. Yesterday, he was at a 28.680 in the race and a 27.644 in the morning qualifying session. So well, again, you know, a lot of this may be more just, you know, additional seat time if there were portions of the road course that were problematic for some of the racers, maybe trying to clean up some of their driving, or again test out some setup differences, not necessarily looking for fastest overall time, especially when you've only got a max of 10 cars in the field and 5 rows. I don't know, you know, if moving up 1 row is going to be that critically important, especially in Spec Corvette.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's more of a shakedown session than an overall pace, just to make sure everything's good. Like you talked about, Cecil Stevens finished a lap down. We think he had some mechanical issues, so maybe they were wrenching on it last night. They want to make sure everything is torqued to spec or cross-threaded to spec, depending on
That's what I do.
I'm in that camp, so I have no judgment. And as long as it's tight, it's tight. And
I've snapped many a wheel stud from doing that. Oh my!
So yeah, it could just be a shakedown. Make sure everything's good. Could be some fresh tires they want to scrub in, get a heat cycle in. Who knows? Yeah, I don't think, as you see, Aviram Cohen making his way onto the pit lane now. So maybe just a quick shakedown, make sure the car is good.
Exactly.
And
So here's something interesting as we watch Cohen's car coming down the apron. You'll notice that he's got the parking lights. He's got the flashers on, and we suspect that is a pit lane limiter that he's using because those lights were flashing when he left the grid as well this morning to start this session. There was one lap yesterday during his race where he seemingly just came almost to a standstill, and I haven't gone back to look at the footage. But Nick, we were speculating that perhaps he might have and it was coming down into turn 2 as he had just come off the oval, that perhaps maybe a misplaced thumb or finger on the steering wheel might have possibly turned on the pit lane limiter and maybe caused him a little bit of grief as he had 2 spec Corvettes just drive right past him out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, and we were at first worried that it was a mechanical issue, but it seemed like within half a second or two, right back to full power, goes blowing by the 2 spec Corvettes again on the straight, and business as usual for the rest of the race. So curious to see what happened there. Maybe someone from his crew will be watching the live stream and could let us know. But yeah, that was a little bit of an oddity yesterday.
Indeed. Hey, I want to thank everybody for joining us this morning on YouTube. We've got some folks from across the world. We had some folks joining us from Brazil yesterday, Nick. And, of course, we've got Erwin, who typically will check in from the Netherlands. It sounds like a snowy Netherlands here this weekend. Not so much snow here in balmy Charlotte, North Carolina, I should say, and at about 67, 68 degrees currently down in Miami Gardens. Not much of a chance of snow at Homestead this weekend either.
No, I think they're going to be just fine. Maybe a little bit of rain is a possibility. But
yeah, it looks like there's something coming from the west.
The temperature though is going to keep that wet rather than frozen. So. Shouldn't be any adverse conditions that many of these Florida racers, I mean, there's people from all over the country racing this weekend, but I'd say a majority of Florida drivers, if we had some snow on the track, we wouldn't know what to do. We'd have no idea.
I can tell you, Nick, that the folks up north, when they have snow on the track, they don't know what to do either. They have no trouble getting a tow rig out of a snowy driveway in the middle of January or February. But if they had to put the race car on the snow, I think many of them would be lost.
I can believe that. I think the spec Corvettes may be one of the best to have in a snowstorm, since they are running a 200 treadwear street legal tire. At least it's got some treads.
Right. That's not much tread, mind you, but yeah, exactly. They could probably withstand at least a little bit of slush.
Yeah.
Our producer Brendan put in our chat system "tread" in quotes, air quotes. I'm sure. I'm looking to see. Oh well, actually, Brian LaCroix might be at a bit of an advantage. He does come down from a hand, and now he's not in spec Corvette, and I guarantee he won't be on the 200 treadwear Vitor super 200 tires, but he does come down from Hyannis, Massachusetts, so he might make it an extra lap compared to all the Florida natives that are running in spec Corvette this weekend.
All right, well, wrapping things up, I'm looking at Cecil Stevens because at one point I felt he was probably going to be Marino Reyes' best competition in spec Corvette, and pretty consistent in the 129s at the end of that session there. So maybe some adjustments on the car, a little more confidence on the track. Maybe we'll have a little bit more of a battle in spec Corvette today. Yeah,
and that time from Stevens, almost 2/10 faster than he ran in qualifying yesterday. So, certainly whatever issues they had with that black number 54 car, it looks like at the end of yesterday's race, it looks like they may have gotten them solved and maybe found a little extra time as well. Cohen, a little bit off of his times from yesterday. Cohen was down into the 120. Actually, you know what? I think Cohen may have picked up some time. Cohen yesterday, his fastest lap time was a 1:27.2, and he turned in a lap time 1.1 seconds faster, or 1:26.1. And in looking at the qualifying times from yesterday, I think that will put him. It'll put him on the outside of the front row, I think, and he'll end up leapfrogging Marino Reyes. Yesterday, Reyes was, I think, 0.06 of a second faster in qualifying, and Jacek Muka in his GTX class to Lara put his car on the pole, and of course, he didn't go out for today's session. So it looks like Cohen will be starting that Aston Martin alongside the Dallara, and the Spec Corvettes probably coming out together. He and Sullivan and Stevens all grouped together. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our Big Bore qualifying. Next up is going to be our first of two open wheel and prototype classes. It's going to be Prototype and Prototype 1, Formula Atlantic, and FE2. And I do believe we've got some of our Formula 4 cars that are running in the FX class as well. But before we take that break, just let you know that the Big Bore Racers, they are scheduled to roll off today, 1:35 p.m. for their feature race. All right, so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Homestead. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead and the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Nick, he's Greg, or I'm Greg, he's Nick. Something like that. One of us is one of us, I don't know. And next up, I'm Greg. Nick is first of our open wheel groups. We're going to have this and one more. These are for the larger open wheel racers, Formula Atlantic and Formula X and Formula Enterprise 2. Also have our prototype racers out here as well. The next group is going to be our smaller Formula cars with Formula Continental and Formula F. And we see here a lot of racers going out for this 10-minute qualifying session, Nick, and scrubbing in new tires for this afternoon's race. We see a lot of stickers out there.
Yeah, we sure do. I was surprised to see as many cars. We mentioned that as they started to roll off the grid. And I think, scrubbing in tires is probably going to be a big one. Maybe some adjustments like we've talked about in the last groups. But stickers galore as we watch them come off pit road.
Yeah, so the bogey time, I think that these racers are looking to beat James French in his Formula Atlantic Swift, the 40-48 competition car, a 1:17.013. He was yesterday's pole sitter, and I don't think anybody got down to that time. Matter of fact, I think the next fastest time in race trim yesterday was a 17.4. Set by Dudley Fleck, who started on the outside of the front row. And that was actually, I think, one of the biggest questions yesterday is James French, who was our pole sitter. He ended up finishing yesterday's race, I think, back in 19th position, 2 laps down, and he was out of it pretty much from the time the flag dropped. That at least in Formula Atlantic, it was James French's, or probably it was Dudley Fleck's race to lose. And over in the prototype class, Lawrence Loshak, who started on the outside of row number 2 alongside his teammate Bart Wolf, ended up fighting with Wolf for the first couple laps of the race and then just left him. So Loshak finished 2nd overall. Wolf finished 3rd overall, 2nd in prototype, almost 20 seconds back at the end of the race. And J.R. Smart finished 4th overall and 2nd in Formula Atlantic. And I was really hoping to see that fight between Fleck and French, and it just didn't develop.
Yeah, unfortunately it didn't, but that was what we thought was going to happen after watching qualifying. We saw the times close together. So hopefully he'll be back out on the grid today, though, and nothing's wrong. Maybe just taking this session off after working on the car. We'll find out a little bit later today.
And I'm looking to see if he's out here for the session. He has not brought the 46 machine on track. Dudley Fleck has, so we'll see. We'll see if French may have broken something in the car, and we'll see. Hopefully he'll be out here this afternoon. Another great run yesterday. Taking the win in Prototype 2, Sherman Chow. He was our pole sitter for P2, started 12th overall during yesterday's race, and just ahead of him on the opening lap, a couple cars maybe got turn 4, we'll just say wrong, with one car spinning around on track, and Sherman Chow had to take to the grass to avoid. Went from 12th, I think, all the way back to 17th or 18th overall. Fell back to 4th in Prototype 2, worked his way all the way back to take the win in class, finished 9th overall. And a good run for the Central Florida region racer. He also, I don't believe, has taken his car out for qualifying today, so he's going to stand on his fast lap time, which yesterday was, did a 1:22.8 in the race and qualified with a 1:22.2. So that's where he'll stand. And also, it's good to see. Peter Shadowin, who we just saw in his Honda CRX and his F Production CRX, had trouble during the qualifying session yesterday morning, Nick, that he retired on the outlap. And had a good run yesterday. Finished 2nd in P2 to Sherman Chow after having to start at the very end of the field because, again, he didn't have a qualifying time in the books.
Yeah, that was a tough one for them, but Peter came back and raced fairly well. Um, didn't see any real issues, so hopefully today it doesn't look like he's out for qualifying. I think with these quick qualifying sessions, it's tough to move from one car to the next and be ready to go, whereas yesterday with 20-minute sessions, you get double the time to prep, so it makes sense. Just kind of take this one off and be ready to go for your race later today.
That's it. And so yesterday, Paul Schneider took the win in FE2, had a great battle early on with Steve Whitston, who was our pole sitter in FE2. Whitston had some mechanical issues, had to retire early, and left Schneider to pretty much run away from the rest of the FE2 field. I think the margin of victory over Will Franklin was something along the lines of like 45 or 50 seconds. So Whitston does have the car out for this qualifying session. The Alliance Autosport LOA construction machine. He's running about 3/10 off of Schneider and Franklin at the moment. But again, I think probably just trying to put some installation laps in, make sure that the car is ready to go for this afternoon's race after yesterday's problems.
Yep, and it's very cool to see all three of the FE2s running so close together so far. Gives me some excitement for this afternoon. I'd love to see an FE2 battle and see how these guys go really wheel to wheel, since this is our first Formula group of the day. And that's just a fun class to watch when they are at their best.
Yeah. Now, the second car in line here, Nick, and I'm trying to see, the numbers are so small. Trying to get the number on that machine, was putting up quite a bit of smoke coming out of NASCAR Turn 4, out of Turn 10 on the road course here. And so that is one of our FX class racers, and I'm not sure if that was in, from the looks of it, looks like there's just a single digit on the nose. So that might be Andrew Davis, which if the car's smoking, it didn't hurt him all that much because he just put in a 127.3, and it was his fastest lap of the session. A little bit faster than both Mike Fatuta and Lazzaro Benatti on track at the moment. But definitely want to keep an eye on that as he comes through.
Yeah, absolutely. The combination of the downforce and the just really crazy G-forces, there it is, yeah. Can cause havoc on the tires. Maybe they made an adjustment to chassis height, something like that. Not sure what the adjustability is in FX. It feels like a pretty open class, as it's kind of a catch-all. So they could have a lot of ability to make changes and maybe went a little too far in one direction.
So we'll see that. Maybe it's maybe it's the skid plank. The skid plank.
Very well could be. Could be. Hopefully not an engine issue.
That's right.
But as all of us racers know, sometimes if the engine's smoking, that means it's still got oil. So
there you go.
It's when it stops smoking that you have issues. You finally run out.
when there's none left. Hey, so I said that James French hadn't taken his Swift out on track for the qualifying session. Well, he has. He just joined us 2 laps late, and French has a 117 flat in the book, still about a half second off of Dudley Fleck, who just reset fast lap of the session. And so good to see French bring his machine out, as the checkered flag is now being displayed for the group here. But I think that's a good sign that hopefully he'll have that car ready to go for this afternoon. Actually, a pretty stout rundown here in the field. Over in FE2, Steve Whitston puts in a 121.466. That's 2 1,000ths of a second faster than Schneider. And if we looking to compare, yesterday in qualifying, the FE2s were only in the 120 range, so quite a bit faster for them today. Pretty close. Over in Formula Atlantic, James French, well, there you go. Now you know his car is actually back up to speed and running.
That's right.
Just turned in a 116.3. That's still a half second off of where he was yesterday. But again, good sign that he is getting that car dialed in, and it'll be ready to go for this afternoon's race, which begins at 2:30 this afternoon. And so in Atlantic, it was French Fleck and Smart. Smart running about 2 seconds off of James French's and Dudley Fleck's times. Yesterday, that's kind of where he was yesterday as well. He was running about 2 to 3 seconds off of the top two drivers. And Alexander Velasquez, fourth fastest in the class. The only Prototype 2 entry to head to the track, Brian McGreevy, in the number 54 SHR racing machine. And he turned in a 131.402, which is good for him. He was a little off the pace yesterday. Actually started yesterday's race 23rd in the field and at the tail end of the P2 field. So good. It looks like he's dialing in some more time. And over in Formula X, which this week, as you mentioned, is a catch-all field, but I believe all of these cars are Formula 4 chassis. Andrew Davis with a 129, probably a 126.9. Mike Fatuda at a 127.6. And Lazaro Benatti only turned 2 laps in before he took to the pit lane, 129.591. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our first of 2 open wheel qualifying sessions. Next up, it's going to be Formula Continental and Formula F here at Homestead and the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. We'll be right back. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow and dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano, or I'm Nick and he's Greg, something like that. It hasn't changed in the last session. But one thing that's changed here, the number 79 machine, that is Daniel Thurgood, having some challenges over at turn 4. He gets his Formula F, his Lee Racing machine, back up and running. Sorry there, Daniel. Didn't mean to highlight you, but that's what you get. Anyway, Nick, second open wheel qualifying session. Our 6th of 7 10-minute qualifying sessions here on track. And I think, again, we're seeing a lot of drivers that are scrubbing in tires, getting things ready for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that's what happened to Daniel. Just had some stickers on there, and I didn't quite get him up to temp yet and scrubbed in before really sending it through the AKA roller coaster, or unofficial roller coaster that we've been calling it. And it's a slippery spot there, especially in these lightweight Formula Fs. So it makes a little bit of sense to see them spinning around like that as they get things up to temp and scrubbed in for this afternoon.
All right, so let's take a look back to what we saw yesterday. And, of course, I threw away the sheet that I had from yesterday, so let me bring that back up. Yesterday during the race, so again, 2 different classes here this weekend for this run group, Formula Continental and Formula F. Chris Charno taking the win over Robert Wright and Mark Deffer over in Formula Continental. Almost 50 seconds separating the 3 of them, about 25 seconds, 23 seconds separating each one. Over in Formula F, John Robinson taking the win over Cooper Travis, Dan Thurgood, Hannu Numanpa. Great fight yesterday in Formula F between Cooper Travis and John, I think it was John Benson. Until Benson had to retire the car a couple laps early, only completed, I think, 12 of 17 laps for the Formula F machines. That moved Dan Thurgood up into the last podium-paying position. So we'll see here, looking to see if Benson has taken his car onto the track for the session, and he has, which is definitely a good sign.
Oh, another slippery one there.
Uh-oh. More Formula F trouble.
It's tough to see a number on there. It could be the 32 of Cooper Travis. I know he's got a white Formula F.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, just cold tires. He tried to correct it. You saw that he almost stopped that rotation. And then it picked up again. But, again, other than maybe flat spotting what may have been brand new tires, no harm, no foul, was able to keep the car off of the wall.
Yeah, that's the key there when you're in a tight area like that. Get it stopped and keep things moving. Tires are pretty easy to replace.
So we know we know that it wasn't Hannu Numanpa who's in this machine right here in the yellow number 11 car. We'll try and get the number on the car that went around, but I think you're right. I think that was the 17 of Cooper Travis that went around at 3. John Robinson just turns in fast lap of the session in Formula F, a 1:28.47, and that is, let's see, yesterday during the race. He ran a 27.2, so quite a bit off those lap times right now. And in qualifying yesterday, also ran a 27.2. So he's got some time to find. As we've got another car here, Nick, who's got some mechanical woes. It looks like coming out of turn 5, heading to turn 6. All right, we're getting word from the field actually that the car that went around over by turn 3 a lap ago was actually Neil Radloff in the number 96 Mansion Windows and Doors Lee Racing machine. And this car here, I'd ask our cameraman to zoom in, but I know that he's not going to listen to me.
sure which one that is. I don't have a picture for any black Formula F cars on our guide, so it makes it a little difficult.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the number from race control here in just a moment. Actually, I guess we'll know in a moment if we don't see additional laps being turned. And judging by the black, actually that might have been Dan Thorogood in the 79 machine, because I think as we were watching originally to open the lap, the car that went around, if I remember correctly, was also black in color, and I'm showing Thorogood as having only completed 2 laps.
Yeah, I think you're onto something with that. I could make a good guess that it's him.
Oh, I said no harm, no foul. Maybe he did do something to the car. Yeah, I think that's the case. Is all the other drivers now have completed 4 laps over in Formula F. 2 Continentals of the 3 that are out on track. Chris Charno right now just turns in his fastest lap of the session, a 1:22.9. And so, again, almost a full second off of his fastest lap times from yesterday. A 1:22.9 is what he ran in yesterday's race, but in the qualifying session yesterday morning, a 1:21.881.
Okay, so yeah, he's a little off the qualifying time, but after his dominant performance in the race, I think that he's probably okay seeing a similar race time in this qualifying session.
And Robert Wright, who finished second in yesterday's race, started on the outside of the front row for yesterday's race, and was his fastest lap time in qualifying was almost a second and a half off of Charno's, and in the race was only able to manage a 1:24.29. So, again, about a second and a half off of what Charno's running.
Yeah, he should feel pretty comfortable going into the race today, I think. And similar for, I think, John Robinson. John Robinson was pretty dominant, very consistent yesterday, and didn't make any mistakes, which is the key.
Hey, we've got a couple more folks joining us in. Nathan Shore from the United Kingdom. Want to thank him for joining us. A couple folks, Marvin joining us from Germany, about 25 miles away from the Green Hell. And want to welcome everybody again joining us here for our second to last qualifying session of the morning. And this group here, they are scheduled to race this afternoon. They're 22 lap or 40-minute, whichever comes first, race scheduled to start 3:25 p.m. Eastern time today. So some good evening watching for our folks in Western Europe. I want to thank you all for joining us again. And this again, we'll have one more qualifying session. Qualifying right after this going to be for our improved touring racers, also Super Touring Light and SMX, as well as T3 and T4. And once we wrap up that qualifying session, we go racing. We're going to have 2 races before lunch today. But first, we do have to get through those qualifying sessions. Only 10 seconds remaining on the clock here. Most of these drivers working their very last flying laps now. And looks like Charno has decided to back off just a little bit. Last couple laps through, dropped about a second and a half off of his previous fast-paced Mark Deffer. In the 08 Lee Racing machine, comes across the line, takes the checkered flag, turns in a 1:24. His fast lap's a 1:24.8. He just turned in a 1:27.5 on that last lap. So again, I think most of these drivers, having set their fast laps, starting to dial things back. John Robinson maintains his position at the top of the leaderboard in this session. For Formula F at 1:27.410, Cooper Travis at a 1:28.1, and John Benson at a 1:28.2. As those racers come across the line and complete their final flying laps, Neil Radloff a 1:31.504. And I guess, and indeed, that is Dan Thorogood that's sitting side of the track between turns 5 and 6, the short chute there down to the double apex right-hander, and hopefully he'll be able to get that car repaired and ready to go for the race, again starting at 3:25 this afternoon. And with Newman Pa coming across the line, I believe Newman Pa, the very last racer to take the checkered flag. You can see the yellow caution lights come on as soon as he passed the line there. Newman Pa wraps up his session with a 1:32.888. That's almost 2 full seconds off of his fastest lap times from yesterday. All right, Nick, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got one final qualifying session here this morning, and then we go racing from Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota in the Florida region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive program span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors, and Double SARRC. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Nick Soriano. And Nick, coming up, our last qualifying session of the morning.
That's right. Big variety of cars in this group compared to the last couple we've seen, so that's always fun. Get to see a couple of cars that had mechanical failures during the race yesterday, so hopefully they've got them fixed up. Doing a good shakedown during this quick 10-minute session, and should be a lot of fun to get into racing right after this.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to be going racing here in just a few moments, but first, to do a little bit of house cleaning here, this race group, which is in our improved touring SARRC classes, as well as STL, SMX, and T3, T4 on the Majors side of the house, they are going to be our very last race of the day today, scheduled to start at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, so as our racers are heading out, I'll give you a little recap on yesterday, taking the overall win in this race group. Our 2024 STL National Champion, Jose Osiris Pena, in his Moss Racing Honda CRX, took the win in both overall and in STL yesterday. Nick Leveroni finished about 2.5 seconds in arrears, second overall. Finishing third overall, Vaughn Mishko, in his Touring 3 Mazda MX-5, with Gonzalo Aponte in STL, representing the Puerto Rico region in the AKT Racing Honda S2000, finished in fourth. So we've got a driver. Where'd he go? Just complete. Yeah, I think had one driver go all the way off, and well, that's the way to get a track record, I guess, is go straight to the oval and not turn in, as somebody else is doing here as well. And we've got another car. Is there another car in the dust and dirt? Yes, there is.
Yeah, I wonder if that was an avoidance, just because they couldn't see. They decided to bail out a little bit of that one.
Haven't they ever seen Days of Thunder? What is this?
That's right.
Just aim for the smoke and drive right through. Yeah, so a little early on here, and this is something we saw a lot during qualifying yesterday, Nick, is, maybe drivers, and especially as they're trying to get tires up to temp and get everything going on the opening laps, just coming into turn 2, maybe a little bit hotter than the conditions will allow. And, we saw a couple drivers in the hard way. Although getting word now that the car that went off first, maybe it was an actual brake issue, because that car just went straight towards the oval, and the driver's actually getting word that he's actually gotten out of the car. Can't easily see him based on where our camera positions are, but we've got some folks up in the tower that are letting us know that that's the case. We'll see if we can get a car number on it. So we mentioned Mishko taking the win in Touring 3. Daniel Moen, in the Touring 3 Ford Mustang, he had actually started on the inside of row number 2 yesterday. He had an absolutely miserable start as he tried to come underneath our STL cars on the front row, got pinned to the inside, and then ended up dropping back like 5 positions just in the opening lap, and ended up giving up the position for the lead in Touring 3 that he never got back. But great race yesterday in SMX, with some newcomers to the class, Jackson Wolney and Bobby Gossett, who had spent a number of years in Spec Miata, moving up to the Spec MX-5 class in those NC Mazda Miatas, and they had a real nice battle yesterday, Nick. Nose to tail for pretty much the entire 25 minutes.
Yeah, they sure did. That was one of the groups I was excited to see for this session. See if qualifying times change, if anyone's found speed, but I think we're going to see a very similar situation when it comes race time.
Indeed, and we have a couple of drivers. I want to see if they get the cars out here. In particular, also in SMX, Jeremy Butts, and this is a bad sign. If you can stay on this camera for just a moment here, Jordan. The red car off in the runoff over there, that is the number 69 SMX Mazda Miata of Jeremy Butts. That car had, I think, had some contact on the first lap in yesterday's race. He had to retire the car. There was a lot of work by the Windsor Customs folks last night in the garage to get that car ready, and perhaps not completely up to snuff at this point. So it looks like Jeremy Butts, who had some, I think also had some contact in his spec Miata, had some issues as we got a driver. Nice 360.
Wow.
Nice recovery. As a couple of other drivers now are going off to avoid. Oh, same driver. Actually, just same driver who just went off. Yeah. All right, we'll try and get the number on that bus. Let's see if we can pick him up. Also almost picked off another car. Actually might have made contact, seeing a little bit of white smoke from the rear of the car that was just ahead of him, the one there with the black bumper.
Interesting scenario going into turn 2 there. That was a little bit of everything for everyone.
yeah, exactly. Let's see, over on the SARRC side of the house in ITS, Celine Roland, the senior, took the win in his Mazda Miata over Luis Molares. I say the senior because his son is also Celine, and many of you know they both used to race spec Miata for a number of years. Celine moving up to the MX-5 Cup Pro Series, and now away from the track, spending his time in much faster equipment. I think flying commercial jets for United Airlines. But Dad, stalwart here in Southern Florida, racing, took the win yesterday in ITS. In Touring 4, taking the win yesterday was Mike Leo. Probably not Mike Leo, Dick Strausfield out of the Houston region in his Mazda RX-8. At least I believe. Oh no! I take that back. Kevin Fryer in the number 98 Mazda MX-5, out of representing the Washington D.C. region, but living down in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now he took the win in Touring 4 with Strausfield finishing second, and pretty commanding win there. Is I think there were like 6 or 7 cars between the two T4 entries at the end.
Yeah, one of the entries I was looking to see Sean Carpenter and his Ford Mustang in T3 back out on track for this session. Still not quite up to speed, but I was hoping to see some Mustangs go at it during the race yesterday. Sean had to retire early, so glad to see the cars back out there, hopefully just shaking it down, and that car will be ready to go for the race to give Daniel Moen a little bit of a run in that T3 battle.
Yeah, so
along with
Carpenter
Von Mischko.
In the Colin Carpenter Racing number 197 Mustang, as you said, right now, that car a little bit off the pace, running 141s at the moment, while Moen is down into the 133 range. And Max Stallone, who we saw a little bit earlier in Spec Miata, has brought out the 2016 MX-5 Cup car, the 03 machine, 134 flat at the moment here. But it looks again, well, it looks like a lot of these racers, although the Miatas, which were primarily STL cars, all lined up and trying to work the draft early on. I think some of the incidents that we saw down at turn 1 and turn 2 early on have split most of them up and probably changed the plan for a lot of these racers.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely going to be a little bit of a mindset change, especially when it comes race time for 40 minutes of multi-class racing.
And that race time is going to be coming up awfully quick, Nick, as the checkered flag is now out for our final qualifying session of the day.
Very good. Probably our most exciting of the qualifying sessions we just saw. It was interesting to see turn 2 make a return as the kind of villain of the story. And,
yes.
We thought most of the drivers have tamed it, but it turns out that it still had a few tricks up its sleeve in this late qualifying session.
Indeed. All right, so we'll take a look here at how some of our drivers finished up. Greg Sorg out of the Chicago region in his Heritage JDM Mazda Miata was your fastest STL driver, a 142 1:48. That is almost 10 seconds off of pole sitter Jose Osiris Pena's fast lap. Mike Ryan, Robert Reisinger, your top three drivers in that class. Celine Roland and Luis Molares still separated by about half a second between them. Actually, as I look at the times here, about half a second separating them. Glenn Vital in his Steeda CMA Mazda Miata, the fastest of our ITA racers, with Peter Dempsey about 1.1 seconds back from there, and then Cesar Ochoa in the number 64 Performance Plus Auto Repair Dodge Neon, third fastest. And Kevin Fryer, who I mentioned, who took the win yesterday in Touring 4, he turned in a 1:36.8. And I think that's a little bit off of his times from yesterday. Actually, yesterday, his best time during the race was a 37.5. So he actually found a little bit of time from yesterday. All right, let's take a quick break here, Nick, and we're going to move over to race mode, because first of our 7 feature races today, it's going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, going to be starting right at about 10 a.m., so about 12 minutes from now. But first, we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, it's race day here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultrachiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano, and it is race time. Nick, as our first race of the day, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 takes to the track behind the beautiful 2026 Toyota Crown Hybrid pace car presented and donated by Headquarter Honda. And I want to thank them as well as her. Did I say Honda? Headquarter Toyota. Oh my, otherwise it would be a pilot or something. Yes, that's right. Headquarter Toyota. And we want to thank them as well as Geronimo Esteves from the Florida region to get that beautiful Toyota pace car to lead the field. Let's run down the starting order for today's first race. Again, these races today feature races 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever may come first. Starting on the pole today is Trey Ayers in the number 7 machine in that blue and yellow car right there. Starting on the outside of the front row is going to be Todd Vanacore. He was yesterday's pole sitter, decided to start on the outside of the front row. He's there again. Brian Schofield, yesterday's race winner, will start on the inside of row number 2 in the blue and silver number 61 machine. He starts alongside Vaughn Mishko in the 101 car. James Goffrey will start 5th today. He is going to start right alongside Peter Dempsey. Goffrey in the 68 car, Dempsey in the 07. Arvid Albanese in the number 117 machine. He'll start on the inside of row number 4 and 7th position with Tim Preble in the number 20 car starting in 8th. Mike Bakanowski will start 9th today. He's in the number 39 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and starting in 10th, driving the 44 carrier entry. It is Grant Vogel. That is the son. The father, John, will start on the road just behind in 11th position. The inside of row number 6 is the 47 car. Then we've got Scott Monroe. He'll start 12th. He's in the number 00 machine with Arvid. Wow, you know, I can't have Arvid Albanese in starting 7th and 13th, but we're going to try. Steve Whitston, we have listed as starting in 14th position in the number 8 machine. He was your 2024 Formula V national champion. Matt Gray starting 15th in the number 64 machine with Craig Wheatley starting 16th in the 98 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Ethan Betnick-Smith scheduled to start 17th in the 34 machine with Don Dunchis starting 18th in the 63 car. And then rounding out the top 20 is Evan Betnick-Smith. He's going to start 19th in the 46 car with Steve Spano starting in 20th. Pace car, Toyota Crown Hybrid on the pit lane, turning the field over to our pole sitter, Trey Ayers, as they wait for the green. And there we go, green flag in the air as the field spreads out. Nick making the run down towards turn number 1. Got one car being driven almost to the wall, about 3 rows back, and it's 5 wide back in the mid-pack, jumping to an early lead from the outside, exactly what he wanted to do yesterday. Todd Vanacore getting around Trey Ayers, and looks like Brian Schofield having a little bit better start than yesterday. He is right alongside Jim Goffrey. They're battling it out for 4th position as Vaughn Mishko moves up into 3rd.
Yeah, great start from Todd Vanacore. Made it work on the outside. We were a little bit concerned about that decision yesterday. I think he got it figured out for today after a really good start. Already small little gap between him and Trey Ayers. Brian Schofield hanging in there. Not quite the fight he's going to have from yesterday, where he had to work his way so far up from what seemed like 6th or 7th place back into the top 3. He's already there.
All right, yeah, exactly. And he was very, very aggressive on the opening lap. And as he went side by side with I believe that was Jim Goffrey, but Peter Dempsey in the white 07 car. He's right there as well. You see now as Schofield jumps to the inside of the black 101 of Vaughn Mishko, and he's going to draft right on by as they enter the oval. And this is very much what we saw at the opening of yesterday's race, Nick, where both Vanacore and Trey Ayers opened up 6 or 7 car lengths on the rest of the field. But it only took maybe 2 laps for Schofield to chase them down. And we see here, and there going around that is Jim Goffrey as he hit the lip there between the new pavement and the older pavement. Didn't notice if he got tapped going around, but he's now off in the grass.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had a good run yesterday, and hopefully he'll be able to get back on track, but going to be tough to work his way back up to where he finished in yesterday's race. But interesting to see the pairings kind of work out front. It seemed like Von Mishko and Brian Schofield worked together very well to try and get up to Trey Ayers and Todd Vanacore, whereas Vanacore and Ayers seemed to be a little bit more distanced. They held a little bit more of a gap throughout the oval section.
Yeah, indeed. Here now, moving to the inside, taking a look down underneath Todd Vanacore, going into the hairpin. There you go, taking over the lead now. Trey Ayers and Schofield and Mishko, they are right there now, right on the gearbox of Todd Vanacore, and that is going to be probably something now that Vanacore is going to be looking at that rear view mirror to see how quickly Brian Schofield, this time pulling Von Mishko along with him. Yesterday, it was really for the majority of the race, other than the opening 2 laps, a 3-car fight at the front as Von Mishko yesterday, trying to see where he finished up. And actually, Mishko, that's right, he finished all the way back in 22nd position. A lap down. I think he also had some issues early on, and now look at this coming through the infield. We talked about, Nick, how yesterday Schofield was so strong through this infield section and through turns 2 through 5, and he has opened up about 2 car lengths now on Von Mishko going into that double apex right-hander of turns 6 and 7.
Yeah, he's so good through this section, and a big difference we saw between Spec Racer Ford and Spec Miata was the ability for 3 cars to stay together a little bit better. Spec Miata really needed the 2-car pairs to work well, whereas Schofield had no problems being in the 3rd car or the 2nd car. So seeing them move away from Von Mishko and leaving that 4th place car isn't surprising. I think he's fine just to hang out in the draft of the 2 cars in front with that great speed through the infield. Even if they gap him a little bit on the oval section, shouldn't be an issue for him to get right back to those bumpers when they exit the hairpin.
All right, and yeah, you see here, he's pulling right up to them on the oval. A little bit further back, that is Arvid Albanese, Trey Ayers' teammate on the outside now believe that was the 07 of Dempsey, but let me double check that because I know we had Bentnick Smith near there as well, and I think, well, no, that is we're having some issues with timing and scoring. I think as our timing and scoring folks have just moved Jim Goffrey from like 23rd position up into 8th position, and I can see that he's not there. I believe Goffrey, yeah, had fallen a little bit further back in the field. All right, let's take a look here, and indeed, Jim Goffrey sitting back in 23rd position. Another driver that didn't have the greatest of starts, Evan Bentnick Smith, in the 46 machine, fell back into 20th position after having started in 17th. But we're starting to see, Nick, very similar to yesterday, these groups of 3 and 4 racers now starting to group off, and that I guess we'll call it second pack. Yesterday it was Arvid Albanese all by himself. Right now it's Von Mishko who's fallen off the scent of our lead pack, as Schofield now taking a look to the inside on both Vanacore and Trey Ayers, and Vanacore has to give up a position now, drops back to 3rd as Schofield moves up into 2nd. Vanacore taking a quick look to the inside, though, coming into turn 2, not able to get the run there. But that second pack now with Dempsey, Vogel, Albanese, and Bakanowski. That's a couple of the same runners that we saw in what was the 3rd pack yesterday.
It is, yeah. Interesting to see them working together. Dempsey in the '07, that white car, the lead of the second pack there. Doing a pretty good job. Looks like Grant Vogel's having a tough time trying to hang on. Same thing with Arvid Albanese in the blue and yellow 77. Wonder if Dempsey would be able to work his way back up to Von Mischko, and if the front three end up getting a little elbows out near the end, could those two possibly work together to get there? It's a long race, 32 minutes to go, 18 laps. So there's a lot of racing to happen here.
Exactly, and much different than what we saw yesterday afternoon, pardon me, when these drivers went out for their 25-minute race. So yesterday it ran about 17 laps over the course of 25 minutes, and this is either 40 minutes or 22 laps. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them, get to that 22 lap mark, and it ends based on number of laps versus time, and that could give these drivers in that second pack the opportunity to move up, as we've got the second Vogel car. That is John Vogel looking to the inside of the 34 car, Ethan Bentnick-Smith. And Bentnick-Smith now, he does give up the position. Ethan Bentnick-Smith, actually, he started in 17th position, so good start for him as he now finds himself in 11th position. Evan Bentnick-Smith, who started 19th, a little bit further back in the pack, currently sitting back in 20th.
Yeah, interesting to see the cars spread out as much as they are. I wasn't expecting to quite have them fan out as much. Vanacore, as we see the front three cars, did a great job to get back to the tail of Brian Schofield in that 61. I thought that Trey Ayers and Schofield were going to check out on him a little bit as they cross start finish last time. There was a much bigger gap, so hopefully he can hang on to the toe, use their draft, and keep it a three-car race at the front.
Yeah, we talked during qualifying this morning about how Schofield seemed to get a better run than either Ayers or Vanacore coming out of the hairpin over at turn 8. And you can see here where Vanacore he loses almost 3 car lengths from the exit of turn 8 to the point where they dump back down into the infield over at turn number 1. And he makes up some of that ground here, but he appears to be pushing that car a little bit harder, I think, than the two drivers ahead. And you see here even, he's turning in early, trying to straight line some of these corners, goes into the dirt coming through turn 5. And I'm fairly certain now that Von Mischko in that 101 machine actually making up at least a little bit of ground now on Todd Vanacore, now that Vanacore really doesn't have the benefit of the draft.
Yeah, you nailed that one. Watching him come out of the hairpin is so different from Brian Schofield, the way he was able to hang on to Vanacore and Ayers yesterday. Not the case. Vanacore just doesn't seem to have the same drive out, not able to suck back into the draft and be right up behind the front pair. So I think Von Mischko might be licking his lips a little bit, thinking, hey, this car could fall back to me. I might have a shot at this podium.
All right, so 6 laps in the books now, working lap number 7 of 22, or probably working 7 laps in the books, pardon me, working lap 8 of 22. And dropping down to the inside a little bit there was Peter Dempsey trying to hold off Grant Vogel coming down into turn number 1. We'll see here in a moment if he was able to do so, and was for a moment there. But Grant Vogel and Arvin Albanese filling up the mirrors of the 07 machine, and to the point where it looks like the 07 maybe not getting an optimal entry into turns 3 and 4. We'll see if Vogel has something for him if he pops out here over at turn 6. I think that he'll probably wait until he gets down to the hairpin.
Yeah, it feels a little early to me for them to be so racy as they come onto the front stretch. I mean, we saw them covering about the whole width of that NASCAR oval front stretch, and almost seems like not the time to be slowing each other down. If Grant's faster, maybe it's better for the 07 of Peter Dempsey to just fall in line and have them work together.
Yeah.
Just so you have that opportunity at the end. You start creating too big of a gap too early on, and spin and off any sort of contact, you may be too far back for that to matter if it happens on, say, the last lap or so.
Well, and there you go. So Vogel is going to pop to the outside, going to try to bring Arvid Albanese around with him and get around that 07 machine. And they're only at this point about 3 seconds back from Miško in the 101. Miško doesn't have the draft. Obviously Miško's trying to find his way up to Vanacore. But maybe the best chance there is, whoa, and big cloud of dust. Where did that come from? Well, now we know. Is that Todd Vanacore?
It looks like
issues over at turn 1. Yeah, Vanacore loses the rear end, heads to the dirt. Ooh. And how Miško avoided Todd Vanacore, I do not know. If it was iRacing, I thought that he had actually driven right through the 19 machine, as if he had just disappeared into the ether. But so now move Miško up into third position, a long way back from our leaders, Trey Ayers and Brian Schofield. But well, there you go, Nick. That now brings Grant Vogel, Arvid Albanese, and Peter Dempsey a heck of a lot closer to third place than they were just a lap ago.
Yeah, it does. Miško had to check up big time to make that to avoid that. And like I was saying, if you're too racy and you're pushing yourself back, you may lose that opportunity when something like that happens. It wasn't a full spin or anything, but because they had kind of worked themselves out into a more cooperative group, I think that's going to help them out now that Miško is a little bit closer. That carrot's kind of dangling there.
Yeah, it is. And Dempsey now pops down to the inside. I'll tell you, if these guys keep swapping positions, even though it doesn't appear they're putting up much of a fight going into turn 1, but just little things there, like Peter Dempsey dropping 2 tires into the dirt over at turn 2, that is going to conspire to slow those 3 racers down, and perhaps complicate their ability to get up to Von Miško running now in third place. But I think just all the same, may start bringing John Vogel, Mike Bakanowski, and Ethan Betnick-Smith into the chat as well, as they are now starting to close things up on the racers ahead.
Yeah, they are. We saw a little bit of a wiggle there from the 34 car as they came through turn 3 down into the roller coaster. That was Ethan Betnick-Smith. And it seems like everyone's still pushing pretty hard through that section, and these cars seem to be a little bit loose today. We've seen a couple of cars just have solo issues, things like that. There, Ethan goes dropping 2 wheels off on the exit of 8, and it's what's this? The third group now back in line. It looks like the other Vogel has made it to the front of that group, and they're working their way forward.
Yeah, and so after a very strong start for Ethan Betnick-Smith for that 34 machine, moving up about 7 positions. He does end up giving up a position now, a couple of positions to Preble and Monroe, and that car, as you said, starting to look a little pushy. And he may have run the front tires on that car off early on, but it just doesn't seem to have the bite in going into the corners that it had previously, and we may see that car falling back to perhaps where he qualified. As our leaders now, Ayers and Schofield, have almost 7 seconds on this driver right here, Von Miško, in the black 101 machine. And let's see where that second pack is, if they're closing things up or not on Miško. Last time through, Miško actually managed to eke out about 0.4 of a second on Dempsey, Vogel, and Albanese.
Yeah, here they go. Oh, a little bit of a slide from the other Vogel car in that third group.
John Vogel looking a little loose there, coming through the hairpin. He hasn't been able to get a good jump off that corner as one of them ditches a tear off.
Yeah, a lot of dust being kicked up so far, so it could be time. I don't know the cooling capacities of these cars. I know in Spec Miata, the drafting, sometimes it's smart to trade positions when you've got, a car that's pushing versus a car that's leading. I'm curious if the capacity of the radiator on these cars is a little bit better, if it's cool enough today for them to just have one car behind the whole time. It could be the reason we're seeing so much of the switching going back and forth. They just don't have that ability to stay behind for that long.
So it's interesting that you should bring up the cooling capacity of these cars, because I talked to a couple of people last season about this, and it's actually been a bit of a concern for a lot of the Spec Racer Ford drivers in the Southeast, in particular. Over the past year or so, that the radiators now, the Spec Racer Fords, they are very tightly controlled, and you have to get the radiators directly from SCCA Enterprises, and there has the cooling capacity of the radiators that have been shipping of late have been, I guess, put into question. And there is a particular radiator design that Enterprises has used in the past that has much better cooling capacity. Unfortunately, most of the newer cars do not have that radiator. And I know that there have been discussions with SCCA Enterprises to update the machines, because it's not just a question of being able to stay in the draft. There are a number, as you get into the summer months, a number of these race cars really do have cooling capacity issues, even when they're driving in open air. So we'll see here. They're not allowed to run a cooling fan, even though they could fit in there. That is counter to the rule set and would get you disqualified. So again, something to definitely consider. And even though the temperatures, Nick, are only right around 70 degrees or so here early on, with 10 laps, we're about 10 laps to go, it is definitely an issue. All right, let's do this. And I just noticed that Todd Vanacore, who obviously had his issues, is starting to move back up through the field. He's currently sitting in ninth. Let's do this, Nick, because we've got about 10 laps to go in this 22-lap race. Why don't we take a break? Thanks of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here at Homestead in the Spec Racer Ford race, presented by Exclusive Level Auto Glass. We'll be right back. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead. It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 feature race day here. And let's take a look here. Recapping the field, Trey Ayers, Brian Schofield, your leaders. Vaughn Mishko in third. Peter Dempsey, Grant Vogel rounding out your top five, Nick, as we've got 8 laps to go here in this 22-lap race. And there is quite a bit of debris. Look at that, right just past the apex of turn 3. Is that debris or is that curbing right there sticking up at exit of 3?
Yeah, looks almost like a little bit of a divot. Someone was out there with a 7-iron and
4, except it's 3.
Yeah.
But you can see how all the drivers are moving to avoid. Now, here's a big change in the battle for 5th position, I guess, as Arvid Albanese gets around Grant Vogel. We'll see if Albanese starts to push Dempsey. This trio, they haven't. I think they've somewhat halted their run to try and get up to Mishko, just because they have been swapping positions going into turn 1 every single lap, and every time you go into that corner side by side, it means you're not carrying optimum speed into turn 2. And Albanese now taking a look to the outside of the 07 machine as they cross the line. Albanese now moves up into 4th position. Got that pass made a little bit earlier than what we've seen this group do, but now the 07 of Dempsey takes a look to the inside, and Albanese ends up dropping back behind the 07 as well as the 44 of Grant Vogel.
Yeah, I think he just carried a little bit too much speed into turn 1 and had to check up in turn 2, and unfortunately, from the front to the back of the pack, it happens far too often, but moves like that are going to keep them from catching back up to Von Mishko.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it was a question that Albanese went in there too hot, because it really looked to me like Dempsey made the decision pretty early on to try and beat Albanese to the apex of turn 2. He turned in a little bit earlier, almost straight lined the corner, and really didn't give Albanese anywhere to go. And you saw Vogel take advantage of that as well, and just try to jump underneath him. As we've got a driver off coming out of turn number 4. And looking,
I think that's the 147 of Steven Spano is my guess. I could kind of make out the numbers there.
Yep, indeed, the 147, and just turned in a little early, got the rear end walking around on him and could not recover. And those, I wouldn't call these cars like pendulums, but of course with the engine sitting right out over the rear axle, once the rear end breaks loose just a little bit, it's going to be kind of hard to catch, even with some opposite lock.
Yeah, absolutely. These cars are such a different setup from what you were used to seeing in the SCCA with that, true rear engine. They drive very differently. I mean, a center driver position and not a lot of weight on the front end. It's compared to, say, like an STL class with Hondas and Toyotas, Nissans with their front wheel drive. It's essentially the opposite.
Exactly. And, when we went to the Gen 3 car, when they went to these aluminum block 1.6 liter motors versus the older Gen 2s, which had this iron block, the old Ford Escort motor, a much heavier drivetrain. Actually, the rear end was much more unpredictable than it is now. The car is, I think, a much more neutral handling car, but obviously still, you can't fight the dynamics of the car that much, and so they go around. Who was it? Oh, hey, we've got our B-Spec defending national champion Eric Yeagle in the chat. He liked your comment about the divot over at turn 3. He said Spec Racer 4, and he spelled 4 F-O-R-E.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate you joining in, man. And here we go again. The never-ending story. It was a movie from my youth. Never-ending battle between Grant Vogel, Arvid Albanese, and Peter Dempsey. As Dempsey now gets around, or he got around Albanese on the lap before, but keeps taking a look now on Grant Vogel. And I think, now with 5 laps to go, these racers, I think, have resigned themselves to the fact that they are battling for 4th, and they're not looking at a podium position at this point.
No, yeah, I think they have decided that the race is on, and Von Mishko's got to be happy about that, sitting in 3rd. because they were, for a while there, it looked like they had the potential to run him down and make it a little tougher, but they have resorted to racing it out, which I'm sure is fun, and I can't blame them for it. It looks like a blast going back and forth.
All right, and just a little bit further back from them, it is Todd Vanacore. Now there he is in the orange and black machine. He has been able to dispatch Scott Monroe, who had such a strong run yesterday in the 00 machine. Monroe in yesterday's race had started at the tail end of the field and worked his way up at one point into third position. And fell back a little bit further yesterday. Finished up yesterday's race back in sixth position, just behind Mike Bakanowski, who's part of that second pack. Not as good a race for him today, but look at that. Vanacore's coming for that for the trio here now as the 07 drops another wheel over at turn 2. I wouldn't be surprised, Nick, if Vanacore and maybe along with the 00, if they're in this little 3-car fight for fourth, somehow becomes a 5-car fight for fourth before this race is over.
Yeah, I was, now that you mentioned, I was taking a look at lap times. It looks like, and even our producer Brennan saying, over a second a lap faster for Vanacore compared to the 3 in front, with a gap of about 3.3 seconds to them and 4 laps to go. If things keep going the way they're going, we could end up with a last lap battle for 5th place there. Or sorry, 4th place.
Of course, Vanacore, your 2023 Prototype 1 national champion. Is certainly not new to Spec Racer Ford, and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 been racing these chassis for many, many years, and again has been, was qualified the car on the pole yesterday, and here we go. Oh, and contact between Albanese and the 07 machine of Peter Dempsey as they go onto the front straight. And, I'm starting to think that maybe Grant Vogel, by dropping off a little bit, made the right move. That could have been very ugly right there. There as they came through turn 4 on the oval, and looks like the 07 car still a little wild there, coming out of turn 1 down into the infield.
Yeah, but look at what that's done for Vanacore. That's made a huge difference. Really moved them right behind, and now he's got a sniff of a draft, I think, when we see him come through turn 8. It could change things up, but look at the front there. We've got Brian Schofield out in front of Trey Ayers now. Looks like they've traded positions as we get close to 2 to go.
That's right. Just a couple more laps in the books with Schofield looking for his second race win of the weekend. Trey Ayers directly behind. Not much time left to go here. Seemingly every year, Schofield manages to pull out wins here, and just old hat and has so much more experience here than most of our other racers. He just has to hold off Trey Ayers now for 2 more laps. Want to remind everybody, we've got one more race coming up before we take a break for lunch, and it is small bore production. It is B-Spec, STU as well. Should be a great race there as well. Definitely looking forward to that B-Spec race. It was a great one yesterday. So here we go, and Todd Vanacore, well, he's there. He's taken over now a position from Arvid Albanese. So Vanacore now running in 6th position. He's got Grant Vogel and Peter Dempsey just ahead, and it is a very good recovery for him. The 00, or probably the 07, has opened up a bit of a gap back to Grant Vogel.
Yeah, he's got a little cushion now, which is good, especially with Vanacore charging the way he is. I would expect Vanacore to try and make a move on the 44 fairly soon. And it could be as we enter turn 1 this lap. Looks like he's got a pretty good run coming out of there as we saw them go into the hairpin. We'll see how the draft works.
All right, white flag is in the air as our 2 leaders start to move around some lapped traffic as they start to come up on the back of the field. It's like the number 16 machine of Chris Heilman there. Probably not Heilman. That's Mark Silverberg in the 66 machine. They just got around with now the final lap, and this is where Schofield has been so strong coming through the infield here. And we'll jump back to that battle for fourth here in just a moment. But again, coming through 6 and 7, Schofield is able to open up almost 2 car lengths now on Trey Ayers, our pole sitter from today. And they do have some more slower traffic that they're coming up on, Nick, but I don't think it's going to play a part. I don't think it's going to be a factor here, as they've just got the back straight and the final 2 corners of the oval to deal with.
No, Schofield just shows how great he's been in the infield all weekend, and pretty big gap. If anything, the cars in front are going to give Schofield a chance to get a little sniff of a draft, making it even tougher for Trey Ayers to draft and get around. But with that big of a gap between them, as we see them going through the ovals, turn 3 and 4, I think it's going to be tough for Trey Ayers to make a move.
Yeah, he's just too far back now as they come to the line and taking the checkered flag for the second day in a row. Brian Schofield in the PM Racing number 61 machine is your winner. Trey Ayers in the Ayers Motorsports number 71 will finish in second. Finishing third will be Vaughn Mishko in the 101. And let's take a look at that battle for fourth. And it is Peter Dempsey. He's still got a couple car lengths to give as they come out of the last turn onto the front straight. And look at that. Vanacore made one heck of a run on the final lap. But it is Peter Dempsey, Grant Vogel, who beats Vanacore to the line by 52 one-thousandths of a second. Arvid Albanese will finish in 7th. Scott Monroe in the 00 will finish in 8th. John Vogel will finish 9th. And Tim Preble will round out your top 10.
Ooh, great race there. Brian Schofield just showing again how strong he is at this track. We talked about it from the start of our qualifying session yesterday. And it looks like producer Brennan says he's got, 4 wins in a row? 5 races.
5 now in a row.
In a row at Homestead.
Yeah, dating back to 2024. And I think that was the streak was broken back in 2024 in the opening race. He had run the table almost five years running even before that, as we got one driver who unfortunately is not going to make it to the checkered flag here at the end. I think that might be the 98 of Craig Wheatley. They are off in the grass over by the hairpin, unfortunately for him. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our first race of 7 here from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. Next up, it's going to be small bore production, B-Spec, and STU Super Touring Under here at the Raceway. So please stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-do shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2026 edition of the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC races presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He is Nick Soriano. And this is our second and final race before we take a quick break for lunch. It is small bore production, E production, F production, H production, super touring under, and B-Spec. And as they head out onto the track for their pace lap behind the beautiful Toyota Crown Hybrid presented and provided by Headquarter Toyota, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today is going to be Jose Osiris Pena in his STU Honda CRX. The number 199 car will start alongside Michael Kuna, driving the number 74 BMW 3 Series, also an STU. Your F production pole sitter, Peter Shadowin, in his Honda CRX, he will start in third. And then starting fourth, Edwin Soto Quinones in his STU Mazda Miata, the number 68 machine, will start on the outside of row number 2. Starting in fifth position, it is going to be Cliff Ira. He is driving the number 36 F Production Honda Del Sol. He's going to start alongside Armin McGregor in the number 12 STU Mazda Miata. Starting seventh today, Steve Saney driving the number 34 BMW 328 in E Production, with Paul Mavoli in his F Production Nissan Sentra, the 15 car, starting in 8th. Starting 9th today, Yuri Kalatzos in his E-Production Mazda RX-7, with Mark Webber in the number 70 E-Production Mazda Miata, starting in 10th. Starting 11th today, driving the number 0 E-Production Mazda RX-8, is Thomas Burt, with Michael Reese in his STU Honda S2000, the number 69 car, starting 12th. Starting lucky 13th today, it's Chris Copley in the number 10 F Production Toyota Paseo, with Ted Phoenix in GTL, racing in the SARRC races today. His number 49 British Leyland Mini, starting 14th. Scheduled to start 15th today, but unfortunately, let us know in the chat during the break. Not going to have his Saturn ready to go, Preston Obremski. So we will have Peter Dempsey in his number 66 F Production machine starting 15th, with Carson Neal in his B-Spec Mazda 2, your B-Spec pole sitter, starting 16th. Starting 17th is Ray Siebert Heath in his F Production Mazda Miata. And then we've got our B-Spec winner from yesterday, Josh Schmidt, in the number 119 Chevy Sonic, starting alongside Stuart Black in the number 40 Chevy Sonic, another B-Spec car. And then we'll have Ricky Holmstrom in the number 46 B-Spec Mazda 2, rounding out the field. All right, as the pace car now takes to the apron, turning the field over to Jose Osiris Pena for the start. Well, actually, that wasn't the pace car. That was another car coming down the apron. And that's one of our Mazda Miatas. We'll pick up and get that car number in just a moment. Now the pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Pena, with Michael Kuna on the outside of the front row. Green flag starter is looking over the field, and green flag now in the air, breaking quickly to the inside, one of the Mazda RX-8. Soto trying to make that run for the second day in a row to hold off the BMW as they come down off the oval into turn 1, and Pena, with heat in those rear tires, he's able to get around the BMW. Peter Shadowin, your F Production pole sitter in that yellow rear-wheel drive Honda CRX, holds on to third, going for the wild ride. One of our Mazda Miatas dropping back through the field. We'll get the number on that. That's Armin. We'll get the number on that Miata in just a moment. We are getting word that Armin McGregor in his Mazda Miata was the machine that pulled onto the pit lane before the start. Nick.
Yeah, unfortunate to see him have to pull around early. I think that car that went for a wild ride was Raymond Heath in the 38 Mazda Miata.
That's how we started off qualifying yesterday, if I remember correctly. There you go, in that green, the green Mazda Miata, yeah.
So there they go. It looks like that BMW has given Osiris Pena a little bit more of a fight today than it did yesterday. That's pretty interesting to see. Maybe Kuna has gotten that car a little more dialed in, and we'll have a little battle up at the front.
Yeah, indeed. So yesterday at the beginning of the race, we had Osiris Pena, and then the the Lotus Exige, the Krug Speed Exige of, I believe it was Anthony Garacci. Actually, no, it wasn't Garacci. It was the other. It was Richard Estacio, pardon me, in the Lotus Exige that was at it with Pena all early on. And Kuno was just, he was loitering around in third, maybe 5 seconds back from the 2 leaders. But yeah, great start for him today. Also good to see the number 0 machine, Tom Burt, the E-Production Mazda RX-8, the Death Star car, back out today as he had to retire early on. And as we're watching here, Cliff Ira having to contend with that number 68 STU Mazda Miata of Soto Quinones. And Soto Quinones was very strong early on today. Or did I say Miata? I meant the BMW, and there it is. And it looks like Ira just got that pass made, and he needed to get that done early if he's going to catch up to Shadow in here in the Honda CRX.
Yeah, he got held up a little bit by it, but long race, so I think he's going to be okay if he's got the pace in the car to make it back to that CRX. That'd be a hell of a drive. That'd be very consistent, and it's going to take a little work.
All right, as they come onto the back stretch here, gonna complete lap number 1 here in just a moment, and it is Jose Osiris Pena, your leader, going into turn 1, and Kuna looking strong. Kuna trying to come around the outside of the CRX. Pena, much as he did on the first lap, pardon me, a little bit defensive, taking the center of the track between turns 2 and 3, and it looks like that divot has been replaced. Nick, so a very conscientious golfer out there at turn 3, and making things a little bit easier for our STU racers than perhaps the Spec Racer Ford guys had over there. But it is actually Soto Quinones in the green Boxster running in third now, with Shadowin directly behind Shadow and having given up a position. But Cliff Ira's coming that last time through on the first lap. Cliff Ira running, we show him as being a second slower, but I think a lot of that had to do with traffic. He is definitely making up ground on the CRX currently. And, we said yesterday that the Honda CRX of Shadow in that yellow car is actually a rear-wheel drive car that was a GT Light car until last season, when GT Light on the national level, GT Light and F Production were combined. So you have this mix of tube-framed race cars and unibody production-based cars like the Del Sol of Ira competing against one another.
Yeah, it's a really cool mix to see the way the cars are built in this class and how they're designed and thought through. A lot of them are windshieldless in the production classes, which help with aerodynamics, much like that Honda is of Cliff Ira. But an interesting mix-up now that they have associated some of the cars into other classes, and watching them continue to be developed and raced is very cool. The production class is something special the SCCA does.
All right, and you can see Shadow continuing to try to find a way around Soto Quinones. He's currently running third in STU. And indeed, Cliff Ira is coming. Ira just put down his fast lap of the race and appears to be, again, closing up slowly but surely here. But again, a much longer race today, scheduled to run 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And we've already got 3 laps in the books. But Shadowin, I think he was just doesn't have the CRX may be a lot more nimble in the infield, but does not have the legs that Boxster has when they get onto the oval, much to his distress and concern.
Yeah, it does seem that they close up in the infield and then hit the oval, and that Boxster really putting the power down as they go through. I'm watching the timing for the leaders, and Osiris Pena has not been able to run away from Michael Kuna. So they are staying very tight together, a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. And it's definitely going to shake things up as we'll see if both of these drivers can maintain a mistake-free race for all 22 laps.
And of course, the BMW from Kuna being prepared by High Speed Motorsports, Hugh Stewart's shop that has focused for years on BMW 3 and 4 Series in club racing. Let's jump over to the B-Spec class. Now, we had a great fight yesterday in B-Spec between our pole sitter Carson Neal and then in his Mazda 2, and then the two Chevy Sonics of Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt. Schmidt getting the win yesterday, but currently sitting tucked underneath the back of Stuart Black. They had, those three racers had swapped positions a number of times yesterday, and then they had some slower traffic come through towards the end of the race that broke them up. Josh Schmidt getting the race win, and Carson Neal now looks like he is back behind Ray Seabird Heath's Mazda Miata, the green Windsor Customs Miata, and Neal starting to lose touch with those Chevy Sonics here early on.
Yeah, the traffic is really taking a toll on this B-Spec race. The Miata's mixed in with them. I have to imagine they make their lap times very differently. The Miatas must be more nimble, especially through the infield, and maybe the B-Specs have a touch more power to take over on the bankings. But seeing them all intermingled like that, one after the other, is definitely interesting. It's got to be frustrating for some of the drivers, especially the B-Spec ones, who want to be able to be nose to tail and use the draft. I'm sure those Miatas are loving the hole that the Chevy Sonic punches for them, though.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I think early on in the first lap, we said that Ray Seabird Heath was the driver that went off at turn 2. I believe actually that it was Peter Dempsey in the 66 machine, who is the Miata that is currently sitting locked between Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt. And now appears to be giving Stuart Black a nice little shove out of the infield and onto the oval. Is Stuart Black now with almost 6 car lengths on the 119 of yesterday's winner, Josh Schmidt. Then there's Ray Seabird Heath and his F Production Miata, and Carson Neal. Looks like he got a nice little draft off the back of that green Miata. Is able to close up a little bit of ground now to the back of Josh Schmidt with that. Wow, look at as the rear ends of those front wheel drive Sonics unload. The rear ends get very, very loose going into turn 1. A lot of just moving around and hunting around.
Yeah, they sure do. You can see them really doing the traditional dog leg, picking one wheel up there and moving through. Kind of a staple of a front-wheel drive car to see that inside rear wheel picking up sometimes as they go through long right or left-hand corners.
And already, I was going to say we ought to jump back to our lead STU cars, but we don't really have to do that because Osiris Pena and Michael Kuna, they're already coming up onto the back of that B-Spec race here, Nick. And Pena's been able to open up 2 car lengths maybe on Kuna. Well, we'll have to see, knowing that Kuna wasn't able to keep the pace of Soto and Estacio yesterday. We'll have to see how long he can keep the tires underneath him. I suspect that he's probably pushing that car perhaps a little bit harder than he did yesterday. But let's see how things hold up as Pena is able to just drive right around the outside of both the B-Spec cars and the tail end of our F production field. But I think this is going to actually be able to bring the BMW of Kuna in a little bit closer now as he tucks right in. And Stuart Black trying to take advantage of all of it, tucks down to the inside. Oh, and Seabird Heath, he goes around, recovers the car. That's going to make things a little bit easier on Carson Neal to get back up to the two Chevy Sonics ahead. But Stuart Black took a look to the inside of the 66 machine going down into turn 1. I think he's trying to do anything he can to stay away from those B-Spec cars behind him.
Yeah, he really is. He knows. He probably feels like he has a little bit of a buddy in that Miata behind him after getting what looked like a little bit of a push onto the back straight last time around. So probably not too concerned staying with his classmates there. He knows if he's got someone who wants to help him out, he's gonna take it. Why not? But it was interesting to see the two STU cars power around that big group of 5. Both of them able to clear, so traffic not an issue for them as they keep that 2 or 3 car gap after making it past that pack of traffic.
All right, I was hoping, so if Director Jordan can maybe move, I think coming over to the hairpin right now, we should see, I think that battle for the lead in F production, Peter Shadowin, there it is. Shadowin now, who had gotten around Soto Quinones' STU Boxster a little earlier now, and Cliff Ira is having the same challenges that Shadowin had early on, that as he comes up to the back of the Boxster, just not able to keep that pace up and use him as a draft to pull along on the oval here, and Shadowin now starting to move away from the 36 Honda Del Sol of Cliff Ira. Ira, year 2014 Super Touring Light National Champion, took the win in an Acura Integra at Daytona International Speedway, and of course Peter Shadowin, many-time national champion, primarily in GT Light. I have to look up the number of times. I think he's taken 4 championships, if I remember correctly.
That's quite a decorated career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw a quick glimpse there. Michael Cuna was able to move around Jose Osiris Pena for the beginning of that lap, but then came right back. But yeah, we've seen another shot of Cliff Ira struggling to get around the Boxster. And it looks like now that as they're starting to hit traffic, they're going to run into some troubles for Peter Shadowin, as he's going to make his way around the B-Spec race.
Yeah, and my mistake there. My apologies to Peter, to Mr. Shadowin, 6-time national champion, all in GT Light, including 2024 was his last, and as he works his way around the B-Spec field. Well, look at this. Big issues there for Michael Cuna going into turn 1, runs wide. On the previous lap, he had actually managed to beat Soto to the line and was being shown as your leader. Let's take a look now as they come off the banking. Cuna sticking to the inside, tries to open up the corner and just cannot get the car slowed down. And you see there as he gave it a little bit of lock there to try to get the car rotated, but yeah, he just ended up carrying a little bit too much speed, and that will move Soto back to the lead.
Yeah, what an interesting move there. Maybe just coming in a little offline, wasn't ready for, the adjustment he would have to make turn 1. But it looks like no harm, no foul, as that BMW is able to pull right back up to the back bumper of Jose Osiris Pena.
Yeah, and I think there is. Let's move over to E-Production. And I know in as I was watching on the prior lap, I think Mark Webber driving the number 70 Mazda. He races this car both in E-Production and F-Production. And that number 70, I think, might be a carryover from last year where we had his 70th and 71st starts at the National Championship runoffs. Also a member of the SCCA National Board of Directors. And he is managing to hold off Yuri Colossos. Colossos appears to be a little bit off the pace now. Colossos on the prior laps was right up to the back bumper of the number 70 machine. Meanwhile, Steve Saney in the number 34 car in that class has started to walk away. It looks like Yuri Colossos, that Mazda RX-7 starting to have some pace issues, as Michael Cuna now has gotten around Jose Osiris Pena to take over the lead in STU.
Yeah, must have had a great turn 1 this time compared to the last one, and was able to make it stick. holding all the way through 6 and 7, and the power of the BMW may be a little bit too much for Osiris Pena to keep up with on this oval. I'm intrigued to see what the gap is going to look like as they cross start finish this time, because it feels like the oval is where the BMW does its best work.
Indeed, and he gets a great jump out of the hairpin. Now, you know, we've said that turn 8 isn't necessarily your traditional hairpin, but you know, the advantage that BMW has with the torque from that straight 6. And the fact that he's got the rear wheels to hunker down and power out of that corner is definitely advantageous over the CRX, where essentially Soto is having to just struggle to find grip on the front wheels to pull him through that corner, and definitely is at a huge torque disadvantage. It can't dig out of slower corners like the BMW can and does. Just ahead of that fight, I was just watching, I think, Chris Copley in his Toyota Paseo challenging another racer, and I believe that's an out-of-class battle. I think an STL car, or probably, yeah, that's the STL Honda S2000 that Copley is working with, or probably STU Honda S2000, a Michael Reese that Copley is trying to get around, and Reese doing his best to hold him off. Again, that is not a battle in class. That is currently the battle for 10th overall, just as our leaders are coming up. And Pena starting to, you know, we talk about falling off pace in relation to Colossos in that RX-7, but Soto starting to lose a lot of ground to Kuna in the infield as well, where that short wheelbase CRX has been very strong.
Yeah, definitely falling off pretty good. Almost 2 seconds slower the last lap. So I wonder if maybe the tires are a little overcooked. The front wheel drive it's going to be a little more rough on those front tires, and yeah, maybe just went a little too hard at the beginning, and those tires have fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, and there he goes. He comes across the line, a 139. In the books, almost 6 seconds, or it's actually about 5.5 seconds off of what Kuna just ran. So something's going on there. And yeah, I mean, either he's just dialing it back at this point to keep the equipment underneath him. But you know, for reference, he qualified the car yesterday with a 128.4, which is also still 2 seconds faster than Kuna has gone today. So for whatever reason, that CRX just has not shown the pace that he's had over the rest of the weekend. As let's take a look now, jump back into this B-Spec battle, and here's a big change, Nick. As Carson Neal, our pole sitter the last 2 days in B-Spec, has gotten around the Chevy Sonic of Josh Schmidt, now tucked in right underneath Stuart Black's black Chevrolet Chevy Sonic.
Yeah, that was for a while there. I had seen the Miata giving Stuart Black a little bit of help, but it seems like the 3 B-Specs have been able to shed that extra traffic and be able to compete a little more. But that had to be some great traffic management from Carson Neal, because at one point we had said he was falling off the 2 Chevy Sonics, and very much in the mix right now, right on the back bumper of Stuart Black.
And meanwhile, just ahead of him, you see this again. Not a battle in class. Steve Saney in the number 34 E production BMW, and Paul Mavoli in F production in his Nissan Sentra. And there you go. There's the confirmation that perhaps Jose Osiris Pena was having some mechanical issues. He's taken his car now onto the pit lane, and Osiris Pena, he is not going to repeat as your STU winner here this weekend, as he takes that car onto the pit lane for his crew to take a look. And sure, the next step is that hood is either going to be going up or they're going to be pushing that car back to the paddock. We'll see Jose a little bit later today, looking to defend in his other CRX, in his STL CRX. That'll be our very last race of the day at 4:20 p.m.
Yeah, check out those B-Specs going nose to tail. They are about as tight as you can get in a race right now. I was a little worried that the traffic was going to cause problems, but they found a way back to each other, and Maybe Neil looking to the inside. I don't think he's going to make a move. Well, maybe he is. Look at him go.
Well, he's got Stuart Black now has a decision to make. He can either defend against Neil or he can defend against Josh Schmidt. Turns out he doesn't have to defend against either, as Schmidt now is able to take position from the Mazda 2 driver, and Neil now taking a look to the inside. And this may be a huge opportunity for Stuart Black. And I think Josh Schmidt gave that up very quickly. I think he realized that Black would start to walk away the longer he and the Mazda 2 were side by side.
Yeah, I think a wise decision to avoid that and live to fight another day. He's definitely close enough to stay in the draft, and the hole these cars punch should make it easy for him to stay within touch of the front two.
All right, Nick, well, let's do this. We've got 8 laps remaining here in this race, our last race before we take a break for lunch. We're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. We'll keep the action here on this B-Spec race as we do, and we'll bring you all the way to the checkered flag here in just a few moments from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Next 10-time challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back to Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He is Nick Soriano. And this is the battle for the lead in B-Spec. Stuart Black, Carson Neal, Josh Schmidt. Josh Schmidt now poking his way to the outside as our overall leader, Michael Kuna, comes up on this fight. And at this point, since Kuna does not have a real challenge from Pena or any of the other STU cars, he can wait till they get onto the front straight here and just go down the inside as he does. Stuart Black hoping to get a little bit of a whiff of the draft to get away from the 2 B-Spec cars behind.
Yeah, no one has been able to really break away from this pack, whether it's the draft or just everyone driving or making mistakes when they're in the lead. It's been nose to tail the entire time. We thought the traffic at the beginning was going to be a problem. Turns out that wasn't it at all. This is a great battle that they've got going on.
All right, and just to check in with some of our other classes, Steve Saney, our leader in e-production, the black BMW, has got about 18 seconds on Mark Webber. Yuri Kolatzos, he's still out there, but he has definitely fallen off the pace now, running almost 10 seconds a lap off of Mark Webber's times. That car is continuing to experience challenges. I should also mention Thomas Burt in the Death Star car, the number 0 RX-8. He did retire the car after 6 laps. Over in STU, Edwin Soto Quinones is the next person who could challenge Michael Kuna. Unfortunately, he's about a half minute back. And over in F production, Peter Shadowin continues to expand his lead now on Cliff Ira. Ira about 5.5 seconds back in his Honda Del Sol. Peter Mavoli about another half minute back from there. In the white and blue Mavoli DMD Tooth Life Nissan Sentra. I wanted to say Tooth Life, but my teeth wouldn't allow it. Coming up and perhaps inserting himself into that B-Spec battle now. That is the 66 machine. Once again, he reappears.
He does.
That's Peter Dempsey. Let's see if he ends up affecting this race.
Yeah, I'm hoping he stays at the tail end of that and just uses them to carry him along. It would be a shame for a battle this good to have an out-of-class car get in the mix, but sometimes that happens in multi-class racing.
Yeah. Now, we'll see here as looks like Peter Shadowin, our F production leader, running second overall, starting to come up close on this battle. We'll see him poke out a turn 7 here momentarily. Michael Kuna, is he having some mechanical issues by chance? I think he is, as he is off the pace, pulled offline coming out of turn 7 and stays offline. Meanwhile, at that pace, the B-Spec cars still can't get by him.
Yeah, he was very slow down that short shoot into the hairpin and stayed offline, but he's got enough power to run away from the B-Spec field still, so no problems there. Look at this little 3-car combination we have of Neil Schmidt and the 66 Miata. They're going to get pretty good run here on Stuart Black as they all fan out going onto the front stretch.
Yeah, so Carson Neal going high, Schmidt going low, Peter Shadowin taking all the ground that he can, and Shadowin misses the braking zone, and he's going to run deep, and that's now going to move Cliff Ira into the lead in F production. The Honda Del Sol, your new leader in F production, will also move up to second overall behind Michael Kuna, as he now is somewhat trapped back behind this B-Spec battle. And Shadowin has rejoined. We're going to see him come into our view right here. Don't know if he went and locked up those front tires, but that's not going to give Cliff Ira the buffer that he really needs. He's going to try to tries to sneak underneath the B-Spec battle. Can't get underneath Stuart Black. Splits up Neil, just as Kuna seems to have trouble again coming through 6A and 6B. It's getting awfully complicated here as they make the run down to turn 7. Somehow Cliff Ira gets it through this whole pack. Stuart Black right behind, and then we've got the B-Spec battle here of Schmidt, and now Carson Neal is stuck behind the 66 Miata as Shadowin tries to get back up to Cliff Ira. I don't know what's happening here.
This is an absolute mess right now. 3 or 4 different classes all running as Stuart Black now pulls off to the side on the back stretch. Our new STU leader working their way through the B-Spec kerfuffle that they have going on. And that is going to be Edwin Soto Quinones. He's going to take over the lead in STU. Now third overall behind Cliff Ira and Peter Shadowin. So a lot of action with 3 laps or 4 laps to go as the 66 Miata now going very wide, falling back behind Neil. What an interesting turn of events.
Yeah, and just as all that was happening, we saw that the STU Honda S2000 of Reese was coming up. Copley in his Toyota Paseo, one of our F production cars, and now I hate to say it, but I think that B-Spec battle may be done here. Well, we'll see. Carson Neal, he did manage to get back around. Yeah, he managed to get around the 66 car. I thought he was going to get trapped behind that 66 F production Mazda Miata. He does get around, so certainly no breathing room for Josh Schmidt yet. It's not going to be an easy repeat for him. Let's see what happens. Let's see what the S2000 tries to do going into the hairpin, as he now slots himself between Schmidt and Carson Neal. And hasten to say, I think that battle is still on in F production between Ira and Shadowin, as Shadowin had been lapping quite a bit faster, about a half second faster than Cliff Ira early on in this race. With 3 laps to go, I don't know if he's and it's going to be 2 to go now here as they cross the line. I don't know if there's going to be enough time for Peter Shadowin to make up that distance.
Yeah, he's a pretty long ways back and has been a little bit faster than Ira, but I don't think it's enough to close in 2 laps. If they were able to use the full 40 minutes, maybe. Oh, as Shadowin, big slide as they come through turn 3 down into turn 4. Not going to help his chase of running down Cliff Ira.
No, and it's interesting there. You know, normally you'd look at a Honda CRX and go, well, you know, short wheelbase front wheel drive car, rear end doesn't look happy. I think that's just Peter Shadowin with the red mist. That Honda CRX, a rear wheel drive car, and as he got on the throttle maybe a little bit too early coming through turn 3, managed as if it was a spec Corvette to break the rear end loose. Not quite the torque of a Corvette, but it had the same effect. And regardless, I think that might have just sealed the deal for him. And not going to be able to make up the ground that Cliff Ira now with just a lap and a half left to go here. But you know, the way we've seen some of the attrition here, Nick, I don't know if I could say that with any confidence.
Yeah, I wouldn't count anyone out of this race yet. As you can see, Carson Neal made it back to the back bumper of Josh Schmidt in the B-Spec battle, so that certainly isn't over. We thought maybe the traffic from the S2000 and is that the Toyota Paseo?
Yes.
Yep, we thought them coming through may separate them. Not the case whatsoever. So the B-Spec battle's still on.
All right, so our leaders, next time they come by, they'll see the white flag. And for these racers, there we go. And it is white flag in the air for Cliff Ira and Peter Shadowin, which means that our B-Spec race here now starting its final lap. Carson Neal, does he take a look to the inside on Josh Schmidt? Schmidt stays to the inside as long as he can, tries to open up the corner, but in doing so, leaves the door open for Carson Neal, who now retakes the lead. Neal, our pole sitter the last 2 days, yesterday finished in a distant second to Josh Schmidt. Now, with less than a lap to go, is your new leader.
Now, I have to say, I'm not sure Carson Neal was fully prepared to make a move into turn 1. It looked like he was getting pushed by the 66 of Peter Dempsey, and he may have just had to make a move. Otherwise, he'd have run into the back of Josh Schmidt. I think Dempsey lifted a little bit later than Neal was expecting.
That's it. And so Schmidt turns in a little early at turn 6, runs long and deep into the exit curbing, giving now Carson Neal 4 car lengths going into the hairpin. But as we take a look now, coming out of the final banked corner here, taking the checkered flag and the win in F production today, Cliff Ira, driving the number 36 Cliff Ira Motorsports, Jesse Prather Motorsports, Honda Del Sol. He's your winner. Peter Shadowin will finish second today, and Edwin Soto Quinones will take the win in STU in his Scuderia Krusty G-Lock Brakes Porsche Boxster. Let's jump back over to the battle in B-Spec, which is not much of a battle any longer, because I don't think the 66 machine of Peter Dempsey's going to be able to push Josh Schmidt as far as he needs to get the Carson Neal. And there you go, Carson Neal in the NTEC Oil Fast MD CNR Engineering Mazda 2 is your winner on day number 2 here at the Palm Tree Winter Majors in B-Spec. Josh Schmidt cannot repeat. He'll finish second. So let's go take a look at our other classes here in E-Production. Steve Saney crossing the line in his BMW, flashing his lights to us. There you go. He is your winner. Mark Webber will finish second. Yuri Colasos will finish third in e-production. Over in, I know we didn't cover him all that much, but Paul Mavoli in his Nissan will finish third to Cliff Ira and Peter Shadow in F production, with Chris Copley finishing just off the podium in fourth. Peter Dempsey, that number 66 Mazda Miata we were watching in the with the B-Spec racers, he'll finish in fifth. And then finally, if we move over to Super Touring Under, it's Edwin Soto Quinones, as we mentioned, your winner. Michael Reese in his Honda S2000, podiums 2 days in a row. Michael Kuna finishes 4 laps down, but will still take the bronze. I'm sure that's no consolation for him, as we see his BMW parked over there, driver's left, as he had to watch his race go away. But that's going to wrap things up from our second race of the day, our final race of the morning. Nick, we're going to take a quick break, or not so quick, maybe about an hour, and we will be back with more racing action here from Homestead right around 12:35, about an hour from now. And it is Spec Miata up next. Yesterday was a barn burner. I'm sure today will be no different. You definitely want to join us. It'll be 12:35 Eastern Standard Time. Please join us. We'll be back then.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows in Spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultratiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back, everybody. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and I want to first off welcome everybody back from lunch. And we've got the perfect way to for you guys to sit down if you've got that food coma coming on, because next up it's Spec Miata. You won't fall asleep for this one. And let's run down the starting order, Nick. Starting on pole today for the second day in a row from East Street Racing, driving the number 27 Mazda Miata, two-time national champion, Jim Drago. Preston Pardis, driver of the number 42 Mazda Miata, yesterday's race winner. And what is he, 3.5-time champion or 4?
3.5, 4. It depends on who you ask.
We'll call him 4-time national champion. Preston Pardis, driving the number 42 East Street Racing machine. His teammate and Jim's teammate, Nick Bruni, who's our defending national champion. He is a 3-time national champion now, or 2.5 times, something like that. Nick Bruni will start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 6 machine. Max Stallone, who finished yesterday's race on the second step of the podium, driving the number 144 Wheels America car, he'll start 4th. Frankie Barroso, driving the number 48 Spec Miata, will start 5th, with Mark Cefalo in the PlanetMiata.com car starting in 6th. That's the 00 car. Gavin Vaughn will start 7th today. He's in the number 148 machine, while Logan Stretch, driving the number 98 Spec Miata, will start 8th. Alex Acosta will start 9th. He's in the number 24 machine, with Christian Meyer starting 10th in the number 134 machine. Nick Leveroni in the Flat Out Motorsports 194 car will start 11th, with Cliff Brown driving the 01 car will start 12th. Bob Mueller Jr. in the number 60 Mazda will start lucky 13th, with Chase Kovach on the outside of row number 7. He's in the number 13 car. Then we got Bobby Gossett. He's going to start 15th on the field today in the number 44 machine, right alongside sister Ellie Gossett, who drives the number 77 car. She starts 16th. Ryan Kipke will start 17th. Ryan's in the number 89 machine, with Vaughn Mishko. Saw him a little bit earlier today in Spec Race Ford. He's going to start 18th. He drives the 99 car. Then Connor Ryan will start 19th in the number 120 machine, and Mike Leo will start 20th. He drives the nice number 69 car. And then in row number 11, it is John Hotz and Jeremy Butts, two teammates from the DC region. They're starting together as the pace car now on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and immediately Jim Drago comes right across the nose of his teammate Preston Pardis to try and defend, and he's going to lead down into turn 1. Pardis had a great start yesterday, and he's going to drive around the outside of Jim Drago, as does our 4th place driver Max Stallone in the black number 144 machine, as Nick Bruni tries to take 2nd from the inside. Nick, but good start there once again by Preston Pardis, as he did yesterday, jumping out to an early lead.
Yeah, he did a great job being on the outside. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Jim looked a little slow going to turn 1. I wonder if the muscle memory of taking turn 1 at speed versus a slow rolling start caught him off guard a little bit there, and he used a little too much brakes going into 1 and 2, as we see Frankie Barroso really dipping a couple tires out there wide at the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, and we talked about this morning, Jim. This is his second event back after almost a year and a quarter away from the wheel of his Spec Miata. Ran here at Homestead with another organization about 2 weeks ago. Finished in the top 5, and he I think surprised himself probably more than anybody else to put that car on the pole for yesterday's race and for today's race. And we'll see. Both he and Pardis really controlled yesterday's race, and it wasn't until the very end when Max Stallone and Frankie Barroso had an opportunity at the very end of this race, as Jim Drago had a couple stumbles with 2 laps to go. But Preston Pardis did hold on and take the win. Big change here, as it looks like we might have had, car having some issues there on the oval. Yesterday, Nick Bruni had some challenges, fell all the way back to 8th position, and was on the back foot pretty much the majority of the race, as Alex Acosta's got a big buildup of cars directly behind him, as we've got somebody going off at turn 2 and rejoining. We'll try and get the number on that car here in just a moment.
Yeah, our red NA. It's rare to see the NA Miatas, in-spec Miata these days, but a couple of them in the field, that being one of them. I started in NA, and there is a pretty good difference in the way the car feels when it handles. They handle about the same overall lap time wise and just raw speed, but the feeling of the NA is much lighter and a little more darty. It feels a little more responsive, and the having a couple of them out there still is great. Mark Cephalo in sixth right now, leading the second pack, being another one of those NA Miatas.
Got it. All right. So, and when you say it's a little darty, I mean, obviously, I would assume that the engine is maybe a little bit lighter. Those 1.6 liter motors versus the 1.8 motors, but I mean, do they have like a different steering rack ratio or something like that would make them a little bit different like that, or any substantial changes or differences to the chassis between the NA and NB?
A great question. The biggest changes are in the subframes. Okay. The front subframe particularly has much less caster than the MBs, so the steering's a little bit lighter. Okay. And it feels a little more precise. The MBs, you really let the car drive itself, whereas the NA it's hard to overdrive it, if that makes sense. Like you can really throw the car around. So it really comes down to some of the older technology in the motors, and the difference in weight and torque that separates the NAs and the MBs.
Sure. All right, so a few changes here up at the front of the field. It's Max Stallone manages to drive around Jim Drago, or drive underneath Jim Drago, going into turn one, and he's taking a challenge, taking a look to the inside on Preston Pardis, going into turn 6. So Stallone not willing to sit back in third or fourth position here early on in this race. We'll see if he can hold on, as we've got a lot of drivers starting to really push hard going into that into turn 6, as they've got the big lineup here. And at this point, we don't have the big breakaway like we had yesterday, where it was Pardis, Drago, Stallone, and Frankie Barroso really breaking away from the rest of the field. I think we take a look. There is Mark Cephalo, who just set the fastest lap, albeit only 2 laps into the race. He and Logan Stretch definitely within shooting distance of our top 5 racers. And then in that second group, Nick Leveroni now gets around Alex Acosta. It looked like Acosta might have been bottling up the field behind him just a little bit. We'll see if he works a little bit better with Nick Leveroni now in that darker blue 194 machine, pulling him around and onto the front straight.
Yeah, I think seeing Max jump into second there and separating Jim and Preston was a smart move from a race strategy wise. We saw yesterday Jim making, I don't want to call them a block, but preemptive moves offline before the third and fourth place cars even thought about making a move, just to cover their bases and keep Jim and Preston together at the front. Now that Max was able to steal away, he may just try to push Preston away from the rest of the field, have them work together, and create a gap in a 2-car race at the front.
All right, I might start calling Alex Acosta Pigpen in that Dayglow orange car, because everywhere he goes, there seems to be a big cloud of dust and dirt around him. He now falls back another position into a 10th position. Christian Meyer in the black 134 car gets around Acosta, and we've got some more challenges here up at the front as Jim Drago take a look to the inside of Max Stallone and tries to push Stallone out wide, coming out of the hairpin. And Drago's got his teammate Nick Bruni, defending national champion, right on the rear bumper to try to push him clear. And this looks like a big NASCAR move, where Stallone now, as they come up to the oval, he was all by himself on the outside there, as the 3 East Street racers are able to draft on by. And I'll tell you, if Frankie Barroso had been able to stay to the back of Nick Bruni's car, you may have seen that car drop back even another position here, as they now complete lap number 4 and head down into turn 1. And it is Pardis, Drago, and Bruni, your top 3. We did have, as you saw, the car have some challenges over at the hairpin. Believe that was, we'll have to look. I think that might have been Oh, you know what? I'll get the number on that. I can already tell you that was Brad Childs in the number 87 machine, a cruise boat captain down in South Florida. So maybe going for a little trip. Anyway, let's take a look. We jump back to the lead here, where it is now oh my gosh, all the way back now to Logan Stretch, 7-car train here at the front of the field. Very different from yesterday.
Very different. Logan Stretch and Mark Cephalo worked really well together. I think the front of the field, as they came into turn 8 last time, kind of checked up to make sure, I don't want to say they're coddling Jim Drago along, but they wanted to make sure he stayed in the group. They've got Nick Bruni for support this time, and so I think that allowed Logan Stretch and Mark Cephalo to get right up behind Frankie Barroso. There's still an odd number of cars, though, so there's always a possibility that there's one car left out of this group, and if they get left on the outside or even the inside without a push, they could move pretty far back. You see Nick Bruni, the solo car right now, so hopefully he's able to stay in line, but Max and Frankie are right there pushing behind.
Yeah, and we saw again in yesterday's race where Max and Frankie were working together for the majority, and even in qualifying today, the 10-minute qualifying session this morning, those two racers seemed to separate themselves out from the whole rest of the field, and we're just trying to work through, I think, different drafting strategies through the infield. So we'll see if that plays out for them here today, as Drago falling a little bit off of the back of Pardis, but I think primarily he was playing a little bit of defense there to hold Stallone and Barroso back as they came down the front straight, and wanted to make it a little bit more challenging for them to pop to the inside on Preston.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of a chess match going on early. We saw Jim get separated and then them find a way to get Jim and Preston back together. Nick Bruni being the odd man out and ended up getting the short end of the stick. Now he's got Frankie Barroso, though, and as they go into turn 8, if Frankie stays back and lets Nick Bruni push him, we could see Max Stallone being the odd man out and getting shuffled back into that 5th spot, the same way Nick Bruni did last lap.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch how they decide as they come out of that right-hand turn 7 and have to work their way back across to the driver's right side of the track to set up for the hairpin at turn 8. And how you can see is Pardis will make the move over, how each one of the cars following along, they're trying to determine, is this the point where I maybe move down the inside? And some of them, it looks like they're taking, sometimes a second and a third look before they decide to move over driver's right and take that traditional entry into the hairpin, which, as we see, can be very important to not come down the inside because you wouldn't get a great run out. Here, once again, Drago moves over driver's right, I think, to hold off Barroso trying to make a run down the outside. And he's had more than enough of a gap back to Stallone to be able to come across and hold the position going into turn 1. But now, and Drago, you said this on the start, where Drago perhaps was trying to get that muscle memory back and was maybe over braking in the 1 on the start. Of course, Drago had a lot of foot injuries coming out of the that big incident that he had at Road America in 2024. That time coming off the oval looked like he may have over-braked going down into turn 1. Don't know if it was intentional or not, Nick, but it really seemed to bottle up both Stallone and Barroso, that they had to check up pretty quickly behind the 27 car.
Yeah, I did notice that. That was an interesting one. I don't know if Jim just maybe overcooked it. But what you're going to see here, Preston is going to really slow roll into the braking zone to try and get Jim back to the bumper. He doesn't care to keep that 3 or 4 car lead if that means that he doesn't have a push partner. So now that he's come back, slowed up that whole group, you see Jim knew exactly what was going on. He was able to time it right, get back to Preston's bumper. It's just textbook Spec Miata.
Yeah.
You'll see it at all the majors races, the Super Tour, and the runoffs. The chess match that these guys play is equally as important as their driving talent.
That was amazing to see as he goes down into the hairpin and just, a mile or two off, maybe a little bit softer brake pedal there, and he's able to pull Drago right back to him. And then when they exit the hairpin, they had like 3 car lengths. Now, of course, that's all gone by the time they come back down here into turn 1. But really interesting to see. And once again, you can see how much more speed Pardis is carrying than Drago into turns 1 and 2, and that has left the door open for Max Stallone, and so Stallone will, though, get around the 27 car, and Barroso dropping a wheel going through turn 4, as most of the other racers doing the same thing there as they set up for turn 5. We see where they use that big dirt patch there just to the inside of the curbing to try and straighten that last corner up.
Yeah, Stallone made a good move to separate them, but with Nick Bruni right behind Jim Drago, going to be really tough for him. I think he's got to get up to Preston's back bumper and make sure that they hook up and they get a good draft together, because Jim has a lot of friends out there right now. He is able to do whatever he wants and has some support, whereas Max and Frankie, kind of the two odd men out. I was expecting them to get a little bit more hooked up together and just say, hey, let's do this. But they've been trading off a lot. We saw Bruni get left out to dry for a lap, and now let's see, how does Max do here? He gets to Preston's back bumper, so he's going to be okay. And Frankie gets to Nick's bumper rather than Nick getting to Jim's. So we'll see if they stay in line or if they're going to make a move going into turn 1.
All right, well, we also right behind that pack, and here they come towards us right now. Mark Cephalo in the 00 machine had a horrible run out of the hairpin, had the rear end step out on him, lost 2 positions, as we see now where Nick Leveroni, Christian Meyer, and Logan Stretch are ahead of the 00 car. And when I was just contemplating, you were talking about Stallone and Barroso not really having any drafting partners, and I was just wondering what would happen if Logan Stretch, who's in the group right behind in that kind of light green and dark blue car right behind the Meyer and Leveroni machines, if he could work up somehow to Stallone, although again Stallone now running in second, I think that's going to be a heck of a challenge, but that would really give him a teammate to work with. But we haven't seen the pace from Logan Stretch this weekend, and what I believe is a new car for him, or at least a new chassis.
Yeah, it's a tall order for him to get back up there. When he was working with Mark Cephalo, they were running really good together. But like you said, they stepped out. Mark had a little bit of a mishap, made a little mistake, and it cost them 2 spots. They were right on the back of that first 5 cars for a while, and that would have been a good chance, but it's quickly fading now. With 5 cars at the front, it's not a perfect scenario, so there is still a chance that they're able to work their way together. As you see, he's pushing Nick Leverone right now and using that 2-car duo to see if they can make any magic.
Yeah, exactly. And so Meyer didn't get a good jump out of the hairpin that time either, and Leveroni almost immediately had jumped to the outside and picked up Logan Stretch directly behind. So they now move ahead of the 134 machine, and they're about 2 seconds back from the lead pack at this point. They could, I think, start using the draft. I think a lot of it's going to depend on how we'll call it racy the cars up ahead get, but with the majority of them being those E Street machines, and even Drago still with Nick Bruni locked to his rear bumper, albeit with Frankie Barroso right there. There aren't going to be many opportunities, I think, for that next group to catch up and use those 3 cars as a bridge. Although I say that, and here's Barroso taking a look to the inside of Nick Bruni, that'll slow that pack up just a little bit.
It will, yeah. Max Stallone, you saw him poke his nose out there. I don't think that was a play for a move. I think that was to get some air over the radiator. You see him broken away from Preston now, trying to get clean air, cool the car down. His job right now as a Spec Miata driver, he needs to push Preston as far ahead as he can to make it a 2-car race. If something happens for them and they end up back in this gaggle with Nick and with Jim and Frankie, that's not where he wants to be. It's the 3-on-2. He doesn't really have a teammate. Frankie's out for himself. Max is out for himself. Preston, Jim, Nick. I mean, they probably had dinner together last night. So
I would think.
He really has to work hard to keep that group moving. And you see now, Preston may have fallen back a little bit. That may have been intentional to see if he can bring some people back up now that Max takes the lead.
Yeah, it was if he can drop back and act as a bit of a bridge to Drago, I mean, certainly so that he has a drafting partner there and to be able to work by the Stallone car. Certainly advantageous. You were talking about the temperatures. Now, obviously, if you're tucked under another car in the draft, there's not a lot of cool air getting into that radiator. But it's about 80 degrees now down here at Homestead. Almost 20 degrees warmer than when these drivers went out for the 10-minute qualifying session this morning. So granted, we're not talking 100-degree temperatures here, but certainly the combination of warmish temps and having very limited airflow into those bumpers really makes it critical to be able to step out and maybe pull the nose off to the side to get some air into the radiator.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, these cars can run pretty warm. Temperature gauge from my old engine builder, we were allowed to go to about 225 until we needed to tuck the nose out, which is pretty warm for an engine. And it all depends on where your water temperature gauge is. There's two different spots you can mount them on the Miatas. And but these cars, they know they're designed to push. They run a little bit rich just because of that, to help cool the engine down a little bit more, even if it loses a horsepower or two. That's just the Spec Miata formula for having a fast car that can stay out front.
Want to welcome a couple folks to the broadcast here and in the chat with us. We've got Jeanette, who's cheering on Max, as well as the Gossets, as well as Bob Mueller Jr. here this weekend. And we've got gamer girl Kayla, who's cheering on Ellie Gossett as well. Want to thank you all for joining us here. Hope you're enjoying the racing. If you are, make sure to give us a big thumbs up. We'd appreciate it. And tell your friends, because we're going to have lots more action this season here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Matter of fact, Nick, next weekend, you and John Davidson going to be anchoring the coverage for the winter vacation majors at Sebring International Raceway, both Saturday and Sunday, right?
That's right, yeah. Unfortunately, all of you viewers there, you're stuck with me again 2 weeks in a row. But I think it's going to be a great event. Always love going down to Sebring. I was just there a couple weeks ago. So excited to go back, see some more racing, and give you guys some more commentary.
There we go. And I know I will definitely be watching. And here we go as our leaders come through turn 8, working now lap number 12. And we're right at the halfway mark in these races. They are 40 minutes or 22 laps, whichever comes first. And it looks like we might have lost a driver here.
That's Stallone.
Is that Frank Stallone? Max Stallone. Oh my gosh, Sylvester. And yeah, it looks like Max Stallone not going to repeat on the podium today as he now drops down onto the apron. His day is done. That's going to move Frankie Barroso now up into second. Jim Drago, Nick Bruni, and Nick Leveroni now your top 5. But as we are just now a little bit over halfway, Nick, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in this Spec Miata race sponsored by AKT Racing. Please stand by. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive program span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows in Spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Welcome back to Homestead. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, and more importantly, it's Spec Miata here at Homestead. And we're just watching not only that battle for the lead, and both Pardis and now our new leader, Frankie Barroso, really starting to open a gap to our new third place runner, Nick Leveroni, here. But we're watching this second battle now that's going to be coming up into turn 6. Led by Bobby Gossett in the number 44 Salty Dog Machine. He's got Alex Acosta along with him, as well as Bob Mueller Jr. in the Streetside Classics machine. He's down from the Carolinas, and Ellie Gossett there in that group as well. So the brother and sister team there at the front and the back of that second pack. And we were saying, Nick, during the break, that usually the way they get separated out from the leaders so quickly is because, well, they start fighting. Things start to get a little spicy in the second group, and things have calmed down, I think, just a little bit here, at least in the infield. They were definitely dicing it up now, as Mark Cefalo, who had fallen all the way back to 10th position in the 00 car after having been up in the top 5, he's trying to find a way to work around a couple of these other racers, and I think we'll see here. I think he's hooked up now with, I think that's the 60 of Bob Mueller that gave him a little shove down the outside.
Could be, yeah. You see the 44 going from the front of that pack to the back in one straightaway. Just was not able to get a good drafting partner. And just like that, Alex Acosta moves back to the front of this group with Mark Cefalo right behind. Two quick drivers with a lot of experience. So if they hook up, they may be able to take control of this group here.
But a nice little battle, and I guarantee you now, especially if you're sitting at the back of that pack, you're not thinking about the guys at the front here now as they fan out 3 wide, heading down into the braking zone at 6. Acosta very defensive here. I think he knew what might be coming, as Vaughn Mishko in the 99 machine was taking a look on the outside. And Mishko, after having that great run in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 to start off the day, looking for a repeat, as Acosta now quickly, you can see, is he sensed a move coming to the inside.
He did. I think that's the 60 of Bob Mueller Jr. that he's got right on his back bumper now. But the 44 looked to be in a better position to hook up with Bob. I don't think he did, though. I mean, you can see the fan out here. No one really claiming a drafting partner as they go, what is this, 4 wide?
4. 2 by 2 by 2 by... Well, now by 4.
Yeah, and it looks like Mark Cefalo again hung out to dry, so he's going to go from the second in that pack to the very back of it. Just how important the draft is there. That is the way it is. But again, a lot of fanning out. You don't see them very orderly going into any of these corners right now.
No, and Ellie Gossett, who's in the pink and white machine there, who had been at the very back of the pack for a moment, looked like she was going to come right underneath Alex Acosta, and Acosta came right across her nose just as they were turning in. She ends up having to stand on the middle pedal, and she's now back towards the rear of that pack, as I think now the 44 of Bobby Gossett has worked his way back to the front of that pack. But again, you can now see how this group here kind of falls back from our leaders, as we got another driver maybe coming a little bit hot off the oval into turn 2 and rejoining. We'll try and get the number on that car in a moment.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso and Preston continue to have a pretty big gap out in front, but Logan Stretch, I think, is our new third place car. We talked about him maybe not having the pace because we wanted him to catch Max Stallone as a teammate. Now that he is in that position, Max Stallone is out. He's still kind of in the same spot without a teammate. But it looks like he's getting some help from, that might be the 134 of Christian Meyer pushing him along right now.
Yeah, it is. That's Christian Meyer pushing him up. And, given that he started off 8th position, to be up there now in 3rd after having worked from much further back, because he had fallen back at one point, I think the 10th or 11th. Good run so far by Stretch, but these 5 racers here, they're going to have to push her. It's going to turn into just a 2-car fight at the front between Pardis and Barroso as they continue. Pardis and Barroso lapping now at almost a full second faster than the drivers directly behind them.
See, this is what I thought was going to happen with Max and Pardis when Max had finally made this split. I'm wondering if Max trying to push Preston as much as he did maybe led to some engine problems, some overheating, causing the early retirement, whereas now Frankie has done the same thing, pushed Preston away from his teammates, gotten to clean air, and turned it into a 2-car battle rather than 5 or even, what do we have, a 7-car battle realistically, if they had fallen back into that group. So Frankie doing the best job he can to make it work. When you've got teammates like that, it is very, very tricky. That's some great racecraft from Frankie to be able to be holding strong in second place right now.
All right, and both Pardis and Barroso getting around. I think that was the number 2 of Noel Sachs there with the blue with the yellow headlights, who is running at the tail end of the field right now. That's the car that went off at turn 2 earlier, but I'm really happy to see that car back out on track. If you remember, Nick, right on the opening lap, right as the green flag came out in yesterday's race, Sachs had gotten just the slightest of taps, and he went into that big black mark in the wall on the front straight there off to the right side of our screen, and brought out a full course caution. His team able to get that car back up and running, and again, happy to see him out here today.
Yeah, great work by that team to get it done. That car looked pretty rough, and we had some of our trackside friends sending in some messages saying that it had some extensive work that needed to be done, and looks like they got it done. Maybe not fully back to perfection, but enough to get back out there and enjoy some track time, which is the whole point of the weekend, really.
All right, and we are starting to see now where Christian Meyer and Logan Stretch have maybe gapped Drago Bruni and Nick Leveroni by about 4 car lengths here as we're working on the backside of lap number 18 of a 22-lap race. And this is going to be kind of questionable whether this comes to finish based on laps or on time, because we've got 5 laps to go and we've got 10 minutes remaining. Well, with the racers doing about 139, 140 per lap. Yeah, I guess we'll still be able to get it in based on the 22 laps, assuming we don't go to a caution here. As Frankie Barroso now, for the first time, taking a look to the inside on Preston Pardis, and he's going to make the pass, get it done, really uncontested by Pardis at this point, not wanting to give up any ground, as we've got, I think, one of our sneaky moose cars running wide through turn number 2.
Yeah, it looks like they pull off line.
And came almost to a complete stop to let those leaders through. We'll get the number on that machine. But I think I think that's the 01 of Cliff Brown, possibly.
Well, it could be. Tough to say. I was thinking maybe Richard Ura at the back of the field. The 61?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the Euro machine. The Euro,
okay.
I know what the Windsor Customs
gotcha.
liveries look like. Yeah, that's not the car. We'll figure it out at some point.
We will.
As Bruni taking a quick look to the inside on Jim Drago. I'm wondering if, and I'm sure they're probably on the radio there. I'm wondering if they feel that maybe Bruni would be in a better position to lead this group, although I think it might be difficult for Bruni to get around Drago without pulling Leveroni along with them here, especially as they get on the oval.
You might be right. It might be good for Jim to have a carrot to chase rather than being the lead car, and just about as good of a leader as you can ask for in your current national champion, Nick Bruni. Looking up, I don't see too much progress being made on Preston and Frankie, but there is a couple of tenths there that they have gained in the last couple of laps. Not sure if it's a little too late for them to have a run at getting back to the front pack, but they certainly are trying their best. They're behaving well, and there's some traffic, so this could slow down that front group.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as they're coming up on the rear end of the field, and we saw there where absolutely Barroso and Pardis got balked a little bit by some of that slower traffic going through turns 6 and 7. That's going to allow Meyer and Stretch to tighten up, maybe knock a couple car lengths off. I guess probably the big question then is whether or not they can get around these two slower cars on the oval, or if they're going to just have to try and dive underneath them or outbrake them going into turn 1, which would allow that gap to open back up again.
Well, my money's on, I think they're going to make it by. Logan Stretch had a great run out of the hairpin, was able to get hooked up. And those two cars are not working together. So they might get lucky here and be able to make up a couple more tenths thanks to that traffic.
And they've got the car directly ahead of them to use in the draft to help them along that front straight. Let's see here as they're going to pop out, and that driver pulls to the inside to let these two by.
Yeah, they sure did. Oh, and a little bit more traffic going through turn 2 there.
Yeah, and both Meyer and Stretch, they picked up about 4 tenths on that previous lap. So things working out very well for them in traffic.
Yeah, and they might have a clean shot here going into turn 6 if they're able to get by on this short shoot. We could see a couple more tenths get knocked down. And it's shaping up a little bit more. Yeah, they're going to be able to go through without too much trouble. This could be interesting.
No, and this is go some of these cars towards the back of the field, having good situational awareness, knowing first off that there were 2 cars there and not just 1 car to not turn down, but also knowing when to kind of hang out and let a couple cars underneath them in what is one of the tighter corners here on the course, and that has definitely allowed Meyer and Stretch to close things up.
Yeah, it certainly has. And they're getting close to the point where they're going to be able to start feeling the that air pocket from the front too. That's going to make a big difference too on the oval.
Yeah.
Coming to 1 to go though, it's going to be awfully tough.
That's what I was going to say. We're coming down to just coming to the white flag lap here as they come out of the final corner on the oval, out of turn 10 onto the front straight. White flag now in the air. 2.3 miles and 10 more turns remain, and it is Frankie Barroso, your leader. Preston Pardis, yesterday's race winner and 4-time national champion, in second. Christian Meyer, Logan Stretch now running in 3rd position, and they are still about a second back, about 7 car lengths, and that's going to be rough. And at some point, and we'll see when this comes, I think Logan Stretch is going to have to go and make a move or attempt to make a move on Christian Meyer here for that last step on the podium if they can't get up to the back of Preston Pardis, but they're pretty darn close.
They are. They're much closer than I was expecting. Frankie running a little wide there, but so did Christian Meyer and Logan Stretch. So, well, fair play for both of them. Shouldn't have any time changes there. If I'm Preston Pardis, I think I'm okay being in 2nd place coming out of this hairpin. I may have set up a little bit of a gap. That way I can get a good run, get back to the gas early. Maybe 1 bump on Frankie's back bumper, and then I'm looking to make a pass somewhere just after that oval turn number 4.
So you use the draft as long as you can, and then just pop out at the very end and hope you can make the run down the start finish. That's going to be Preston Pardis's idea, and then directly behind Logan Stretch in that second pack of 2. He's going to be thinking the exact same thing. There you go. Pardis looks to the high line, and Barroso goes to defend. Pardis then looks to the inside, cannot get by, and as they come to the line, taking the win, Frankie Barroso in the AIG Aero Group number 48 Spec Miata, 0.13 of a second the margin. Preston Pardis will finish in 2nd. Logan Stretch manages to get around Christian Meyer coming to the line. 66 one-thousandths of a second separate them. Nick Bruni will finish in 5th. Jim Drago will finish 6th. Nicola Veroni 7th. Mike Leo, Mark Cefalo, and Alex Acosta will finish in 9th. Ellie Gossett moves up to 10th because it looks like Bobby Gossett might have had some challenges coming out of the hairpin. Great run for Ellie in the number 77 machine. She started off in 16th position, makes up 6 places. Good run for her.
Yeah, great run, especially being in a tough group like that second group was. We saw them jockeying for position pretty much the whole race. And even on the last lap, we saw a lot of names moving around on the timing sheet as they crossed start-finish line. So a very strong run. A lot of experience in Spec Miata in that group. So both the Gossetts doing really well to end up where they did. I think I was most impressed by Logan Stretch's run, though, when you think about it. We wrote him off a little bit early on. We were concerned he didn't quite have the pace, but ended up only 0.6 down from the front pack, and just an outstanding run. I feel like we didn't see much of him yesterday. Maybe started in the back, had some problems in qualifying, but outstanding work today.
Yeah, exactly. He started in 8th position here, worked his way up into 3rd. Good run for the driver who's going to be heading to the Pro Series, heading to Global MX5 Cup, starting here in 2026. And of course, Frankie Barroso, who took home 2nd position, took the silver medal at the national championships. Great start on the year for him as he comes home with the gold medal here at the feature race at the Palm Tree Winter Majors. All right, next up is going to be the big ground pounders, the big bore racers, made up with going to have a nice little Spec Corvette contingent, as well as Touring 1 and Touring 2. And I believe an ITO car thrown in for good measure. That race scheduled to start at 1:35. Actually, they'll be heading out for the pace lap somewhere right around 1:30, so about 10 minutes from now. What we'll do, Nick, is we will take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll rejoin the action here in about 10 minutes. Here from Homestead-Miami Speedway, it is the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Stick around. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And next up are our big bore cars, and one that, well, actually it does have a pretty big bore. That Delara that's going to be starting the outside of the front row. Let's run down the starting order for our T1, T2, Spec Corvette and GTX race. Starting on the pole today, based on the time that he set in qualifying this morning, in his number 84 T1 Aston Martin. That's a FIA GT4 car. It's Avram Cohen. Started on the outside of the front row, driving the number 07 Delara P217 Caddy-powered machine. It's Jacek Muka. Again, that's in the GTX class. There he is in that Gulf liveried prototype car. Marino Reyes is your pole sitter today in Spec Corvette. He's driving the number 86 machine, and there he is right now. Well, at least that's the windshield of Marino Reyes's number 86 machine. Cecil Stevens in the number 54 Spec Corvette is right behind him. There's Cecil, so we've got his on board as well. Then we've got Ian Sullivan, who's going to start third in Spec Corvette, fifth overall. He's driving the number 24 machine. Rodin Unesi is our second runner in Touring 1 and T1. He's driving the number 16 BMW M2 Club Sport. There you go, the light blue machine there coming out of the hairpin. Brian LaCroix is in his 2005 C6 Corvette. He's our sole T2 racer today. That's the number 2 machine, with Frank Reinhardt in the white number 53 Spec Corvette starting in 8th. James Davidson in the red number 9 Spec Corvette will start 9th. And William Daschle in the number 22 Spec Corvette will pull up from the back of the field. There he is now as the pace car, now beautiful Toyota Crown Hybrid pace car, presented and provided by Headquarter Toyota, brings the field through the last parts of the oval. The pace car now going to drop down onto the apron, turning the field over to Avram Cohen in his Aston Martin as the green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again here at Homestead. This is a great view, Nick, because we're going to see for the first time what it looks like going down into turn 1 as Marino Reyes tries to go around the outside of the Aston Martin coming into 1. Cannot get that move done, and as we kind of expected, Jacek Muka, who didn't bring his Delara out for qualifying this morning, jumping to an early and easy lead.
Yeah, that was pretty expected from Jacek. Cecil Stevens, though, giving Marino Reyes a great run right at the start there. Jumped into the lead for just a second. Marino able to make it by, exiting our roller coasters section. And yeah, we'll see if Cecil can give it to him today. Marino really had the race locked up for himself by about the end of the first lap yesterday. I don't think it's going to be this way today.
Well, we'll see here, because Rodin Unesi, I think, had some other plans, as he went very deep on the brakes in that M2 to split up Marino Reyes and Cecil Stevens. And now the number 9 machine here of James Davidson, coming from downtown, trying to get around the Touring 2 machine, the C6 Corvette of Brian LaCroix. Let's see here, that BMW. He's got some legs today, as he's going to drive right on by Marino Reyes going on to the oval.
Yeah, and it looks like Cecil Stevens got pushed all the way back to 4th in that Spec Corvette battle. So, you know what I thought was going to be? Maybe 3rd, sorry. That C6 is not part of the Spec Corvette battle. I always get that confused. So what I thought was going to be quite a challenge, not shaping up so far.
Well, definitely a challenge here for Cecil Stevens, as he's got James Davidson, the number 9 Spec Corvette, just ahead of him. You know, I got a text message from Cecil earlier today, because as we were looking over, going through our timing and scoring from yesterday's race and even the final results, it showed Cecil is finishing 4th in Spec Corvette behind Frank Reinhardt and James Davison, as well as Marino Reyes, who took the win. And Cecil swears to me he finished 2nd yesterday. So we're just going to go with that. It's like,
Hey, we've got no confirmation of it other than a single report, but it sure sounds good.
Yeah, exactly. I was 7th. Anyway, going down into turn 1. Oh my gosh. And funny story, the I was 7th guy, he was actually my very first driving instructor. Anyway, real true story. Anyway, let's take a look here as Marino Reyes did get back by the BMW, and that now leaves a pretty rough fight here. One with the C6 Corvette of Brian LaCroix, the number 2 machine, again not running in-spec Corvette, but then also James Davidson and Cecil Stevens there. Davidson in the red and gray, or red and black, number 9 machine there, and then right at the back of that group is Cecil Stevens. And the 53 of Frank Reinhardt right in that battle as well. William Daschle a little bit off the pace here today. Oh, we've got driver going around to turn number 3.
That was Cecil Stevens. He kept it off the wall, and now he's got some work to do to get back to that pack.
You know what this means, Nick? It means I'm going to get a text message later this afternoon, and he's going to tell me he didn't spin there. So, yeah, it looks like he just got on the throttle a little early and managed to keep the fiber nose off the wall there. No damage, except maybe to his ego, and he is now back underway. He's now going to fall back into falling into I guess probably 4th position, because I still don't think William Daschle pulled up on that group yet.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think 4th place is where he will land right now. So
yeah, Daschle's running about 10 seconds off the pace of the other drivers in this field currently. Well, he's going to be a lot less than 20 seconds back from Cecil Stevens here now, but had been about 20 seconds back from the rest of the field when they started the last lap. As Stevens now comes onto the front straight, and you can see the gap there, probably around 40 car lengths now separating he and Frank Reinhardt, who is our new 3rd place racer in spec Corvette.
Yeah, it looks like James Davidson though is running pretty good. I haven't checked my timing sheet yet. I should to see what the lap times look like between him and Marino Reyes.
So last time through, Davidson running a 32.3, which was almost 0.8 of a second faster than Marino Reyes, and you can see they're starting to make up some ground on him. Reyes there in the blue number 86 machine. And yesterday in the race, Reyes was running down in the 28.2s. So at the moment, Reyes quite a bit off the pace of where he was yesterday.
Yeah, wondering if maybe he's using the same tires as yesterday. We talked about them being 200 treadwear tires. I'm not sure how they heat cycle or how they stand up to the punishment that the banking here gives them. So it could be a combination of a whole mix of things.
Yeah, exactly. So the Vitor P1s that the Spec Corvette racers are running in 2026, again 200 treadwear tires, and I know that they light up, they get up the temperature very, very quickly, but these are tires that are typically used either for autocrosses or for time trialing events, where time trials, the drivers will go out and they'll do 3 to 4 laps and then dial the car back because they've kind of gone out of that window. And I know that, and I'm fairly certain that Vitor is coming out with a tire soon that is meant more for endurance racing, which I think anything more than 4 laps would be probably considered endurance for a 200 treadwear tire. So it is quite possible that he might have run that rubber off during yesterday's race. And who knows? But the thing is with these tires is they do have a much longer. You can run many more heat cycles on them than you can with your typical R compound tires, and they may not have been used for the first time yesterday. Let's put it that way.
Yes, very much could be the case. Spec Corvette, again, as most of you at home may remember, is a regional class. It is not a majors class. So they're all fighting for SARRC points here. This is not for particular entry to the runoffs. So yeah, not necessarily needing to bring fresh tires when you're in that scenario.
Yeah, and supposedly, though, the C5 Corvettes that are well, first off, the C5 Corvettes that are classified in T2 can run in Spec Corvette, and vice versa. There is a spec line for Spec Corvette in the T2 rule set, but the only T2 car that we have today is Brian LaCroix's C6 Corvette, and that is not legal for Spec Corvette. And I think we talked about it that LaCroix, who was joining us from Hyannis, Massachusetts, was probably the only racer out here today doing a snow dance on the pit line.
Yes, probably would have been. Yeah, I'm sure he's got much more snow experience than most of these Florida drivers.
Well, here's a great view, Nick, now as they come out of turn 7, because James Davidson now is pulled right alongside Marino Reyes, and they're gonna play a braking game going into. Oh no, that is actually the number 2 machine of LaCroix, but they were gonna play a braking game, chicken, going into turn 8 into the hairpin, and that's actually allowed Marino Reyes maybe to open up a little bit of extra, little bit more of a gap there as they go onto the oval.
Yeah, you might be right. They going too wide there. Not exactly the fastest way by. But they went through cleanly, which is all that really matters. As you see that C6 moving down to the bottom now and going to make a little bit of headway on the other 3 Spec Corvettes.
Yeah, it's Cecil Stevens, the 54 machine. Great because he wasn't side by side with the number 9 machine coming out of the hairpin. Great run all the way through the oval. And Cecil Stevens now getting around, James Davidson as well as Frank Reinhardt there. So the car that had spun 2 laps earlier made up about 40 car lengths in the span of 2 laps.
Yeah, he certainly did. He also has the fastest lap for Spec Corvette right now at a 29.9, or a half second faster than Marino Reyes. So he's found some pace in that car, and if Marino is maybe struggling with some tires, things like that, there's a possibility he works his way back up.
All right, as we also watch now, didn't give much airtime yesterday, but Jacek Muka and his Dallara P217 Cadillac-powered prototype here, about to come up on the back of this Spec Corvette field, and he is, to just give a bit of an idea, he's lapping about 8 seconds a lap faster than these Corvettes. Obviously, he's got some major advantages once he gets down into the infield as far as aerodynamic grip goes, as he now drives past a couple of those Spec Corvettes, getting around getting around the number 9 car of Davidson, getting around Reinhardt as well, and doing well to pick these cars off on straightaways and not impact any of their cornering speeds. It's a good run there for Muka.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. He's able to be patient and take his time. He's got no other competition, so as long as he finishes the race, he's got himself a trophy at the end of the day. So no need to put the car in any risk. No need to get involved with anyone else's races when you've got the power and the handling to make a move at will, and you have no pressure behind you. Hey, it's a pretty easy walk in the park of a race for Jacek Muka, sorry.
All right, as we jump back on board now with Cecil Stevens, and this time the car up ahead of him, that is our Spec Corvette leader, Marino Reyes. Took the win yesterday, was our pole sitter both days, and he's going to have Jacek Muka coming up on him now.
I think that's still our C6.
Yeah, you got me again. One of these days I'll get it right. We'll just rewind about 15 seconds, and we'll say that he's coming up on the number 2 Touring 2 machine of Brian LaCroix. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, absolutely. It is we talked about it a little yesterday during the race, but seeing the speed comparisons of a T2 C6 and the spec Corvettes, it got my mind kind of jogging, like the future of this class. We could see 2 generations of Corvettes and spec Corvettes similar to spec Miata. So that could be the new class to be in. Spec Corvette, spec Miata may go by the wayside when these things come out.
There you go. Jump to something with a little more horsepower and torque. Of course, the C5 machines here, all of the spec Corvettes, they are the Z06. They're the coupe, not the hatchback body style, and that is by design and by rule. I'm not exactly sure why that would be, whether it be weight or maybe they didn't want those beautifully curved rear hatch glasses possibly, shattering and God knows whatever else.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. It could be just structural rigidity as well. I feel like the coupe is probably a little bit more structurally sound than the fastback is.
Fastback, yeah, and that, I mean, it's probably one of the major reasons why Chevrolet only offered the Z06 in the coupe body style, not in the hatch. So, I think definitely a lot to be said there. As the number 9 at Davidson, he's now fallen a little bit off the pace of Frank Reinhardt, the white number 53 machine. Now, yesterday, I think it was well, no, that's right. We thought it was Cecil Stevens who had the challenges at the end of the race, though we showed him losing like 30 something seconds over the span of 2 laps. Davidson finished either second or third, depending on who you talk to. But he's now fallen off the pace back of these cars a little bit, and little bobble there from LaCroix going through turn 4, maybe opening up the door for Cecil Stevens to sneak by, but. You see there, that C6. Once LaCroix gets out of turn 4 and hits turn 5, you can see the car just. I mean, it hunkers down, and he can open up almost 2 car lengths at will from the C5 cars behind. Yeah,
he really can. I've got to imagine the R compound tires allow for a little bit more exit speed, and then what I'd imagine is I think a slightly lighter chassis. On the C6 compared to the C5, along with a little bit more torque, because I believe the C6s start out with a 6-liter compared to the 5.7 found in the Z06. So could be a little bit of a combination of things to give them that advantage.
Yeah. By the way, I just got. Everybody has my phone number apparently, and maybe I should just put it in the chat. Just got a text message from somebody who would know that actually reminded me, because the proof is right in front of us, right there. That white number 53, Frank Reinhardt. If we watch him as he turns down in turn 1, you'll notice he's got the hatchback on the car.
Oh, he does.
Yes, he does. So. Maybe I got it wrong. That's
so maybe you can run any C5 Corvette. It just has to have the LS6 package.
That, apparently so.
And in the chat now, someone else confirming Cecil Stevens finishing second. So
here we go. So it isn't just Cecil tooting his own horn. Well, let's jump on with Cecil. And to remind Cecil that he finished second yesterday, he's going to spend his day here eternally behind the number 2 car of Brian LaCroix. Or maybe that's to remind us that he finished second yesterday.
That's right.
Which is where he is today. And let's take a look and see here. Marino Reyes lapping almost identical lap times to LaCroix, but still Stevens lapping about 0.3 of a second, both lapping about 0.3 of a second faster than Reyes ahead. And we can see her each time we go to this shot. Reyes is getting quite a bit larger in the mirror, and this might be Cecil Stevens' opportunity here to go around the outside of LaCroix. He had a great jump with the draft. Now he's going to drop to the inside.
This could be it.
LaCroix on the brakes a little bit earlier.
There he goes, right through. Great pass. This will give us a great view of that roller coaster section I've been talking about all weekend. Maybe some of you have not been here before. Look at that huge elevation.
Yeah, it rose like at least 3 inches. That's amazing.
And then we drop maybe 3 to 4 feet into this.
Oh, right there. Actually, there's a big lift right there.
No, it like I said, I think it might be the most elevation changes we get at a track in Florida. Not much compared to the rest of any racetrack in the world, but for us Floridians, it gets your stomach a little upset going through that big elevation change. We're not used to that.
Oh my gosh! Whoa! Look at that power slide from James Davidson going through turn 6. Yeehaw! As he's going to be coming up on William Daschle, going to put Daschle a lap down. Daschle, great run there when he came out of turn 5, pulled off line, gave all the drivers point buys, and made it easy for them to make it through into turn 6. And it looks like Davidson's going to come up on Daschle just at the right time. And by the right time, I mean the time that we go to break here to thank some of our partners and sponsors. And so when we come back in just a few moments, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in our big bore race presented by D Welding Shop here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota in the Florida region of the SCCA, and it is our big bore race. We've got 8 laps or 19 and a half minutes remaining here. And Nick, things are starting to tighten up a little bit in Spec Corvette, it looks like. Well, it looks like LaCroix is going to be eternally in the middle of this the Spec Corvette race. But Reinhardt really starting to close things up here. On Cecil Stevens ahead in the 54 machine.
He is starting to clamp down a little bit, and like you talked about, the number 2 right in the middle of them is going to make things a little tricky, but they're still certainly very close, and maybe Frank Reinhardt can use that C6 Corvette to pick up a little bit speed, use the draft, and inch ever closer to stealing an extra spot on the podium.
And all the while, let's take a look. Cecil Stevens, last time by here, a 1:31.551, clips off another 0.3 of a second on the 86 of Marino Reyes ahead. That 86 car getting closer and closer and closer here as they come down into turns 2 and 3. And there we go. Amy Stevens, I'm sure she would know. She said, I actually commented on Cecil finishing second yesterday. I've got such horrible short-term memory, especially when I'm looking at the results sheet from our wonderful folks in timing and scoring that say he finished 4th. But, hey, See, Amy, I apologize.
You did fine, Greg. Don't worry about it too much.
I mean, it's not that this stuff lives on for eternity on YouTube or anything, but
I'm sure there's very few people who come back and watch us.
We'll make sure. Oh, yeah, exactly. We'll make we'll put a note in the show notes or a bookmark where I fell on my sword and apologized at the 6 hour and 27-minute mark. Yeah.
Let's see. How is Cecil? Looks like Cecil's closing a little bit more. I have to look at timing when they come by, but by the Mark 1 eyeballs I've got, I think it's getting a little tighter.
It is. Well, let's take a look here as they come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, and they cross over the timing stripe. And again, Cecil Steve. Well, that time it looks like Reyes may have picked up 2/10. Yeah, let's go to this shot for a while. I think this is going to be good here. We might be able to see where Cecil Stevens is making time on Reyes.
Yeah, good view here. Watching them come through. Ooh. Gotta say, those Chevy small blocks do sound really good.
Oh, yes, they do.
Not quite as nice as the beautiful noises of a 1.8 liter Mazda engine.
I was just gonna say it doesn't hold a candle to my single overhead cam D16 A6 Honda. But, you know, I mean, nobody can beat the 135 horsepower of fury that car puts down in IT trim.
Yeah, pretty good run out of turn 8 there, but Marino might be even better. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap there. So Cecil may be closing in the infield, but that run onto the backstretch may be a little bit of a weakness.
You know, and you were talking this morning how these cars really have to look at turns 9 and 10 at the banking here as real turns, and you could hear that as Cecil Stevens gets out of the throttle right by the apex at turn 9. That's as good an indication as any, you know, that he just couldn't stay foot to the floor, otherwise we'd see the rear end step out on him.
Yeah, it's so uncommon that we race at ovals like this, right? It's really Daytona and Homestead, and then you look at the rest of the country, and we don't quite have as many infields. I guess Charlotte too. We get the road course at Charlotte, but
yeah, I mean, and I've run, although I have, it's been years since I've raced Charlotte, and when I raced, I was in a 92 horsepower Honda. I guarantee you, I was keeping the foot to the floor, and I was also keeping the car pinned to the white line on the inside going around the banking, so it didn't feel very, very highly banked. But I've been there on much higher horsepower cars, and it's not the same as what you see here, because Charlotte, the oval, the banking is, you know, certainly not to the extent that Daytona is, but it's kind of similar. You know, you're not really letting out of the throttle mid corner to adjust what the car is doing.
Right. Yeah. The banking here and just the tightness of or the radius of the oval is certainly something that you have to take into account. Like you said, we heard Cecil Stevens have to lift to hold the car on its line through the corner. It looks like he got a much better run out of turn 8 this time.
He did.
As they're making their way ever so closer. But yeah, the banking here is much more deceiving than the typical banking that you would expect. You know, it's not a true straightaway. It is a corner. You're turning the car through it. The car is going to scrub speed mid-corner, even if you're flat. You know, a Spec Miata is flat around there, but it's not really accelerating. You know, you're turning the wheel and scrubbing speed, so it kind of holds its speed compared to Daytona, where you're accelerating the whole time. And so that's what can really tear up the tires. Like we were talking about, maybe Marino Reyes had some older tires, and these bankings just tore him up, not allowing him the grip he wants to run the lap times that he did yesterday.
Well, the 3 laps to go, and maybe 4 car lengths to get up to the back of that machine. but pulling up behind and being able to draft by is possibly something very, very different. Reyes having led Spec Corvette here from the very beginning. Let's see if he's within the draft. He's looking like he's pretty close to that being in the draft there. He makes up a little bit of ground here, and you see the difference. He drops in, starts much lower coming in than Reyes, and tracks out to the wall much later. Very different line. But Cecil Stevens, he's been very late on the brakes going into one and then later into turn two. He does make up some ground, at least on entry, but I think as late as Reyes has been braking there too, that Reyes makes up at least a little bit of ground. But you have to also ask here is these racers, they've got this lap and two more. If Stevens didn't have that issue coming out of turn three early on, whether or not whether he'd be up to Reyes by now or even past Reyes, because he's had better pace all race long.
Yeah, and don't look now. I see a race leader coming up behind. Depending on when they get past, he could cut one of their laps off if he makes it by on this oval here and takes the white flag. Could cut the Spec Corvette race a little bit short, so we'll see how fast the prototype wants to get by them, or if he gives them a little bonus lap.
I think there's a good chance he will. so Muka's fastest lap time in this race, a 1:18 and change. Last time around, a 1:25. So running about 7 seconds off of his fastest lap here. He might be willing now. A lot of times though, you sit behind a couple drivers and you go, I got to do this for 2 more laps. Actually, now for him it's gonna be last lap. We're I think white flag here for him.
He's moving pretty slow though. I think he may end up giving this group a chance to race. I don't see.
He's literally out of the throttle, just coasting around now behind these guys. And so Brennan Kazmarek, who's on site, said that the starter did not display the white flag, but this would be the last lap. And we've got 21 laps in the books for Muka. He's lapped the rest of the field, I think, twice, and he's just sitting back and letting this unfold. Cecil Stevens, though, now he's got to. I know he's trying to get up to the 86 machine, but LaCroix, I think he's got other plans. LaCroix, for a moment there, was trying to get by. Oh no, I told you it's hard to do this for multiple laps, and Muka now getting around the white 53 of Frank Reinhardt. And Muka's now, he's had enough now. He's going to bring an end to this race. So the chances of the Corvettes getting one more lap, that is now out. Jacek Muka is going to come to the line, takes the overall win. He's our only GTX racer, and that now is going to end our Spec Corvette race, where Marino Reyes will take the win. Cecil Stevens, he finishes second for, some say, the second day in a row. Frank Reinhardt will finish third. James Davidson fourth. William Daschle fifth in Spec Corvette. Brian LaCroix, our sole T1 racer, will finish sixth overall. And didn't really spend a lot or any time with our T1 race. Avram Cohen, in his Driven by Promise Aston Martin racing machine, takes the win over Rodin Unese's Driven by Adventure. Let me make sure I got these right. Pardon me. Avram Cohen is the Breathless Racing car. He now comes across the line. He's going to take the win in Touring 1. And then we should see a great
flash of the lights there. Very cool. Very cool.
And I'm fairly certain that Rodin Unesi was a lap down. Oh, there's Unesi now. He's coming out of the final corner, and he is going to take the checkered flag. And so Unesi finishes 19 seconds in arrears, will finish second in Touring 1. These guys had to make it so complicated for me. All right. Anyway, that's going to wrap up our big bore race here today from Homestead. Next up, our first of two open wheel races is going to be for the big open wheel cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprises 2, and the FIA GT4 cars that are racing in the FX class, as well as Prototype and Prototype 2. That race is next, scheduled to start at the green flag time, 2:30, so pace lap around 2:25. We're going to take a break till then, and hopefully you'll stay with us for some more great racing action from Homestead Motor Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Please stay with us. Ready for that next Tin Top challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. to Homestead, everybody. There you go. And, well, that was problematic. You know, we have that a lot on the pace laps here. Welcome back to Homestead. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors, and this is where somebody's going to end up getting DQ'd when he realizes he can't, well, when he doesn't realize he can't take his position back on the pace lap, and these are passes under yellow. Anyway, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, the voice of the GCR, and that is Nick Soriano, pardon me, and we are bringing you out the Formula Atlantic, Formula X, Formula Enterprise 2, and Prototype, both Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 races here at Homestead, and we'll get the number on that car in just a moment, but let me run down as much of the starting order as I can. Starting on pole today, driving the number 46 Swift 014 in Formula Atlantic. That is James French. Dudley Fleck driving the white number 74 Swift 016, going to start on the outside of the front row. Lawrence Loshak in his Elan DPO2. He is your prototype or P-class pole sitter. He's going to start third alongside teammate Bart Wolf, driving the number 28 Elan DPO2. J.R. Smart's going to start fifth. He's in the 06 Formula Atlantic Swift 014A. And then we've got Alexander Velasquez in his Ligier JSF3 machine, also in Formula Atlantic. He starts sixth, starting seventh. Nathan Bird in his JDR F1000. He's running in the Formula Atlantic class. He starts seventh, with Austin Yelkin in a Swift 014, also in Formula Atlantic, starting in eighth. Starting ninth is John Gaydon in his prototype class DPO2, with Paul Schneider, your FE2 pole sitter, starting in 10th. That's the number 73 car. Steve Whitston in the number 18 FE2. He's going to start 11th, with Sherman Chow, your prototype 2 pole sitter, in his Ligier JS51, starting 12th. Then we've got Will Franklin in FE2. He's going to start 13th, and John O'Donnell starting 14th in Formula Atlantic, as the pace car is on the pit lane. Lots more cars. We'll cover them here as time goes on, as we've got at least one car in the pit lane. Green flag in the air, and James French on the inside. Dudley Fleck to the outside. French, don't know what happened to him yesterday. He finished all the way back in the field, finished in 19th position after having started on the pole, but much better for him today. But he does drop into second place behind Dudley Fleck, your leader, as we start this race. Lawrence Loshak holding off Bart Wolf for the lead in prototype. A little bit further back in the field, Sherman Chow, much better start for him. He didn't have to make the run to the grass. He's your leader in P2. And we've got another car off in the grass. They're coming out of turn number 5, pulling all the way up to the wall. That hopefully will allow us to stay green here. Well, now he's pulling back out on track, so whatever ailed him, well, maybe it doesn't ail him any longer, as it's getting complicated out here, Nick.
It sure is. A little bit of a messy start. You know, I tend to picture formula cars as being the more prim and proper of the groups, as we see another car locking up and going straight off at the hairpin there.
Well, he didn't dress very well for that party.
No, he did not. I was just very surprised to see kind of the chaos that came out of the start of this race so far, and I don't really know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can tell you one thing we can say is we've got one lap in the books. Fleck and French have crossed the line to complete lap one. Loshak leads Bart Wolf. 5th and 6th are Smart and Velasquez. They're running 3rd and 4th in Formula Atlantic. Paul Schneider leads Steve Whitston in Formula Enterprises 2. They're running 8th and 9th overall. Yesterday, Schneider took the win. Whitston, who had a great race with Schneider for about, about 20 minutes of our 25-minute race. And then Whitston retired early. He did have the car out for qualifying this morning and brought the car out for the race, and he's hanging right in there with Paul Schneider. Mike Fatuta in his G-Tech Motorsports FIA F4 machine currently leads the FX class with Andrew Davis, also in an F4 chassis, just a little bit behind, running in 15th position, split by that P2 car of Sherman Chow. Yeah, interesting start there, right from the very beginning with the car spinning on the pace lap. And, I've done that before, Nick. And I did it from pole, which was the worst thing ever.
Oh, no.
I knew what I could and could not do, and I could not make up positions on the pace lap because you're not allowed to pass under yellow.
Right.
But the pace car driver didn't know what to do when the pole sitter spun off course before the race, and he slowed down to like 10 miles an hour, and everybody behind him was like, "Oh, what the hell's going on here?" But they actually wrote something into the GCR about this about 5 years ago to remind drivers that they cannot reclaim their position during a pace lap. But regardless, Dudley Fleck has opened up a tremendous 0.6 of a second advantage now over James French after 2 laps. Down running in the high 117 range, about 0.4 of a second off of where they started this race, and it looks like, well, maybe French would run faster if he didn't have the rain light on. I don't know.
Well, I will say the Fleck and French battle that I believe we have on screen here right now is the one we were most excited for. We wanted to see it yesterday, and unfortunately French had some issues, was not able to complete that race, but now here we have it. This is kind of the best of the best in FE2, and what we wanted to see out of these formula classes. Some great wheel-to-wheel formula car racing.
Yeah, Dudley Fleck, your 2024 Formula Atlantic National Champion. James French, your 2021 National Champion. Again, some of the best, and very closely matched the last time by. French had made up almost 0.4 of a second after having been about 6.5 tenths back. And you can see how close they are as they come under braking going into the hairpin. You know, I will bet if well, it's unfortunate that we don't have an onboard with either one of these cars. You know, whereas we heard the Spec Corvette earlier having to get out of the throttle coming through the banking here.
Right.
I'm guessing that with all the aerodynamic downforce that these cars generate from the wings, from the side pods, what have you, they're not getting out of the throttle. Yeah, maybe a small breath of the throttle, but nothing as drastic as what we saw in the Corvettes. And we've got another car having some challenges here on the run down to turn 6. I mean, I asked the cameraman earlier to zoom in that other class so we could see the car number. He's still not doing it for us.
Yeah, the formula cars are probably the worst offenders on being able to see the numbers with their very small body panels. So a tricky one for sure. Might be able to see it in timing and scoring after a couple of cars refresh and go by.
Yeah, you're going to see as cars are coming across the line and completing lap number 4. Want to see where they stand. Jacek Muka in the 07 Formula SCCA machine, the Phoenix entry, we were already showing as having been a lap down. It could very well be him or Nathan Bird. And I think Bird is the driver that we saw come down the pit lane at the very start of the race, as we are now going to a full course caution. And that is, it's not Muka, because I'm now showing Muka still a lap down, but he did complete a lap.
Yeah, I believe that's John O'Donnell, if I'm
in the number 1 machine.
Right, the number 1. It just seems that, according to my little lap tracker, when you click his name, it has not gone green yet. It's quite a long red bar. So, and he's moving down the order every time someone comes by. So I think that's the number 1 car, and that's going to bring out a full course caution, it looks like.
Yeah, indeed. That's the Jensen Global Advisors entry, as you said, the number 1 machine, and that is, let me see what kind of chassis that is. It's a, matter of fact, we're looking at it. We'll take a look when the safety car comes by, but I have it at least O'Donnell driving a Ligier F3, a JSF3 machine, and that is definitely Ligier. You can see the halo on there as well, and unfortunately, I think you're right that that's John O'Donnell. As we're under full course caution here, Nick, why don't we do this, since we are under caution and we haven't gotten the emergency teams out to retrieve Mr. O'Donnell's car? Here they come. Here comes the cavalry. Why don't we take our break a little bit early, and that way we can bring our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here from Homestead in this Formula Car race presented by the Southeast Formula Car Series. From Homestead, we'll be right back. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SCFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-do shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
And the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. And this race brought to you by the Southeast Formula Series. And kind of beautiful podium set up just on the inside of the track by the start-finish line for the Southeast Formula Series. Somebody over there in the paddock just sent the picture of it to Nick and me. And so when these racers finish their race, gonna have a nice little podium ceremony. Yeah, maybe you can give them some champagne or something. Give them something to drink over there. Long, hard, hot day. Let's run down the order here, Nick. We'll break things down by class. Let's start off with Formula Atlantic, where it's Dudley Fleck, James French, J.R. Smart, and Alexander Velasquez, your top four. Andrew Velasquez in fifth with John O'Donnell. Well, hey, John's gone. John was right there. He's gone now, and he was sixth. Over in Formula X, the battle of the F4 cars, Mike Fatuta with Andrew Davis and Lazaro Benatti. That's your three-car field. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow, your leader in the Road and Race Lee Racing Goodyear Carbotech entry. Mark Ditchkus, second. Peter Shadowin in third in the Road and Race Automotive Goodyear entry. Brian McGreevy fourth, Tom Kaufman in fifth. Over in Prototype, and this is going to bring Bart Wolf maybe back into the conversation a little bit. Lawrence Loshak had opened up somewhere close to 10 seconds on Bart Wolf just in the opening laps, and this might be the next best opportunity for Wolf to close things back up on his Wisconsin-based teammate. John Gaden third, Wade Richardson fourth. Over in FE2, it is Paul Schneider and Steve Whitston with Will Franklin and Brian Yates rounding out the four-car field. And wanted to look here. So it is still Schneider and Whitston right next to one another in the field. They just went through the camera there. They are running seventh and eighth, respectively. And Will Franklin and Brian Yates are right behind them. There they are, all four FE2 machines in a row, and that restart going to be crucially important for these racers. Over in P2, Sherman Chow's got Mark Ditchkus directly behind him as the pace car's on the pit lane, and we're back to racing here at Homestead. Dudley Fleck in the white 74 leads James French down into turn number one. Loshak and Wolf there once again. Wolf managing to get around J.R. Smart's Formula Atlantic car on the restart. And as they come through to 3 and 4, things straightening out already. It looks like Schneider was able to hold off Whitston there as they head into turn 5 and make the run to 6.
Yeah, good clean start on that restart. The term, cautions create cautions is always something to be worried about when you have to do a bunch of restarts and bring the field back together after they're spread out. But I think everyone did a good job, kept a cool head, and the race goes on. We've got a couple good battles here, the Formula Atlantic at the front, the prototypes, and the FV2s a little further back. So I'll have to keep an eye on all of them with 15 more laps.
All right, and here's a bit of a surprise. Looks like Bart Wolff managed to get around Lawrence Loshak on the restart. Loshak's, I believe, in the white and black prototype, the Elan DPO2, and I'm fairly certain that Bart Wolff is in the black and red one. So move Wolff now into the lead in the P class in prototype, as we have a change for the lead here in Formula Atlantic, as James French, at least momentarily, gets around Dudley Fleck here as they head down into turn 2. So big changes here both in Atlantic and prototype.
Yeah, good move to get by on the front stretch there. French was able to hold it. It looked like Fleck was going to try to attack right away in turn 2, but able to carry enough speed to hold off that attack. We'll see how long these guys can hold out and survive the oncoming attacks, the drafts here, as we see a swap in prototype.
Yeah. Loshak, I mean, it's interesting. A lot of times you go and you show the nose and you show the racer ahead of you what your intentions were. Loshak just cranked the wheel, turned the car in, and I don't know if Wolff was expecting that or not. I don't know if they're on the radios or not, but Loshak turned in. It looked like Wolff just, I don't know, didn't. It was odd.
It seemed like a pretty uncontested pass, to say it in nice terms, and
no Chris Taylor middle fingers.
That's right. Yeah, the strangely devoid of sign language on that pass. The prototype's a little bit of a gap now. I think that really shook Bart Wolff a little bit on that turn, and maybe he'll be able to work his way back up and catch back up to Lawrence Loshak.
All right, and now we'll see behind the group of prototypes right here, and that's J.R. Smart right behind Loshak and Wolff. Should see Schneider and Whitston coming into view here. There they are. So there's Schneider in the blue and yellow Formula Enterprise 2 machines. Opened up about 4 car lengths now on Steve Whitston, who's in the white with orange, and Whitston, I think, probably has more to worry about with Will Franklin directly behind him in the white and day glow green. Looks oddly reminiscent of the old Braun GP paint job, which wasn't much of a paint job. It was literally just white with some flourishes of day glow green. But
no, I think you're right though. Will Franklin and Steve Whitston probably closer together, being able to use the draft. So I think Whitston's going to have to watch out for Franklin more than be able to attack Paul Schneider ahead.
Yeah, and we'll see, because again, we were happy to see Whitston, who is our 2024 Formula V national champion, bring that car out for qualifying this morning after he retired with what we suspected was a medical issue, with a mechanical issue yesterday. But that car, even this morning, was running about a second off of Schneider's pace, and seemingly here as the race is starting to move out, and we've already got 10 laps in the books now, just 12 laps remaining. Whitston, who just turned in his fastest lap of the, well, there you go. Now you're gonna make a liar out of me. He was actually
I just saw that on the timing
half
sheet.
a second faster than Paul Schneider had. I was just going to say that that won't help him there. I still say the Spec Corvette did it better there, but Steve Whitston has the rear end walk around on him, and maybe what we're seeing is that Whitston has trimmed out that rear wing just a little bit so that he could carry a little bit more straight line speed than Schneider ahead.
Yeah, you've got to balance the downforce on a track like this, because there are some very high-speed corners where you can use that aero to your advantage, carry some more speed, but you don't want it to become a drag when you get onto the straightaways, rounding these turns here in 3 and 4. So a fine balancing act. Maybe that's why a lot of cars went out this morning, is to dial that in, to see how the aero, if they made aero changes, how the car felt.
All right, so as we complete now lap number 11, and that last time by, Schneider responds with his fastest lap of the race, and the 3 or 4 tenths of a second that Whitston had clawed back from Schneider on the prior lap. Well, Schneider turns the tables, runs 3 tenths of a second faster than Steve Whitston. So, staying doing what he needs to maintain that fairly constant advantage. Of course, I think a lot of it was lost by Schneider, by probably Whitston right here over turn 6 when he had that pretty lurid drift on the prior lap. Big changes in Prototype 2 is Mark Ditchkus in the number 41 machine, and that is one of the store WF1s. He has managed to get around Sherman Chow after that restart, and has put Mike Fatuta between he and Chow. And so Ditchkus, your new prototype leader. And just as we were on that previous shot, I think we're going to see a big change here in FE2. Will Franklin had pulled right alongside Steve Whitston's number 18 machine. And here they come out of the final corner onto the front straight. And as the colors come into view, I can't tell.
It looked from my angle that Will played nice and stayed in third, and I think
yeah, there you go. The red is ahead of the yellow, so Whitston still holding off Will Franklin, at least for the time being.
Yeah, wondering if it's Will Franklin just trying to play nice, and he knows that Steve's got the pace in him to catch up to Paul Schneider. And just thinking, hey, I can't bump draft you, but I can at least make you feel comfortable and run some good laps. You don't think that I'm going to poke my nose out and make a dive on you anytime soon. And because I don't think Paul Schneider is too far ahead where they couldn't catch him with some good laps and some good luck in traffic.
No, and Schneider's car is looking a little on the twitchy side as well through some of the slower speed corners. That again, there might be an opportunity. I think the biggest challenge you're going to see here is whether or not Will Franklin has the wherewithal to, much like we watch Spec Miata. You have to know when to attack, when you're better working as a team to catch the car further ahead, and we'll see here if. As I think that's more a part of the equation that Will Franklin controls, whether or not that is still going to be the case. Looking through a little bit further back in the field here, and there is that battle right behind them. We've got Andrew Velasquez and Brian Yates, and then the first prototype, the 56 machine, that is Wade Richardson, who is currently in the P class, the prototype class, running it in 4. As we've got a big change for the lead here in Formula Atlantic. That is Dudley Fleck, who on the prior lap had reset fast lap of the race. He's your new leader. He drives off the hairpin, Nick, and when they come to the line, almost 3/4 of a second on James French on the number 46 machine. So drop French back in the second. J.R. Sparta just ran his fastest lap of the race. He's now almost 18 seconds back from these two racers.
Yeah, I think traffic played a part in that one. So I'm sure French isn't very excited about how that went down, but that is multi-class racing, and you've got to be able to anticipate and be ready for it. So we'll see what kind of attack James French has to come back at Dudley Fleck here with a significant amount of time to go, working on 7 to go after they get onto this oval. I wanted to talk real quick about P2. You had mentioned Sherman Chow fell back a little bit. He has the fastest lap time in P2 at the moment, 1:24.6. The last couple of laps, he's been running in the low 130s, 131s and 132s. So I'm wondering if there was maybe a spin or some contact that allowed Mark Ditchkus to move forward and take that lead, as now he's lapping significantly faster than Sherman Chow, who looked to have the outright pace early on.
Yeah, and I wonder is Chow has one of the FIA F4 cars which are running in the Formula X class this weekend. I'm wondering if perhaps Chow is having a little bit of issue, digging out of some of the slower corners and getting by, and that's allowed Ditchkus with clear air ahead of him to just kind of open up that gap as we jump over here to our leaders, to Fleck and French trying to still work their way through traffic. As you mentioned, Nick, Dudley Fleck taking advantage of some of this slower traffic as they came out onto the oval the last time around, and now able to open up about a 7-car length advantage as they come onto the oval and now finally have some clear air.
Yeah, this will be the time for them to really push, give those cars all that they got to make sure they're running good laps and either create a gap or close it, depending on which driver you are. Just checking the timing again, and it looks like Sherman Chow has pulled off, is at least running very slow. We are getting word now, Nick, that he did head down to the pit lane. So, it looks like he had some mechanical issues and has decided to call it a day. Sherman Chow, your P2 pole sitter both yesterday and today, and your winner yesterday in P2. Let's see.
That is, as Fleck uses the draft as long as he can, pops out at the very last second.
And French having some trouble getting around here.
Let's see if we can move over to the front straight. As we've got a couple cars off. One car technically off, one dead stick right in the middle of the front straight. And let's take a look and see if we can pick up exactly what happened here.
Oh no, just got into each other.
Yeah,
didn't quite clear.
Two of our prototypes, looks like a prototype or P class, and possibly a P2 car. And we are going now to a red flag condition, Nick. And in SCCA, red flag is where, as opposed to what you see in Formula One and in the FIA, a red flag is to have all the drivers come to a safe, controlled stop, typically on the race course, not in the grass. Sorry, Paul. But so that the emergency services teams have as much track as they can to work whatever incident there may be and to be able to reposition them as quickly as possible. And you saw we already had some of our emergency services on the team, on the move there to respond to those two cars on the front straight. So what will happen here, we've got 6 laps remaining. The clock typically will continue to run. The stewards can make the decision under red flag conditions to go and stop the clock. But regardless, what will happen is this will be followed up by a black flag. All of the racers will come down the pit lane before they go back out and race. So if there were any passes that were made as drivers are trying to come to that slow, controlled stop, that will be essentially undone before the racers would head back to the track. But I don't know. Of course, at this point, a little bit too early to tell if we're going to get any more laps in what is typically a 22 lap or 40-minute time limited race.
Yeah, we get a good look here at our FE2 competitors, though. We've got the 73 of Paul Schneider, who was leading, and then that white and red, the number 18. That's your second place car of
Steve Whitston. And then right behind him, there you go. Well, no, I guess it isn't the same color yellow as the Braun cars had. But right behind that's Will Franklin in the white number 62 machine. And just a little bit further back from them, that was our 4th place FE2 racer, Brian Yates. And the Andrew Velasquez in the number 4 Formula Atlantic machine. That is one of the Ligier JS51s. Probably not JS51s, but the Ligier JSF3s right alongside. And there you go, black flag being displayed for our drivers, so they will return to the pit lane, given that all the work is being done on the front straight. Obviously, no harm in getting these drivers to move, although it looks like one of these racers may have stalled out his car. He's trying to wave the other racers through. We're getting word that one of the racers involved in that incident on the front straight, that was the P class or prototype class, the number 29 machine of Gaydon, and John Gaydon in the number 29 started 9th today on the field. The other car involved was the number 20 prototype 2 car. And the number 20 machine, that's Tom Kaufman. We're getting word that Gaydon is out of the car. He is okay, and Kaufman was able to drive his prototype machine back to the paddock. So hopefully they're. Well, one, we know, again, Gaydon's out of the car and he's walked over to the emergency services team. So it looks like both of those drivers reasonably okay. I'm sure a lot of work will need to be done to the race cars. But we'll see here as these racers have all received the black flag. They're going to be heading to the pit lane. As I guess we'll take a look. Our timing and scoring system is actually showing 0 time remaining now, and I don't know if they've decided to check. I assume they've probably decided to checker this race early. And okay, we're gonna try to get an update on that and see if we can check with race control to see what the decision is. Again, there were about 6 minutes remaining on the clock when this incident happened. When they went to red flag, there is the ability under red flag conditions to stop the clock. We don't know if that has been done. Our timing and scoring system, the timings have stopped, but we also have, speaking of stopped, as you see, another one of our competitors there at the entrance to the hairpin over at turn 8 that is dead stick, hasn't been able to return, and so they need to send an emergency services team out to retrieve that car as well. And I'm guessing that that's where these fine folks in these big Ford pickup trucks are headed right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking the emergency road back to that side of the track.
There you go.
Yeah, and there they go. Great work by our camera team to be able to follow the safety trucks around.
All right, look at that. And let's see if we can get the number on that. I believe that's one of our Atlantics, and it might possibly be, judging by the number of laps complete. I don't want to speculate. I was going to say I show Austin Yelkin as having only completed 12 laps in the number 79 car, and I'm not 100% convinced that is his, however.
Yeah, I don't have a picture for that one on the spotter's guide, unfortunately.
Yeah, Yelkin, who started 8th today, is driving a Swift 014. And again, can't tell for sure. Trying to tell, because it looks like that car has a halo also. Oh, you know who that is, and and we haven't been showing her on the timing and scoring all weekend long. We've had some issues. That's the number 10 Formula X entry of Isabella Abreu in one of the FIA F4 cars, and so they've got her under tow. They're going to bring her back, and again, we're going to try to get. Still have not received word from race control if those racers are going to be sent back out. Mr. Kesmer, can you look on the pit lane and see what they're doing with the cars that have come down the pit lane? Do they have them lined up there? Okay, and they are sending them back to the paddock. And so it looks like this race has been checkered. And this race now ends. So let's run down the final order here, Nick, if we can. We'll give you the top 10 overall, and then we'll break it down by class. Finishing first and second, Dudley Fleck and James French. First and second in Formula Atlantic as well. Lawrence Loshak will take the win in prototype, finishes third with Bart Wolf finishing fourth overall. J.R. Smart finishes fifth overall, takes the last podium position in Formula Atlantic with Alexander Velasquez, also in Formula Atlantic, finishing in sixth. John Gayden in the number 29 machine, who's one of the two drivers involved in that incident. And maybe it was a good thing that that's not a good thing, but it happened after he crossed the start-finish line. He is actually going to finish, it looks to be, with the bronze, finishing third in prototype. Paul Schneider will take the win over Steve Whitston in Formula Enterprise 2 with Wolf Franklin finishing in third. That's your top 10. And let's see if we go a little bit deeper. Let's talk about Formula X because we didn't have any of our Formula X drivers finishing in the top 10. Mike Fatuta finishing with the win. Lazzaro Benatti and Andrew Davis, your top 3. And then Isabella Brew, we saw there finishing in fourth. Over in Prototype 2, Mark Ditchkis takes the win over Brian McGreevy. Tom Kaufman finishing in third, with Sherman Chow, our pole sitter from the class, finishing in fourth. Peter Shadowin retiring two laps early, finishing in fifth. Over in Prototype, we talked about Loshak, Wolf, and Gayden. Wade Richardson showing as finishing in fourth. And then Jacek Muka, our sole Formula SCCA racer, the number 07, finishing. I'm going to try and get a position for you. Where did he finish? Finished 21st overall. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our large Formula race, powered and presented by the Southeast Formula Car Series. Next up is going to be our second open wheel race of the day, Formula Continental and Formula F. That race scheduled to start at 3:25 this afternoon. Green flag at 3:25. Pace lap starting at 3:20. So please join us then for not only that, but our last race of the day, which is going to be Improved Touring, scheduled to start at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. We'll see you in a few moments. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. And we're back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota in the Florida region of the SCCA. This, our second of two open-wheel race groups. It's Formula Continental and Formula F, presented by Ultra Chiller Cool Suit Systems. Another 22-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. And as the racers are on their pace lap, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 24 Van Diemen in the Formula Continental class, it's Chris Sharnow with Robert Wright in his Formula Continental Elan DP08, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Mark Deffer, also in a Van Diemen, will be starting third, with John Robinson II in his Swift DB06, our Formula F pole sitter, and scheduled to start fourth. Then we've got John Benson, also in Formula F. He is driving a Swift DB03, starting in fifth position, with Cooper Travis in a Spectrum 014. He is scheduled to start sixth today, also in Formula F. Then we've got Daniel Thurgood starting seventh today, and he is running his Swift LR23 in Formula F, while Hanu Numanpa, also in Formula F, driving a Van Diemen and starting in eighth position. Then we've got Neil Radloff starting in ninth. Neil is in Formula F, driving a Swift DB06, and then rounding out the field, starting in 10th today, driving the number 28 Formula F Swift DB6, Dom Setio. So yesterday, Nick, we had Chris Sharnow taking the win in Formula Continental over Robert Wright, almost 25 seconds from first to second, another 25 back to Mark Deffer in third. So we'll see here if Wright and Deffer can keep Sharnow honest. In Formula F, much smaller margin, as John Robinson took the win, Cooper Travis finishing second. And that was after John Benson, who had been fighting with Cooper Travis for a majority of the race, had to retire early. We've got the pace car on the pit lane. Green flag is in the air. And once again, we've got the field all spread out as Chris Sharnow heads to turn one, cuts across the rest of the field in that white with black machine. Robert Wright in the green number 90 slots into second position. And then we've got Mark Deffer there in third. Those are our Formula Continentals up at the front of the field. You can pick them out, all the Continentals. They're going to have the wings at the front. They're going to have the wings at the rear, where the Formula F machines, what used to be known as Formula Ford, they've got nothing but mechanical dripping to rely on, Nick. And it looks like John Robinson leads Dan Thurgood there as they head into turn 6.
Yeah, Thurgood with a pretty strong start. We'll see if he's able to keep up with John Robinson. John was able to pull out a little bit of a lead pretty early on yesterday, so curious to see if we get a repeat or if things will be a little bit different this time. Of course, that battle between John Benson and Cooper Travis that we watched yesterday was so much fun.
Oh, it was.
Hoping to see them back and have those cars running for the full 22 laps this time, rather than having it get cut short like it did previously. So a lot to look forward to, even though we've got a relatively small field right now.
Well, thankfully, we did see Benson bring his machine out for qualifying this morning, if only just to run the car in, put in some installation laps, make sure everything was okay. And he is out there now as Sharnow and Wright cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1, with Deffer about 3 seconds back from there. In Formula F, with 1 lap in the books, John Benson, your leader, with John Robinson and Dan Thurgood right behind. And, we're walking through it. There is only about 0.4 of a second separating our top 4 Formula F machines. As you can see there, they're all right in line as they come through. It's Benson, your leader, Robinson, Daniel Thurgood, and then Cooper Travis as well. Neil Radloff a couple seconds back from there with Hanu Numanpa and Dom Setio. We see them just coming out of turn 5, making the run down to turn 6 now.
Yeah, John Benson taking an early lead. A little bit of a surprise. We were a little concerned about his laps in qualifying, but it turns out it was just a true shakedown of the car to make sure everything felt good. That car appears to have great speed and handling so far, as we're into our second lap, and And he did get passed by John Robinson, but it looks like he's getting a good run onto the backstretch here. So we'll see who ends up the leader at the start-finish line.
That's it, is Benson and Robinson wheel to wheel as they come out of the hairpin. They do straighten out here as they get onto the banking of the oval. And this is where we're going to see that the draft will play such a great effect, even with these Formula F cars without the wings. The bodies, as the air travels over those rear suspensions in particular, not the most aerodynamic bodies. Most of these chassis were designed in the early 2000s when things were very different back then. And it is John Robinson with Benson second, Dan Thurgood taking a quick look to the inside of Cooper Travis, not able to get the pass made, and then Thurgood with the rear end stepping out on him as he comes through turn 4. Falls back, I don't know, 3-4 feet. I don't think that's going to hurt him all that much. Probably going to make it up right here under braking going into turn 6. And, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, Nick, some of the best racing I see in the SCCA is here in Formula F. Typically, it's your younger racers just coming out of karts, going in the Formula cars. They don't necessarily know where the edges of their cars and where their wheels start and end. And more important than that, they're pretty fearless, and sometimes racecraft isn't necessarily the top of mind for them. So it all combines to make for some amazing racing.
It does. It really does. These cars are a great starting platform. They're relatively low power, fairly cheap to run as far as racing hobbies go, and it makes it a great place to get your feet wet and to learn some racecraft, especially in the open wheel field. It seems that there are less and less opportunities for the beginning open wheel racing to come to younger drivers, and Formula F's continued to provide a great platform.
All right, as they head down, completing lap number 3, starting lap number 4, Robinson, Benson, Cooper, Travis, as they fanned out, went almost in a diamond formation around the oval there. I wish we had a camera running from Daniel Thurgood's car, because he's got like the best seat in the house. That Thurgood car though is so loose on the right hand turns. You saw the rear end step out on him once again, and he's just not getting a good drive off that little roller coaster section there, as he has to dial in some opposite lock, get the rear end back around. He falls a couple more tenths back. That last time by was almost 0.6 of a second off the lap times for the 3 drivers just ahead of him.
Yeah, even through 6 and 7, we saw a little bit of a slide. So may have made too much of an adjustment, or just really driving the car hard. You never know. But the front 3 continuing to stay nose to tail for the most part. John Robinson's starting to open a little gap, but I think they're still close enough where the draft will allow him to come back a little bit. It looks further than it really is on camera, so we may see that gap close up as they get towards turn 1.
All right, is now popping down to the inside, Cooper Travis, the number 17 machine, and tries to get the pass done. Cannot get by the blue number 7 of John Benson, as they are now starting to come up onto the rear there. Looks like Mark Deffer in the 08 Continental may have just had a bit of an issue. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's... I think they're coming up there on Deffer, who's definitely fallen back a little bit. There's Deffer right now. Looked a little bit off the pace coming through 3, 4, and 5. And we'll see if he continues with that pace or not. But Chris Soriano, Robert Wright, our leaders in Formula Continental, have really managed to step away from Mark Deffer at this point. Although yesterday, I think I mentioned he had almost a 25-second advantage over the rest of the Continental field when the checkered flag flew. He's already about 3 seconds up the road from Robert Wright with just 5 laps in the books.
Yeah, he's already making up time. Just picked up, looks like, another half second on Robert Wright, even though Robert Wright's setting his personal best of the session. Just can't compete with Chris Soriano right now.
Yeah. And there you go. There's the difference between Chris Soriano in his Van Diemen, and I think that's a 2001 I think that's an RF01 chassis. Pardon me, it's an RF. It's an RF01, a 2001 chassis. Mark Deffer driving a slightly newer Van Diemen RF02, a 2002 chassis, but Robert Wright there running second in class in an Elan DP08.
Yeah, looking at timing for Formula F, John Benson and Cooper Travis just set their personal best, still almost a full second off of John Robinson's best, though. So, well, they're closer than I was expecting to see there after seeing the lap times. But
well, and the difference, the lap times themselves, there were only 0.02 of a second separating them.
Yeah.
As far as overall lap times, 0.06 of a second at the line. So essentially nose to tail. And that last time through, Robinson, he did actually. He cleared almost a half second, but as you said it, I mean they're now within 3 car lengths and drafting right back to the back of the back of the number 19 car.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there might have been a little bit of a slide, lost some momentum for John Robinson, because it felt like he really let them back in. Now they're running. John Benson and Cooper Travis now creeping up onto John Robinson's best time. Gained over a second on that last lap, as you can see from this camera shot. They are right on his tail.
And I'll tell you, what was interesting to see there is they were setting up for turn 1. John Benson, you try to open up a corner as much as possible. When you've got a track that's got white lines on the edge, what have you, or you've got the curbing here going into turn 6. Typically, as long as it's flat-ish. At least in a tin top car where you've got maybe a much softer suspension than with these cars, you want to use all that pavement to open up the corner, dial in as little steering angle as is necessary to bind the car up as little as possible. And now as Cooper Travis takes a look to the inside of John Benson and gets the pass made going into the hairpin, what I'm finally getting around to is watch Benson as they come onto the front straight and set up for turn 1. Last time by, Benson had, I think, mere millimeters between his right front tire and the safer barrier and the wall there on the right-hand side. That it's not exactly the wall of champions over here at Homestead, but for a moment I thought he was just going to rip the wheel right off. There you go. Watch.
Look at him go.
Yeah, I mean, literally right on it there, trying to open up that corner as much as they can.
Yeah, really important design for these cars is to, like you said, get around the track with using as little steering input as possible, right? That's the fastest way. So setting up the corners like that, a couple tenths here and there over a 10-turn track, we're down a full second a lap if you can find a tenth everywhere. Let's see. Benson and Travis are going back and forth. I think their battle has brought them a little further back from John Robinson. And now we see another move by Travis going to the inside of Benson. This could compromise both of their runs out of here, letting John Robinson pull even further away.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see there, just as Cooper Travis came underneath Benson going into the hairpin, and Benson essentially let it happen, didn't really do anything about it. But I think he realized that with Travis having to start that turn from so far to the inside, he just wasn't going to have good exit speed. Decided instead to try to come underneath, and what you end up with is these two racers going around the two corners on the oval here. Instead of nose to tail where they can use the draft, they go through side by side, which is just slowing them down again. And so that last time through, John Robinson almost a half second faster than both Benson and Travis.
Yeah, a lot of side-by-side action is going to slow them down. And this is where your racecraft can really come into play to make or break a race. And you had mentioned John Benson kind of let the pass happen with Cooper Travis, and I thought he was just going to let him go and maybe tuck him behind, but as soon as they got onto the straightaway, he was right back into attack mode.
Right.
So it seems neither of them willing to give up second place right now, and it could kind of condemn them to a best finish of second because of that.
Hey, want to welcome Erwin back to the chat. It is getting to be very late at night for him. I think probably 9:30, 10 o'clock in the evening out in the Netherlands, but he checked back in. So I want to thank everybody, both Erwin and everybody else, for joining us here in the chat. We've got Eldon NC and Simply 21 all cheering on Cooper Travis in the chat. Gonna go look and see if John Benson has any. If you're a John Benson fan and you're in the chat, definitely chime in. We'd like to see it here. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, this was a little further back in our Formula F field, and the Formula Continental leader catching up to them now. So he'll have traffic to work through, but I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. I don't think his competitors are going to gain too much of an advantage off of having to go around the outside. Char now very much in the lead and controlling Formula Continental.
Yeah, with almost 8 seconds to give at this point. If he has to breathe the throttle just a little bit at some point, I think he's going to be okay. But he should have more than enough momentum to get by both Newman-Pah as well as Neil Radloff. Radloff just ran his fastest lap of the race in the Mansion Windows and Doors Lee Racing machine. Got down to a 132.252, and don't believe he was able to. Let's see what he qualified with today. Well, he was down to a 131.5 in qualifying yesterday. So okay, but he's getting down there, and it looked like a nice little battle that was starting to shape up between he and Newman-Pah. Newman-Pah that last time by, though, falling about a half second in arrears to Radloff.
Yep, and there go Benson and Travis crossing the line. Benson leading, both running pretty good times, 27.9s for the front three in Formula F. So no ground made up, no ground lost between the front three right now, as they've all kind of hit a rhythm of those 127.9 as a lap time.
All right, well, Nick, we are 12 laps into our 22-lap race. Why don't we take a break? We're right about halfway here. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in this small Formula car race presented by Ultra Chiller. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Homestead. Stay with us.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Greg. He's Nick. And these are our top 3 racers in Formula F. And once again, John Benson and Cooper Travis going at it. They came out of the hairpin and immediately side by side, didn't get things figured out or straightened out until they came down into turn 2, and they're coming up on Dom Sedio's number 28 machine now. Sedio sitting tail end Charlie in the Formula F class, sitting 7th right now on the field. They dispatched with him fairly quickly, but again, losing time to John Benson in second. There, Benson in the number 7 machine, or probably not to Benson, losing to John Robinson, our leader there. Robinson in that red number 19 machine, the Lee Racing Cricket Farm Motors entry, continues to expand his advantage now up to 3 seconds over Benson and Travis. Now, when we went to break, we were watching a nice little fight between Hannu Newmanpaw and Neil Radloff, the battle for 5th. And Newmanpaw, who had fallen about 10 car lengths back from Neil Radloff, has now gotten the pass made, now moving up into 5th. Newmanpaw in the number 11 Van Diemen, with Radloff in a Swift DB6, the number 96 machine, the white car, sitting there. But they've been going at it for a couple laps as well.
Yeah, they were. We had talked about Newmanpaw falling back, and it seems like he just found an extra gear. I don't know if it was some confidence or what it was, but I mean, his lap times have jumped up 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than what he was running previously. So he figured something out, and it's working for him, moving up into 5th now.
What, did he find a 5th gear when all these cars have 4 speeds? Wow, there you go. Anyway, I want to remind everybody that we're going to have more U.S. Majors Tour action next week from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors presented by the Central Florida region of the SCCA. Nick here, Mr. Nick is going to be your guide along with John Davidson, and should be a great racing action. I think we've got somewhere close to 300 entries that are going to be out there. Huge Spec Miata field. I think close to 60 cars, and always a great race there. Again, this really the double bill here between Homestead and Sebring to kick off the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour season. And of course, that'll be broadcast right here on the SCCA official YouTube channel starting 8 a.m. Eastern time next Saturday morning.
Yeah, very excited to be in the booth for that one. I think that's always a really fun event. It's one of the majors I've done the most, and just really excited to see the turnout. Probably do a couple of walkthroughs of the paddock the night before and Saturday night. Say hello to friends, maybe get some inside scoops of all the different classes, who's the favorites, and I'm excited to bring you all that information next week.
All right, 7 laps, or actually 6.5 laps remaining, as I think our leaders now coming into the oval, turns 3 and 4, as John Benson, Cooper Travis continue this race-long fight going into the hairpin. And John Robinson now has expanded his lead out to 3.2 seconds, seemingly every lap picking up another half a second to 0.6 of a second. And again, this is why when you go around the oval, without the benefit of the draft, you want to work together, but I think these two racers, I think they're going to be content battling it out for second place over the course of this race. I think they've conceded the fact that John Robinson may be uncatchable unless he has a pretty major off. And he had that one lap, Nick, about 10 minutes ago where he for whatever reason fell off the pace by about 3 seconds. And so there's always the chance there. But I if it were me, I'd want to be in a position to take advantage of that, and you do that by being as close as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd much rather be a little closer to be able to take advantage of any of those mistakes. But these two have been going back and forth, and it feels like watching a TV show on rerun over and over again.
Yes,
every
exactly.
time someone goes into turn 8, it feels like we get a pass there, and then we get a pass on the oval. They stay together through 6 and 7. And then a pass into the hairpin, a pass on the oval. It's kind of we talked about earlier, the never-ending story.
Like when somebody rickrolls me 25 times in a day.
They sent you a new timing link, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, man.
Now popping to the inside, going down into turn number 1. There you go, Cooper Travis. Please tell me 2 cars come out there. Good. Every time we go to the shot, I'm concerned that whoever enters turn 1 doesn't exit turn 2.
Yeah,
like a Spec Miata race.
They are running so close, and it feels like they're giving each other enough space for all the passes that they're making back and forth. Nothing seems to be super contested, but they are certainly going at it, taking advantage of any opportunity to pass they can. In the meantime, John Robinson looking in those rearview mirrors and just ear-to-ear smiles, could not
exactly.
be happier.
Just all he's got to do is click off laps and not watch those mirrors for too terribly long. And keep the eyes ahead, but at this point he's just got to keep his head down and turn in laps. We've got 5 laps remaining, or 15 minutes, whichever comes first. It's looking like this one will end on laps rather than time, as most of our races here today have. And next up is going to be our final race of the day. It's going to be our improved touring classes, ITA, ITS, ITR, as well as IT7, don't want to forget them, as well as on the Majors side of the house, Super Touring Light, SMX, Spec MX5, and Touring 3 and Touring 4. That'll be our final race of the weekend here from Homestead, starting at green flag time, 4:20 p.m.
Yeah, that group yesterday was a great race, that group 7. So many different classes and cars in that group. It's a great one to finish with. Should be a really exciting end to the day.
Yeah, we had a very good race in SMX yesterday between I guess it was not William Wallace. I'm trying to remember who it was there in SMX. I'll tell you what, I can actually pull it up right now. Jackson Wolney, that's who it was. Jackson Wolney and Bobby Gossett, who we saw earlier today in Spec Miata. Good battle between them and Jose Osiris Pena and his STL Honda CRX managing to hold off Nick Leveroni. And then I think the big surprise yesterday, Vaughn Mishko in his Mazda MX-5 taking the T3 win over Dan Moen's Ford Mustang, where Moen was just so strong in qualifying, just the race pace didn't come to him. But great racing there on with the majors classes, and Celine Roland taking the win over in ITS over good friend Luis Molares. Which car was that looked like off the pace and pulling over? Is that the Radloff car, the white number 96, that's pulling off?
It does
I think so.
Appear to be.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not,
that's.
it's not Benson or Travis, so they're safe, and it's not Robinson in the red one. So,
Yeah, and I'm
process
trying
of
to-
elimination, it's got to be Neil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't think the Thorogood car is white. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's the 96, and he's great job there. He's pulled the car all the way off to the side and out of the way, and yeah, that pretty much nails it for us. Is Newman Pa in the yellow 11 running all by himself now, as he had Neil Radloff challenging him, trying to get back that 5th position in Formula F, as we check back in with John Benson and Cooper Travis. And the big difference now, Nick, is that you can't really see John Robinson in the same shot any longer as Benson and Travis. There's Robinson heading down into turn 1, probably a good 50 car lengths now ahead of the 17 and the 7.
Yeah, safe to say he is fully checked out, and Benson and Travis are back there to duke it out on their own, and they are certainly gloves off, no punches pulled right now, as it looks like every opportunity. They're still making a pass when they can. Let's see if anyone pulls out here. We see Travis getting defensive. Not close enough for Benson to make any moves, though.
No, and you notice there, Soriano just he tucked in behind John Robinson going down into turn 1, and just let Robinson run his race all the way through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5, and did not see about getting past the slower Formula F car until they were coming down under braking going into turn 6. So Soriano being very conscientious here, realizing that he's got now 26 seconds on Robert Wright, running 2nd in Formula Continental, and again, just letting these other racers run their races and not trying to impact anybody else's race.
Yeah, that's great awareness and just respect for your other competitors. So, tip of the cap to Chris Charno for sure.
All right, and with white flag in the air for Chris Charno over in Formula Continental, and for John Robinson in Formula F. Let's jump back to this battle between Cooper Travis and John Benson. I mean, they've just been begging for us to watch them all race long. And this is something very different as they come through turn 3.
Cooper Travis missing from that last shot. There he is in John Benson.
They're both there, but they're
yeah,
15 car lengths separating them at this point. I'm not sure what happened. And I am getting reports from folks at the track that there was possibly one of the drivers had dropped wheels coming off the oval, going down towards turn 2. And looks like one of those racers may have had an issue with just 1 lap to go. And so Charno now making his way through the final corners onto the front straight. Chris Charno, for the 2nd day in a row, he's going to be your Formula Continental winner in the Chris Craft Morgan Stanley entry. Congratulations to the Van Diemen driver, Robert Wright. They're in the green number 90 machine. He comes across. Well, that's not him yet. He doesn't come across the line. We'll see him next. But over in Formula F, Cooper Travis taking 2nd place. John Benson finishing 3rd, both drivers behind John Robinson, who led Flag the Flag in Formula F. And there you go, finishing 2nd in Formula Continental, the number 90 of Robert Wright in the UBS Financial Services machine. Mark Deffer will finish 3rd in Formula Continental. Over in Formula F, of course, we talked about Robinson, Travis, and Benson. Daniel Thorogood will finish in 4th, with Hanu Newman-Pop finishing in 5th, Dom Setio finishing in 6th, and then Neil Radloff, unfortunately, over there on the side of the road, he is going to finish 7th in Formula F. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel group of the day. and that means we've got one more race, Nick. It's improved touring. It's STL, SMX T3, and T4 here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. The final race of the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Toyota is next. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the final race of the weekend, the final race of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano. And as we said, last race of the day, it's improved touring on the SARRC side of the house. It's SMX, it's STL, T3 and T4 on the major side of the house. Let's start running down the starting order. Starting on pole right there in the Moss Race Team Honda CRX, it's Jose Osiris Pena, your 2024 STL National Champion, your runner-up in 2025. Nick Leveroni in his number 37 STL Mazda Miata will start on the outside of the front row. Daniel Moen is your T3 pole sitter. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2. In third, with Von Mishko in his T3 class Mazda MX-5 Cup car, starting in fourth. Then we've got Gonzalo Ponte back over to STL. He's in the number 44 Honda S2000. He starts fifth, with Max Stallone in his 03 Mazda MX-5 Cup car. That is a T3 class machine, starting in sixth. Then we got Bobby Gossett. He's your SMX Spec MX-5 pole sitter. He will start seventh alongside Jackson Wolney, also in SMX. Jackson driving the 133 machine. Then we've got Thomas Burt in the number 0 MX-5 Cup car, also in the T3 class, with Paul Roney racing in ITO. And trying to remember what car Paul is racing. I don't think it's one of the Ford. I think it's in a BMW, if I remember correctly. I don't have it in our system here. We'll pick it up during the race. Gavin Vaughn starting 11th. He's driving the number 48 SMX Mazda. And then we've got Mary Roney. She is in the ITR BMW 328 IS. She starts 12th. Starting 13th, Kevin Fryer. He's our T4 pole sitter and winner from yesterday's race in his NC Mazda Miata. And then we've got Celine Roland, your ITS pole sitter, starting in 14th position. And he's in the number 114 car. Luis Molares, also in an ITS Miata, will start 15th. He's in the 108 machine, with Christopher Jerem starting in 16th position. He drives the number 10 SMX car. Then we've got Daryl Stein. He's in an STL Honda S2000 with Dirk Strasfield in a Touring 4 Mazda RX-8 as the field starts to form up here. Yesterday, it was like two separate groups, and we actually had the start waved off, and looks like a good portion of the field still not formed up here. We got Mike Leo in his STL machine starting next. He's in the 169 machine alongside Jeremy Butts in the number 69 SMX car. If that car makes it out, he had some mechanical issues during qualifying. Sean Carpenter in the number 197 T3 car, and Glenn Fatale. He is your ITA pole sitter, with Greg Sorg in the 71 STL machine. Mike Ryan in the number 120 STL Mazda Miata. As the pace car does come down to the pit lane and the green flag does come out, and we are 3 wide. And much like yesterday, Dan Moen tries to take a look to the inside on the 2 STL machines, wants to lead them in and put some separation between we've got a number of cars going around here coming through turn 2. Looks like the number 11 machine having some problems. One of our MX-5 Cup cars, actually 2 of our MX-5 Cup cars going around, and we'll try to pick up the other numbers there. Cars going off in the grass coming through turn 4. There we go. One of our STL Mazda Miatas taking the very long way around as well, Nick. And so for the second day in a row, it's chaos on the opening lap of this race.
It sure is. Dust everywhere, cars everywhere. I think that a lot of these drivers were ready to go after a long wait between qualifying and race time, and they were willing to let it all out on the first lap. As,
yeah, apparently so.
We all know how effective that can be to win it all on the first lap.
And we are still green flag racing. Is most of the drivers there that had issues even going into turn 1 didn't look like any major contact there. Those cars are able to get turned around, and we did have that one STL Mazda Miata pull off driver's left. At least he went through the grass. We'll see if he was able to continue. The Dodge Neon ITA car looked like it may be a little bit worse for wear. I think that's Cesar Ochoa in the red number 64. We'll see how that car handles, although it looks like he's made up a number of positions actually on the start after all that mayhem. He may find himself in like 10th position or something at the start here. Dropping down, it looks like Max Stallone in the 03 T3 machine was one of those MX-5 Cup cars that we saw involved in that mishap. Bobby Gossett in his SMX machine falling back. Maybe Max Stallone as well. So, and notice, Nick, going down in the turn 2, they're all much more slow and deliberate going through there. I don't know. There may actually be some fluid down on the track, but it looked like most of the racers were kind of tiptoeing through there.
It did.
To start lap 2.
I wonder if there was just a little more air of caution after the last time by.
Yeah.
They do have a surface flag out, as according to our producer Brennan. So it seems like they are at least letting the drivers know that there's some dust there, maybe some body parts that have come off. So they're probably just tiptoeing through to make sure that they find where that debris is, and they're ready for it next time by.
Remember to replace your divots, everybody. It did work for the Spec Racer Ford guys. All right, Jose Osiris Pena, your 2024 STL National Champion, currently leads, looking for his second win of the weekend in STL. Nick Leveroni in second. Daniel Moen, our T3 leader, holding on to third with Gonzalo Aponte in the number 44 Honda S2000, running in fourth. Jackson Walney and Gavin Vaughn, fifth and sixth. They are both in SMX here. And so Walney, who had that great fight yesterday with Bobby Gossett, he's got another competitor here to concern himself with. And let's take a look here. There's another CRX. Well, no. Okay, no. They're actually just coming up on some of the slower traffic already lapping some slower cars. For a moment there, I thought that perhaps Osiris Pena had fallen back, but one of the Miatas, and I think that's one of the MX-5 Cup cars that is getting lapped. Yeah, and I think that might be Max Stallone in the 03 car, because he dropped all the way back to the tail end of the field. And if that is, Stallone trying to get some practice in these MX-5 Cup cars here early on, as he's going to be running in the Pro Series, likely up at Daytona in just a few weeks for the opening rounds of IMSA competition, as he came away with a $150,000 scholarship as a part of the MX-5 Cup shootout. And going backwards through turn 2, probably not what he wanted to, way he wanted to start this race off. A little bit further back in the field, let's take a look as we've got Celine Roland, your leader in ITS, and looking to see if Malaris took the green. He did. Malaris now all the way back at the tail end of the field in his Mazda Miata. Looks like he may have gotten caught up in that incident. Kevin Fryer sitting in 8th. He's your leader in Touring 4. Thomas Burt in the 1280 Financial Partners Safecraft Mazda RX-8. That's one of our T3 cars. He is currently second in T3. The problem is he's got 8 cars between he and Daniel Moen, your T3 leader currently.
Yeah, you mentioned Louis Malaris. I believe he was the silver MX-5 that took the long way around turn 4.
Okay.
And we saw that on the opening lap, so that would explain how he ended up down there. But that was an ITS Miata, so it makes sense position-wise that he ended up there. And that's going to give Celine Roland a pretty easy run for ITS as of right now.
Yeah, and I think I had misspoke and called that an STL car when it had gone through, and that, yeah, indeed, that was Malaris running through the grass. As we jump a little bit further back in the field, And that right there, I believe that's Mike Ryan, Greg Sorg in the Miatas, and then Dirk Strasfield in the Touring 4 NC Miata, which is a T4 car, the Snader Racing Hoosier Strasfield. Okay. Just got an update. Thank you very much. Yeah, here we go. Okay, right here in the field. So this is Jerem in the T4 car, and I'm trying to find where they are on the field here right now. Yeah, 7th, 8th, and 9th overall. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. Roll on, then Kevin Fryer in the... Well, I no offense. Well, actually, maybe you're right, because I think he's in a new chassis. I'm used to Kevin Fryer's Touring 4 car being black and typically an NC Miata. Let's take a look here as they come into the...
So who is that black Miata leading the pack with the blue stripes? Yeah, hard to tell there. That is an SMX car, it looks like. Okay. Or a NC, so yeah.
Got it. All right. So our spotter picked them up for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so that is sitting right there. It's Kevin Fryer, who's gotten around Celine Roland, and then Christopher Jerem in the SMX car. And I'm getting notes from other spotters who are conveniently located in North Carolina to to give me the information. All right, let's go. Probably be easier for me to go and break things down here by class. So it is Kevin Fryer in that in the number 98 machine, and it's the black with blue striped entry. Then Dirk Strasfield about 25 seconds in arrears in ITS. Celine Roland, Paul Capel in his Flat Out Motorsports Mazda, currently running second in class. William Quinn right behind, and maybe we'll try to pick them out at some point. They've got a great little battle going on for second in ITS. Wolney and Vaughn, and I think they've just now crossed the start-finish line in the two SMX entries. That's the Flat Out Motorsports. Yeah, that's Nick Leveroni, who was running second overall, just running wide coming through turn 2. Let's take a look and see this again. And yeah, it just looks like he came into turn 1 awfully hot, wasn't able to get the car woed down. That was Daniel Moen directly behind. And then it appears as though Moen and I believe Gonzalo Aponte in the silver Honda S2000 may have been able to get by. Let's take a look here as they make the run down into turn 6. No, Moen and Aponte not able to get by Nick Leveroni, but Leveroni coming up on some ITA traffic going into turn 8. That's going to bottle him up just a little bit here. We'll see if that Mustang has the legs now to make it up to the Miata. Now again, Daniel Moen in that silver Ford Mustang, obviously not an STL car. He's got a big buffer here because Tom Burt, who's running second in T3, all the way back in 10th position.
All right, and it looks like this is a battle in STL right now.
Yeah, big number of cars there. Jack Gold in the I guess, appropriately colored yellow number 55 Mazda Miata. There are a lot of Miatas sitting right in that group across a number of different classes. But Jack Gold and Kevin Conlon, who's in the 04 machine. And so we've got a number of our STL racers there mixed in with some ITA Mazda Miatas as well, which should make things awfully interesting for them here as they come down into turn 8.
Yeah, too wide, a couple rows back. And
and big change here. Look at this. This is Jose Osiris Pena, your pole sitter today, and was up until now your overall leader. And that was a big puff of white smoke, and it looks like, Nick, his day is now done. He had issues earlier on today with his STU Honda CRX, and it looks like his problems continue. The lower displacement STL car has now given up the ghost, and we are going to a full course caution here at Homestead. And with all that white smoke coming out, I'm suspecting that there are probably parts of motors down coming down into the hairpin, and possibly some fluid there, some oil. You'll notice that BMW going down the center of the track rather than staying on the racing line. We'll see if some of our other entries choose to do the same.
Yeah, bad string of luck for Jose Osiris Pena. Both cars having issues today. Very unfortunate, but if he's registered for next week's race at Sebring, hopefully he's got the time and parts to get those things ready to go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Moss Racing guys, they've got a lot of engine work, I think, to do over the next week. Let's do this, Nick. As we're not quite halfway, but since we are under full course caution here, this would probably be the best time. Let's take our final break of the afternoon. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here for the final race of the Palm Beach Majors, and of course this final race presented by REM Surface Engineering. Stay with us.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultrachiller.com today.
Ready for that next Tin Top Challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, our final race of the day here. And, well, we're under full course caution. I would say perfect timing as the emergency services team's now heading out to respond to the stricken Honda CRX of Jose Osiris Pena. While we've got a little bit of time here, Nick, let's go and we'll try to reset the field. Daniel Moen now with the issues from the CRX and earlier on the lap with issues with the STL Mazda Miata of Nick Leveroni. Moen is now moved to the point. He is your new leader, as another one of our Ford Mustangs now heads down the pit lane. Looks like he's going to be retiring early. So it's Moen, our T3 leader, at the front of the field. Nick Leveroni, our STL leader, running in second. Behind Leveroni, the silver Honda CRX of Gonzalo Aponte. He is in STL. He runs third overall. Jackson Wolney is your leader in SMX and is currently running fourth overall, just ahead of Gavin Vaughn, his SMX competitor. Kevin Fryer, driving the number 98 NC Miata. He's your T4 leader, and he's in sixth position. Thomas Burt, he's getting closer to Daniel Moen in the battle for T3, but he is now seventh overall. He's driving the Death Star car, the number 0 Mazda RX-8. Christopher Jerem is in SMX, so he is currently running third in SMX and eighth overall. Celine Roland, your ITS leader, running ninth in his Mazda Miata. Paul Roney driving in 10th position, driving the number 11 car. Mary Roney is leading ITR. She runs 11th in the number 20 BMW. If we take a look at some of these other classes in ITA, a little bit further back in the field, Glenn Vitale in the Steeda Mazda Miata, the white number 70 machine. I think he's watching him just, he's about halfway back in the field there. He leads ITA over Cesar Ochoa in the red Dodge Neon. Peter Dempsey in another Mazda is running in third. Mike Taberno fourth. Albert Lasso, the black Honda CRX, running in fifth. Over in ITR, we talked about Mary Roney, Dave McAllister running in second. I believe he is currently showing as a lap down for Mary Roney. In Touring 3, it's Moen and Burt. Sean Carpenter, I think another couple positions back from Tom Burt on track, then Rick Luckett, and of course Max Stallone showing as a lap down right at the tail end of the field after that turn one spin. And then finally in IT7, maybe this is a race that we pick up at some point. Let's see if they're still near each other on track. And no, I don't believe they are. In IT7, Richard McLean and John Morrison, and I think the 52 of Morrison, yeah, he's about 7 car lengths behind, or 7 cars behind our IT7 leader, Richard McLean.
Yeah, I'm a little interested by the position of the safety car and the car they picked up. It looks like it picked up Nick Leverone rather than Dan Moen. Though he is showing an extra lap up on the entire field now because he is pretty much near the back.
I was going to say, did Moen drive all the way to the back of the field? And if that's the case, I mean, it's not that big a deal for Leverone because it's not a fighting class. But I mean, sir, as we were talking about the 0 car, certainly that would make things much more difficult for Thomas Burt if the 0 car now has to run like 2.3 miles to catch the car that's technically ahead of him on course.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix-up there. Hopefully it doesn't affect any of the races, but I guess we'll see at the end of the race if we see some battles and they're on separate laps. We'll know that they got caught up at the wrong time, and maybe a competitor was able to run around the track.
Yeah, exactly. I have seen that happen before. There's nothing more infuriating than watching the car just drive off in the distance and knowing that you can't pass the safety car. Speaking of the safety car, light is out on the safety car. Beautiful Toyota Crown Hybrid provided by Headquarter Toyota. I want to thank them for allowing us to use that beautiful vehicle all weekend long. That Toyota now moves onto the pit lane, turning things over to Nick Leveroni, your STL leader. He's got Gonzalo Aponte in his Honda S2000 directly behind, and then there's that SMX battle as the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Homestead. And I'm giving you what the order is, because there are a number of lapped cars in this field. That's not the exact order. For example, the black Honda CRX here that we mentioned in ITA, currently running 5th in ITA, considerably further back in the field. And that is going to make things, I think, very difficult for some of these racers that want to pick up a couple of positions, maybe to compete for a win in class. We'll definitely continue to watch this, but I think the best fight, at least initially, right now that we're going to watch, it's Nick Leveroni and Gonzalo Aponte, the blue with orange numbered 37 Mazda with the silver Honda S2000. Those two cars coming into the hairpin now. There's Dan Moen right in the middle, right in the middle of the field.
You know, there's always been that joke about how fast a Miata is and how well balanced it is, but S2000 will always be faster. So here's a great shot to see. Are the rumors true? Can a Miata keep up with an S2000?
Well, I mean, they're both as torque addled, I think, in some of the slower corners here. I'm not sure. Well, I can tell you which motor Aponte has in the car, because STL limits the displacement to 2 liters. So the chances of him having the later 2.2 liter motor that the S2000s came with is between slim and more than none. Oh, and there you go, Aponte coming underneath Nick Leveroni going into turn 2. Remember, the last green flag lap, Leveroni had lots of issues carrying too much speed, getting the braking done at turn 2. And Aponte this time takes advantage of maybe that little bit of hesitation and motors through. They're a little bit further back. I think that is, I'm trying to pick up which ND Miata that is. And that's one of the Global MX-5 Cup cars without the roof. And I'm not sure if that is, I mean, that may possibly be Max Stallone, but we had a number of those cars in the field.
Yeah, that was the car that spun early. So whoever's in there is making sure to get some laps in. And to be honest, that
might actually be Stallone then. I think, who is currently running 26th on the field and is 1 lap down at the moment. But yeah, again, you want to make up or make this session as productive as possible.
Well, if Stallone was looking for some experience to get ready for SMX or for Global MX-5,
good
this was certainly a good start to dipping your toes in the chaos. That was quite the start, and Nick Leveroni going around the outside to retake the lead in STL, it looks like.
All right, let's see as they come down into turn 1. This time, Leveroni holds off Gonzalo Aponte. And this is where I'm sure the slightly shorter wheelbase of that NC Miata probably an advantage over the Honda S2000.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine it's got a little bit of advantage here. They do seem very evenly matched, though. I don't remember the cars that were necessarily at the front of the runoffs last year for STL, but I think these are 2 popular platforms in that class.
All right, believe that was. Let me see if I can get there. That is not the Ford Mustang. I think that retired early. Was the one that retired early was Sean Carpenter. The Mustang that we just saw let our leaders buy. That is the 41 car,
and that is Rick Luckett.
Yeah, and good job by Luckett. He pulled over to let a number of those racers by, originally coming out of 6. We see he's doing the exact same thing here, coming off the hairpin, bringing the car as high on and off the racing line as he can. Trying to determine, though, it looks like, I thought maybe he had gone through some gravel or maybe some dirt when he was letting Aponte and Leveroni by over at turn 6. I think he might have a tire down. And it looks like there is some white smoke coming off of the right front tire of that Ford Mustang. I'm sure he's going to probably try. Well, we'll see. I think was going to try to drop down onto the apron. There's just no way for him to do it there this time around. too many cars coming underneath him here, but I mean, he's obviously got some issues, and he's going to pull offline again just ahead of that Dodge Neon.
That Dodge Neon was in the fight for ITA yesterday. They had a pretty good battle, and I think that was with the CRX of Albert Lazo. And unfortunately, we're not quite seeing the pack of ITA cars we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
But
There's
been a lot of chaos to shake things up.
That opening lap, turn one melee, conflagration, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it really changed the dynamic of this race considerably, and put a lot of racers out of position in class. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what happened, Greg. You're for as much as they say you don't pay attention, you're doing pretty good today.
I don't see much, but when I do, when 25 cars go spinning around in front of you, Nick, it's hard to. I mean, I tried to look the other way.
It's tough because you got to pick out all the numbers while not wanting to look if something happens.
Yeah.
It's you do it week in and week out and do a great job. So I'm just trying to get to your place one day. Hopefully be as good as you.
Oh, you're already there, my friend. That's
thank you.
not a problem. It's better that John Davidson be like you.
Yeah, I'll teach him a few things next weekend. We'll get him going. Look at that little train. That looks like a fun time. 3 Miatas working together.
Yeah, I want to pick them up. That's just ahead of that black Mustang. See if we can get some of the car numbers in that trio heading down into turn 2 now. Just behind, and actually they're just behind the CRX, and I'm wondering if that is Noel Sachs, Henry Verkamp, and John. Certainly not John Morrison. That's not an IT7 car. I
want to say that middle car is Greg Sorg.
Sorg?
That fancy livery, the one that just poked out to the side there. I think that's got the teeth on the front, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. That's Greg Sorg sitting right there. So that might be Mike Ryan Sorg. And the third car in line, is that the white Steeda Miata, maybe? Glenn Vitale, who would be the ITA leader. I think that's who that is.
I think you're right. Yeah, he's just going for a ride on the coattails of the STL cars.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, if you're gonna get a draft off of cars that are making like 15, 20 horsepower more than you are,
absolutely
take advantage.
Yeah, it's a pretty view with the sunset going down too. The lights are on the CRX, which is pretty cool.
That means he's probably down to 103 horsepower.
I was just thinking you might want to save some power, but
yes,
it'll look great in photos. That's all that matters.
Exactly. Well, not the brand drop. Maybe they're just maybe. Oh no, his headlights are definitely on. I would say maybe it's just like Laminex on the lenses there, but his lights are definitely on.
Now the Miata behind it might be some yellow vinyl, but. No, that CRX has the headlights on, and yeah, full race car mode. I love it.
Exactly. I once ran a race at VIR, and I think I've told this story before, but ran this race at VIR. It was the SARRC Mars Challenge, so South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series typically would get together over Mother's Day weekend at Virginia International Raceway, and this was, I don't know, 2005, maybe like 2005. Improved Touring had 103 cars take the green.
Wow.
And we could do that because it was the only year we ran what is known as the Grand Course at VIR, which is somewhere along the lines of, I think, like 21, 22 turns and 4.2 miles. It's like almost as long as VIR. It was
wow.
Huge. And one of the racers, there were two ITS racers, and this is back in the day when the BMW 3 Series were the 325i's were the cars to have in ITS, definite overdogs, and the two fastest cars in the country, Chet Whittle and Ed York. And Ed had gotten into some trouble in the smaller, tighter sections of the Grand Course, and had might have taken bump drafting to a new level by bumping somebody into another time zone. And they had him starting from he should have been either the pole sitter or on the outside of the front row. He was starting from the back of a 103 car field. And as all the cars are coming to the grid, he started at the back and started walking towards the front of the grid, stopping with every other racer. And he said, "Watch for my headlights, I'm coming." And he literally said the same thing to every single racer, all the way down to 101 of them, that the only person he didn't say it to was Chet Whittle. And that's exactly what he did. And I think by the end of the race, he was up to like third or fourth. I mean, it was absolutely insane.
That's a wild drive with a field that big.
All right, let's do that. Let's come here into turn 2. This is the battle for the lead in STL. Again, it is Nick Leveroni and it is Gonzalo Aponte. Aponte just set his fastest lap of the race this last time by, and he made up 1/10 on Nick Leveroni that time. But they're coming up on a lot of, I was going to say ITA traffic. I don't know if it's ITA or STL. Also, one of our IT7 cars there as well, as we've got only 2.5 laps remaining here in this race, and we want to apologize as frankly the only cars that we've been able to pick out are these two. But oh my gosh. But and take a look at the traffic as they hit these cars. Well, they didn't hit them, thankfully, but they got to them right at the worst time, right as they're going into the hairpin, Nick.
Yeah, that is, like you said, worst case scenario for them to have to deal with traffic like that. And it looks like Nick Leveroni is going to be the one who gets out with a little bit less damage, not physical, but time-wise. So sounds like Nick is going to feel a little more comfortable these last couple laps.
Yeah.
As the S2000 is starting to flash their lights.
It's a Honda thing, apparently.
It really is.
Well, that and those NA Miatas, if they tried to flash their lights, they'd lose 10 miles an hour on the oval. So they definitely don't want to do it. As Aponte goes past one of the Miatas, perhaps showing some deference to the S2000 driver. Didn't show much deference to the dirt and gravel that was on the outside of turn 2 as he's fallen a little bit off the pace. Hey, want to welcome Brad Davis to the chat. One of I believe our Southeast Divisional Chief Steward, and we'll be putting in some time, I think, this year on the Hoosier Super Tour as well. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. And Brad, an amazing H production Mini Cooper driver as well, and had the honor of racing against him at a number of majors, or back then known as national races, back in the day.
Coming down. I think Nick Leveroni has cleared himself a little space.
So a little bit hard to tell when we're going to show one lap to go, because Dan Moen, who is somewhere, that silver Mustang somewhere in the middle of this field, according to timing and scoring, he is still your leader. So whenever he crosses the stripe, the white flag should be displayed. So I think Aponte's got an opportunity here. Unfortunately, he's got now about 15 car lengths that he's got to make up now in order to get to Nick Leveroni for that STL win. And Leveroni, when he needed to, was able to keep the car on track over at turn 2. He's, he showed some hesitancy after that one off there, but he was able to put that out of his mind, I think, pretty quickly. And he's showing very good speed through that corner now. And
big slide there. I saw the wipers come on as well.
Yeah, went for the wiper stock as he was dialing opposite lock and then unopposite lock. and Nick Leveroni runs wide through turn 6. Can Aponte take advantage of that? That's going to that's going to allow Aponte at least to make up a couple of car lengths. Let's take a look as they come down towards the hairpin here. Actually, we don't have the hairpin camera to show you. So they come in. Hey, guys on the bleachers, can you tell us what's happening? Thank you. And so Aponte, he makes up some ground, but
he does for sure.
Yep. All right, so technically we are on the white flag lap. We're still trying to track where Dan Moen's Mustang is, I believe. Well, we'll know in a moment. All right, he's Moen is just now coming towards the hairpin. So Leveroni and Aponte, they're going to have one more go at this. And we'll see if they're able to see if Aponte is able to close down anymore. As again, Leveroni had that issue. There is Daniel Moen. He is showing as your overall leader. And coming up on, I think that might be William Quinn in the 22 machine, and Paul Capel just behind the two BMWs. Let's see here as Moen now going to follow that BMW. Oh, actually, I think that's the ITO car of Paul Roney as they come out of the final corner and across the line. The BMW is going to get another lap. Dan Moen will get the checkered flag. And so let's jump back, if we can, to that STL fight between Leveroni and Aponte. And they're going to be coming into the hairpin now. There's Leveroni. And Aponte, he's got two cars that he would have to clear. He's got the STL Mazda RX-8 and that ITA Neon. And looks like Nick Leveroni's going to have a pretty good run here to the checkered flag.
Yeah, he sure will. I think he survived a couple of moments and was able to keep it consistent enough to bring it home. So congratulations to him. The flash of the headlights from our CRX. We've been talking about him in his headlights all race.
Right. Well, that's how he's slowing down for turn one.
And there's our Dodge Neon. Yeah.
I
think some spotters are telling everyone that we're talking about the headlights on the broadcast.
I hope so. Yeah, that was Cesar Ochoa in the 64 Neon. All right, with looks like almost all of our racers crossing the start-finish line. Let's go and we'll break this down here, Nick, and then we will get out of here. Dan Moen showing as your leader or your winner today overall and taking the win in Touring 3. Nick Leveroni in the Flat Out Motorsports Miata finishing second overall, taking the win in STL. Gonzalo Aponte will finish third overall, second in STL. Jackson Wolney gets the win in SMX today over Gavin Vaughn. Margin of victory 3 seconds, with Paul Roney in the number 11 ITO machine finishing sixth. Mary Roney finishing in seventh in the ITR BMW. Actually, I think she's going to be coming across the line here in just a moment. Kevin Fryer in eighth, taking the win in Touring 4, and then Thomas Burt in the number 0 T3 Mazda RX-8 will finish in ninth. Celine Roland will round out your top 10. He is your ITS leader in the number 114 Apex Alignment Mazda. If we go and break things down by class, we'll start off with Touring 3, where Dan Moen took the win and Thomas Burt finished second. Sean Carpenter finishes in third in the Colin Carpenter Racing Mustang with Max Stallone finishing in fourth. Rick Luckett retiring after 13 laps. Over in that large 9-car STL field today, Leveroni and Aponte. Mike Ryan in the Rear Cross Racing number 120 machine will finish third. Greg Sorg will finish in fourth. Jack Gold in the 55 car finishes in fifth. That's appropriate. Kevin Conlon and Noel Sachs finish sixth and seventh. And our former leader and pole sitter today, Jose Osiris Pena, brings his car home in eighth, only completing 7 laps. In ITR, it's Mary Roney and Dave McAllister. In Touring 3, we got Touring 3 already. In IT7, Richard McLean takes the win over John Morrison. And in ITA, Glenn Vitale takes the win over Cesar Ochoa. Peter Dempsey will finish third. And then Mike Tabernero will finish in fourth, with Albert Lasso finishing in fifth today, with Henry Verkamp finishing in sixth. And we talked about Wolney and Vaughn in SMX. Christopher Jerem will finish in third. And finally, in T4, with Kevin Fryer taking the win, Dirk Strassfield will finish second. All right, that is going to wrap things up for the racing action here this weekend from Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota and, of course, the Florida region of the SCCA. Next week, it is Sebring International Raceway. It is the 46th annual Winter Vacation Majors, presented by the Central Florida region of the SCCA. Nick Soriano, he's going to be your host, along with John Davidson. All the action starts 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Make sure to join us then on DriversEye Live and the SCCA official YouTube channel. Want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. Nick, any final thoughts before we wrap up?
I just want to say thank you to the DriversEye Live team, Florida region, and all the viewers who are out there keeping us company throughout the weekend. It was a lot of fun. Can't wait to be back next week from Sebring, and I hope everyone has a great week. And if you've got a car to work on, you better get to it.
That's it. No Moss racing. No more racing if you don't get two engines here in pretty quick order. Hey, want to thank Jordan Worth, our Director Supreme here this weekend, and of course Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, bringing you all the action. Looking forward to a great year. We got Sebring, and then we've got the Super Tour all through the season. So thanks so much for joining us. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you next week from Sebring. Have a great week, everybody. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultratiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.